you go through highs and lows. Hold on, you know you're just the thing I'm looking for. Hey you, I'll be there waiting every night and day, night and day. I'll be there waiting every night and day, night and day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the DreamHack Open featuring Fortnite. I'm Somebody's Gun, joined alongside Life with Panda. How you doing today, Panda?
Hey man, doing good. We got to hang out a little bit yesterday, a little bit today, and now we get to hang out here with the best audience, of course, DreamHack San Diego. What's going on, everybody at home? Super excited to get into these games. Lots of top tier competition to watch.
Oh, definitely. We've had players from around the world travel to a single location, find some way to carry or rent a computer, get here, and figure it out once it gets here. And now it's time for the actual games. We're playing zero build Fortnite today. We're playing duos, and it's going to be such great competition.
It is, and we got to talk about not only that format, but we got to talk about the prizing, what they're going to be competing for, and obviously there's some cash on the line. If you haven't seen, $250,000 in total, right?
Woo!
First place duo walking away with $45,000 alone. Now, obviously, this is great. Don't get me wrong, but they're also competing for the first 10 qualification spots to the Gamers 8 event in sunny Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So this is a huge opportunity for these players to compete. And now that's why we see a lot of people traveling. Not often do we get big events like this where it leads into an even bigger event later on.
Yeah, this is awesome to see. And in case you guys are wondering, we have two stages. We have heats, which we're going to play now. This is heat number one. We're going to play two heats today, two heats tomorrow, and then we have the finals. So it's going to be the top 12 players from, or top 12 duos from each heat, excuse me, advancing. Besides the last heat, you get two extra spots. So there's going to be 14 players in that fourth heat getting that extra position there. And that's essentially what everyone's playing for in the next couple of days.
Yeah, look, lots of opportunities here to make something happen. But I mean, we got to talk about the players that are here, right, SPG?
Oh yeah. Who? So Panda, we got a lot of different players, and we got to figure out. Okay, they're playing, they're gaming, they're trying to score points, but what exactly is that point structure? So let's take a look at what we're looking at for the point structure. On our left side, that is going to be for heats. On the right side, that's what's going to be for finals. Walk me through it, Panda.
All right, so look, 60 points is that victory royale spot, that sweet spot, right? But with 3 points per elimination, players like Queasy and Vino, who maybe know how to get an elimination or two, might find a different focus other than getting placement. But I mean, between you and me, we already know they're the high ground kings. They know how to get into the end games and play it out. So for a lot of players out there, this is a placement heavy format. So please make sure if you're paying attention right now, do not take unnecessary risks. It's all about getting as many points as you can on the board at the end of the day to walk away with one of those qualification spots into the finals. Because again, the finals is where the prizing's at, and also where those qualification spots to Gamers 8 are as well.
Yeah, I'm always a big fan of formats where points per elim get higher when you get to the finals because you're playing against better competition. That's everyone that makes it to the next round. But we have to talk about who we think is going to make it to the next round. So, heat number one, no one's qualified through. As players continue to qualify and move on round to round, lobbies will, in theory, get easier. Don't know that that's
Yeah.
necessarily true, but Panda, give me your pick. One team you think is going to qualify in this first heat.
So I'm going to be honest. It's got to be Jaith and Iamzo. So Jaith, obviously,
Okay.
top tier zero build competitor alongside Iamzo, one of the best in NA has ever seen as far as a competitor goes. Not just zero build, but standard BR as well. So this powerhouse duo together is going to represent North America in a big way. But I believe you're going with a different region top choice to potentially take it all.
Yeah, so I mean, I've seen some great things out of the EU players while playing zero builds. And for me, it has to be the dynamic of the duo that's been playing together for so long. And you guys, I'm going to draw this out a little longer. They've maybe won an FNCS playing together. They've traveled a long way to get here. So maybe shaking off some of that jet lag yesterday, getting locked in today, getting here early. I'm going with Queasy and Vino. That is going to be my pick. Hey, it's going to be close. There's 12 spots. We're going to see a lot of great duos walking through these lobbies and determining who exactly gets to qualify. But is there any other teams besides the one you already mentioned that stand out to you?
Well, we also got to talk about Pilkey and Crackley. This is another duo who we've seen again time after time focus all of their energy into zero build, not split between the standard BR like somebody like Aqueezy and Vino. Doesn't make them any worse at this, to be honest. But when they are spending their full time focusing all on zero build, that definitely makes them a team you have to watch closely. So those are going to be two of my teams that I'm going to be paying attention to. But there's so many quality players here. It's tough. And you mentioned before, you were like, oh, we'll see if the rounds get easier as it goes on. I don't think it will, because there's so many talented players here that it's going to take all 4 heats for us to crown everybody that we can imagine getting in.
Can I ask you or tell you something that selfishly I'm hoping for?
Talk to
Is
me.
we get to see somebody pair up with someone they didn't plan to play with coming into San Diego for whatever reason, whatever happens. We get like a EU player playing with like a Brazilian player, NA, EU, some kind of combination there between duos, and they wind up qualifying and getting into our top 10 come Sunday. That is selfishly what I would like to happen. Honestly, you don't want to wish poorly. You don't want to duos splitting up for things, but I think that'd be a great story to follow.
Oh, I think it would be too. I mean, look, cross region play here in a land like this is super. It's super important, but it's also super intriguing. Not only for us as talent, but for you all at home, get to follow a pretty interesting story like that. It would be kind of exciting to watch, but I don't know what team it would be, because there's a lot of names there. Remember, we got Reet obviously over there. We also have Malabuka in the house. I believe Mr. Savage is here as well. So there are so many names from so many different regions, all here competing for the opportunity to go on to Gamers 8. So it'll be interesting. I'm curious, what team do you think, if any, right, decides to break up and then cross compete with another region member?
Oh, I couldn't even guess, man. Like I couldn't even pretend to tell you like this is the team, and it would probably be for some reason out of their control. One thing I do want to talk about is I've seen a lot of different OCE players come to this
Okay.
event. So we know there's a DreamHack in Melbourne later on, but there is Anon, I believe, Worthy, Jace, Muzz, who's kind of now an NA OCE player. He's
Yeah.
become both. You know, we'll take him in NA. Muzz, good kid. But seeing all those guys travel for these events, like this is huge for them as well, because the stage is now even bigger than what they're used to playing for.
Well, again, remember, we're competing not only for the prize pool here today or here throughout this weekend. It is the opportunity to go on to a major land with $2 million in prizing on the line. One of the biggest of the year outside of course, the Global Championship. So to see these players making the commitment to the game, traveling for the opportunity to compete is incredible. Now, of course, there is going to be a Fortnite event there at that DreamHack Melbourne, but it doesn't have qualification spots like this one here. So that's why you see these players competing over here. But I believe there's some more spots open in Dallas as well as in DreamHack Summer. So if you didn't get an opportunity to be here for DreamHack San Diego, don't worry. There are more opportunities for you guys to qualify on. And honestly, we've been talking about what they're qualifying for a lot. If you need more information, gamers8.gg has all the information on the festival going on. And so make sure to get over there and check it all out, because it is going to be an incredible festival of gaming. And obviously, somebody's gunning myself. We had the opportunity to go last year and experience it. And it truly is something you want to compete for.
Yeah, it was awesome. Getting to like see all the competitors. They're all in the zone. On game day, some players are so loose. Other ones are like, don't talk to me. I'm focused. I got one thing on my mind, and that's winning a championship. So it's like really cool to see such a variety of people in these young people that are amazing at this video game that you and I both love. Fortnite has brought people from around the world to San Diego getting ready to play. And if there's one thing that stands out, right? We have the swords, we have the new mythic Havoc pump shotguns, we have the pulse rifles. There's a lot of like mid-game pieces as well that kind of change the way Fortnite has happened. So for this new season with a lot of changes going on, what's one that stands out to you the most, or what's something that you're looking forward to seeing in this tournament?
Well, we have to think for a second. Obviously, you and I were very used to watching the standard BR. We're used to seeing the builds and we're seeing how that goes. But this is a very, very different game to play with zero builds. Obviously, not providing as much protection for you. No on-demand protection. You have to be a little bit more careful. And one of those things you have to be careful of is, of course, that mythic pulse rifle. That bad boy is a laser, and unfortunately, if you can't protect yourself, you're gonna go down pretty quickly. But another EU team that we didn't get a chance to talk about, but they're first up on our viewing experience is, of course, Seti and Cammy, the FNCS Invitational winners, here competing for an opportunity to go back to Gamers 8, where after day one, they looked like they were gonna win it all.
Yeah, these two have been playing incredibly consistent no matter what game mode, no matter where you put them. They seem to just understand Fortnite at a whole nother level, and it's amazing to watch because regularly they do something where you watch their games and it's like, wait, what? I didn't know that was even... Who does that? And that's exactly what happened, but now we're tuning over. This is Okus and Crackley going center map here at Anvil, taking out some of our first eliminations of the game. This is another duo. Okus showed up pretty big at the event in Gamers 8 the first time, and I would expect him to do the same today.
Interesting. Going into this weekend, I think at one point it was Pilkey and Crackley were playing together, but now it doesn't look like it. So this could be a bit of a switch up that we weren't anticipating going into the day. Not necessarily cross region like you were hoping for, but a switch up nonetheless.
I have seen that Acorn and Savage are playing together.
Ooh.
We'll have to see. Hopefully we get to watch their games. So in case you guys are wondering how this whole viewing experience is going to work out, there's several games that go on at a single time. So we're going to rotate through, kind of show you guys a little bit of everything as we go through these heats and jump in as we see D-Roller and Pen. This is another strong zero build duo, but give me your quick thoughts on an Acorn Savage combo.
Acorn Savage, probably the best teammate Savage has had in a while. And that's not shade to anybody else. Acorn is genuinely super, super talented. Obviously, we saw it last FNCS, and so seeing them compete together is a huge sign. But honestly, I want to talk about Impen and D-Roller for a second. I was talking to some of the elite boys behind the scenes, and they're guaranteeing an elite top 3 placement at the end of this weekend. So Impen might be the one to do it.
Hey, Impen is one of the best zero build players in North America. Dude just runs through the collegiate lobbies, putting himself up there with the likes of Jade, who constantly was winning those back when he was in college, and now Impen has taken that crown over from him. But we also have some big name people getting the pop around. Here's another EU duo of Mappy and Fanajan, already racking up 4 elims, so we can see what their game plan is early on.
Yeah, and it's a good game plan. Hey, get as many heals as you can, play this out safely, and rotate around. This is the nice thing about zero build, mind you. In the standard BR, we don't have the vehicles to travel with. Here in zero build, though, that's a different story. So I'm curious to see how these players are going to use this Chapter 4 meta alongside having vehicles, which they don't typically have. And this is a perfect example of it. Noah plays rocking the shield bubble on top of a motorcycle.
Just using that to get on out. Looks like Seti and Cammy were able to pick up one of those elims, so able to scoot on out of there, hopefully play for the card. And we can see the vehicles are going to be a big piece of this. Typically, you need that rotation. You need some kind of protection as you go ahead and rotate through the maps. And at the moment, the vehicle offers the best one. The kinetic blade is good to rotate around, but it's not really going to protect you. So using cars, trucks, whatever it may be to get around the map is going to be the play. So this is Notch and Source over at their own drop spot, searching for some other players.
Yeah, on the hunt. Notch not realizing, I don't believe, that there was a knocked player over there, which they still may not. Oh, now they do. And a nice pickup here for them. Look at that. The legendary Red Eye, and of course, the Chug Cannon. This thing is not readily accessible here in these lobbies. So to be able to have that in the inventory amongst Source and Notch is a very, very good sign to start it all.
Definitely is, and we see them playing the south side of the map. This is one of those new spots that I've seen play really well, and looks like Fanaja and Mappy have taken no time getting after it once again and chasing down these players. We have a good old-fashioned car chase early on, and Mappy's trying to hit the shots, but looks like the driving isn't best here by Fanaja, and it's not giving him a great opportunity, but the shots will continue to go through, and Danny made a big mistake there as he goes down, and now he got some EU and NA pinching going on right here. Oh, but no, Fanaja gets another one.
And it's on to Pars. Listen, these guys are no joke. Pars and Baka both understand what it means to compete at the highest level, and that's why Mappy's going to go down. It's Baka left as a solo player going up against Fanaja, but will he have enough to make this last?
Fanaja versus Baka here. Baka gets the big shots and is able to clean that one up. There you go. That's 2 more, and that's a little warning. Hey, don't W key us. We're going to be able to send it right back and put you in the lobby. So solid start from them, and there is a knock in the distance if they're able to take advantage of it, but I'm not sure neither Baka nor Pars have any idea that's nearby.
I'm just going to say it. NA West, well, it's not a region anymore, on top, baby. Baka and Pars showing out in big fashion here, taking out one of those EU duos. Now switching over, though, Hellfire and Refsguard, a very, very different tale. Quinn, of course, another NA West native, going head-to-head with an EU team, and unfortunately going to be a different story as they go down early to Refsguard and Hellfire.
And I'm going to walk you through, in case you're not really a zero builds player, and you may be wondering, all right, what is the loadout? What are these guys trying to put in their inventory? It's typically only 1 heal, so you're going to use something like splashes, a shield keg, the legendary slurp juice, which has been introduced. You want at least 1 movement item, so right now that's the kinetic blade, and then the shield bubbles are protection, and then from there it's kind of pick of what you like better. Do you want to use the Maven? Do you want to use the combat? Do you want to use an SMG shotgun combo, or do you want to use the red eye? And it looks like red eye is what most of these players are using, and that just worked really well for Seti and Cammy there. My goodness.
Look, they're typically not the most aggressive duo, but when they have their sights set on you, they take it. And sure enough, here in Zero Build today, they're already walking around boasting 5 eliminations, and we're only in zone 2 of 12.
And we see they're gonna keep searching here too. It ain't done. We're down to 43 players in this lobby, and these two are deciding we're gonna use the vehicle, ride on through. They're deep in the storm, so there's also that little play of, okay, when do I need to reel it back in and try and play for placement? Because as much as it's great to be able to W key and get some eliminations, as we talked about earlier, it's 3 points per elimination and 60 points for that victory royale. So a lot more points if you're able to scoop up that victory royale. So what point in the game do you really see these players start to hit the brakes?
Honestly, I think that game 1 is not the time to do it. I think it's really smart on players like Vinji and Chicken to take advantage of those early game nerves. Remember, for a lot of players competing here in San Diego, it's their first time in person competing. So for those players, they could be a little bit more nervous, a little bit more apprehensive, and that'll cause them to get caught off guard by players like Chicken, Vinji, or Cammy and Seti, which is why we're seeing some high elimination games from some of those veteran players that we see today.
That's a great point. And I think to pad what you just said even a little more, your top 5 games are what matters. So you're allowed to queue as many games as you can fit within the 3-hour window that is a heat. So if you have 1 massive game and then you could have like 4 consistent ones, that to me says you're probably going to be able to move on. Well, we'll have to see towards the end of this heat, but that's a different format than what we've seen in the past.
It is very different. So, and honestly, I like to see qualifiers like this because it adds another layer of excitement and strategy to the game. Typically, obviously, these players understand they have a set amount of games. They have to achieve a certain amount of points within a set amount of games to qualify on, and so on. But in a format like this, the strategy is different. You can W key. You have an unlimited amount of time within a certain period of time, and you never know. You could get 5 eliminations like we see for Cammy and Steady off the rip, and then go on to win the game. So imagine the value of having all those eliminations as well as that VR that otherwise you may not have expected.
So I'm going to do some quick math, and it's going to be really rough. I would guess you have to win at least 2 out of your 5 matches in order to qualify. Because we have, I believe, 200 plus different players rotating through these lobbies. So in a matter of 3 hours, we're going to play, let's say each team gets about 8 games-ish. So you're going to have to win about 2 of those. That's my quick thoughts on how you're going to be able to qualify. What are you thinking, Panda?
I'm going to agree. I think it's going to be tight the way that it's placed and set up. So I do think you're going to have to play your best, obviously. But that best does mean you are going to have to win at least 2. Because remember, 60 points per victory royale is massive. For you to achieve that, you need, what, how many eliminations, SPG?
Quick math, that would be 20.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you this now. When there are lobbies of 80, it's very difficult to get 20 eliminations, even if you are a solid duo like Baka and Pars. So, for them, though, man, what a start. Another aggressive beginning to a game here for this team. So, Baka and Pars, 6 eliminations on the board there. And remember, 3 points per elimination here in the qualifiers, 5 points per elimination in the finals. So, for players that are able to get a groove and get an understanding of how to get those eliminations here in this zero build competition, that may benefit them later on the finals. But now switching over, it is Seti with the big shot there onto the wall. Saw him through the window, now immediately going to progress forward. Really smart play from them. They established that this rock is here. And not only that the rock is there, but it's also an indestructible force that will stop the other team from trying to connect shots with them. So great on them to use that, but guess what? Not every rock is indestructible, and that's what we see Seti pulling out the sniper and continuing to press this team. Man, are they more aggressive than I've ever witnessed this team being.
Yeah, quickly putting on the pressure here, and they're just going to keep chasing. That other team doesn't have a vehicle, so they're just going to be able to keep putting shots down, and most of these trades, if not all of them, have already favored Cammy and Seti. So if I'm them, I'm more than happy just sitting here trading back and forth and then letting these guys run away from you. Because as you can see, they're just beaming players up. Watch out, Seti. There's some more shots coming through. There's a team on the edge of zone putting that pressure on. So quickly, the brakes get pumped, and now it's time to rethink. All right, do we still want to go chase that team?
Yeah, at some point you have to make the call. Is it worth continuing to press on? And unfortunately, not in that situation. It is not. So for them, now they just have to reevaluate, get what they can resource-wise, and continue moving, especially considering how far they are outside the zone. But an OG to the scene, it's Clips here, playing with Saborshin? Interesting name.
3 points for that.
Yeah, I'll get interesting
That's
name.
how I would say it, so I mean.
Sab, we're going to call him Sab here for today's competition, going head-to-head with Clips along his side. Honestly, Clips has been another one of those players that we've seen from the OG days return back to the game here since Zero Build's launch and just dominate and do big things. So I'm interested to see how they're going to play in this competition, as they are definitely very well-versed in understanding Zero Build. Now, Ref's Garden Hellfire, same thing. We saw them had a pretty solid start here to today's games. They had some nice eliminations off the rip, but we did see Hellfire go down a little early. But fortunately for Ref's Guard, he's still in it and was able to get him back in the game.
Yeah, Ref's putting the team on his back for that moment, getting Hellfire back in it. You'll love to see it. And then we got Sods and Yeet Fan down below. I don't think they know. I think this is one of those, like, if I stay still enough, no one will know I'm here. And hey, that works as long as zone continues to pull here. So we'll see how this plays out. Is everyone's going to start to get forced into these situations where you either have to run and fight one team or run and fight another. The zone's closing to a point where you don't really have an option to just avoid total conflict.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're sitting here watching the way that the map is spread out. The zone pool's now away from Ref's Garden Hellfire, And while they have a really nice spot to kind of oversee what's happening around them, they're unfortunately going to have to give it up pretty soon. But for Vortex and Volks, an OCE player here, they are not only giving up their spot there where they had a bit of an advantage in this fight, they're immediately diving in on NPen and D-Roller.
Hey, this is a big fight here right on the edge of zone. Both teams waiting for the other to make a move. NPen almost dives in, going around, trying to use the shield bubble, but they're going to run out of time. A move needs to be made soon. Who can play the shield bubble the best? Volks goes down. That's the big shot. That's what the pump shotgun will do for you. And those Havoc pumps get them the refresh that they need.
Let me tell you what. D-Roller is one of the best aimers in all of Fortnite. Period. End of story. So if he's got a mythic shotgun in hand, you're going down. There's no in between. So you cannot take that fight as close as they did, or otherwise D-Roller is going to win it, and that's what we saw there in that engagement. But they're still in it, but they still need to move, and they got to move quite a bit. Fortunately for the Kinetic Blade, they're going to be able to move at a pretty brisk pace. However, does not look like there's any teams on the side where they're rotating. That could be a good sign for them, but it also could be bad. That could mean that there's a lot of exposed area that no one would potentially want, and that could cause them to get caught off guard.
Yeah, 6 elims by those two would tell me that they have cleared out that side of the map. And we see, looks like Hellfire and Refsguard have now traded. One of them gets to pick the other one up. So at the end of the day, you know, you can't really be like, dude, I carry. No, this is it's all teamwork now. Now we see they're going to try and figure out, okay, what are we taking? Let's move on. We'll grab our stuff and let's get back into zone because it's going to start to do more damage. Zone 6 is when it starts to tick for a little more, but Wox and Robab getting a little engagement here themselves.
Interestingly enough, picking up Ocus, this is another duo. If I'm not, I definitely know for sure from EU. So Robab playing for Team IT, showing up in big fashion here to start the day. But interestingly enough, I didn't know they were going to be competing in this competition. See, this is what's so exciting about these. You get a general sense of who's going to be here, but until these qualifying heats start, you really don't know.
Yeah, and we just got to enjoy all the different matchups that just happened. Just like we had an EU and OCE battle take place right there. Jace and Anon able to take down. Looks like that was Refsguard. Maybe Hellfire was able to escape that. Not sure yet. We'll find out here shortly. But these two playing the edge of zone and now going to be able to get themselves in a truck. And man, I mean, Panda, if we've seen anything, this is probably the best vehicle that you can get while playing zero builds.
For sure. Best health. It protects you more than any other vehicle does. I mean, all in all, this is the way to go. Now, honestly, if I'm Jace here, I'm telling Anon, slow down a bit. Let me throw one of these shields down because we cannot afford to lose this truck at this point in the game. Fortunately, though, that other team has decided to disengage and no longer focus them. But if those shots continue to rain in, this truck, which once was such a great thing for them to have, would immediately be out.
And they're just sitting here. They're like, all right, hey, no one's shooting at us. Like, this seems to be like one of those good spots. But they're headed towards the bush, which they have no idea players are in. They take those shots just to figure it out. And yes, there is players in there, and they're going to turn you aside. This is our bush, guys. But no, the shield bubble play comes through. Hey, guys, you don't have a bush anymore. Now it's time to drop your own shield bubble and figure out what your next play is.
And this is funny. You know, look, Sods is one of those NA West community members that have been a part of the scene for quite some time, making a lot of comedic content. So if this is the Sods that I think it is, he's out here now competing. He says, you know what? I'm not just a funny guy on Twitter. I'm here to compete and play and take one of those Gamers 8 spots here from one of these other teams. But shots continue to rain through. Again, shield bubbles are going to be a key element to everyone's inventory in today's competition. If you don't have them with you, you're going to put yourself at a huge disadvantage.
And these two guys just dropped 2 of them on this rotate, and it doesn't look like they have any movement of their own. So this is going to be a very difficult rest of the game for them. Just going to have to decide, all right, we're going to pop up in this building and hope for the best. But as that happens, Seti and Cammy get taken out. 11th place in their first game. But hey, like we said, plenty of games to go.
Yeah, remember, best 5 of the games that you compete in today get you onto the leaderboard. So it'll be interesting to see how this continues to play out. But that's Robab. That's one of those teams that we talked about we didn't anticipate being here. Sure enough, they're the ones to take out Seti and Cammy here to start today's heats off. But looking here in the distance, they're not done yet. They're going to continue to press forward. And I'm interested as to why they're using this structure, right? While it does provide a little bit of cover, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of open areas here to it. But to be honest, it's probably better than the situation that Clips and Sab are in, because unfortunately, that was going to be a tough fight. Fortunate though, Sab does walk away with that elimination there in the distance onto Iwo, but it wasn't looking good there for a moment.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get those elims, but not going to be in a great spot for this zone. Everyone's already picked their priority positions, quickly just taken down, throwing that shield bubble, deciding, all right, let's throw this down, figure out where we want to be, and then now make our next rotate. So smart play to give yourself a moment to breathe. They see the team down to their right, trying to pick out, okay, there's now a team to our left too. We need to make it up that ledge. Or are we going to be the one team that's able to sit right underneath that ledge as they get shot up trying to make that rotate? Now we see what the other side of the zone looks like. And D-Roller and M-Pen have seemed to force a duo that we saw walk into that house. That house is no longer.
Honestly, smart plays on their part. If you can force the cover away from any of these other teams, then you have the advantage. But oh look, it is Hellfire. He was able to make it out of that as a solo player here, just to add to that story. But N-Pen and D-Roller now having to use this cliff edge to hold on here. But they're in the midst of FNCS royalty in Baka and Pars, so it's going to be a tough fight for them to take, as Hellfire trying to escape Sab and Clips. And fortunately, because of the kinetic blade, he should be able to slip away. But same thing applies here for Clips and Sab, as now they are healthy and ready to go to take the remainder of this game straight to the competition.
One of those cheeky spots, but N-Pen has gotten into it right there. N-Pen, just by the nick of his skin, now able to get jumped on though. Now D-Roller has to make it out, and he's not going to either. Hellfire with very little HP comes in and cleans that up. What a play, and what bold move to just jump on 2 players right there.
Well, interestingly enough, the one thing we haven't seen too much, because it's not available in the standard BR, of course, is that exotic shotgun. And Hellfire has opted to take that from the start of the game. So he gave up a Mythic Havoc, which tells me that there's something special about that shotgun. So I'm excited to see how he's going to continue to play out with it. But now Clips taking it straight to Hellfire, realizes that there's a player there, and Hellfire just going to be able to escape and potentially stay alive a little bit longer. But it does look like it is 1 duo and 2 solos, but make that 1 solo, as Hellfire is now set to go up against this duo.
Regardless of what Hellfire does here, he's got a 13 elimination, 2nd place at worst. Now looking to make a play here, but both players jump right on him, unable to clutch that one up. That's going to go over to Clips and Sab for taking game number 1, but nonetheless, such a great match there by Hellfire, able to get 13 eliminations, clutch up that 2nd place. I mean, dude, what was that?
It was huge is what that was. I mean, look, Hellfire, we weren't even sure that he survived the fight when we saw Refsguard go down, and then sure enough, he shows up, gets 2nd place with 13 eliminations. Like, what? That's close to that 20 mark that would have been needed to essentially double your points for a VR. So definitely a really solid start there for Refsguard and Hellfire. But let's get straight into the next game, as these are rolling lobbies here, folks. So this is the end game here for Pilkey and Easiness, which we originally thought Crackley was competing with Pilkey. So now it shows Easiness, another great Zero Build player, competing together.
And these two are the duo normally. They're the 2 that typically have been playing together in Zero Builds and winning a lot of tournaments. They've been very successful early on, and really 2 of the main players that have committed to learning Zero Builds as like their craft. That is what they focused on, and now only recently have started to branch out and try and focus a little more on the build modes as well. But I know that duo that we just walked past, Fatch and Pam Stew, that is a personal favorite of our 2. So, you know, a little bit of bias. I may be rooting for them or the duo on the screen because they're my pick to qualify.
I mean, between the two of them, it's going to be an interesting finish to this game. But with 10 eliminations on the board, Queasy and Vino showing up in spectacular fashion to start the day, going to try to connect those shots onto Pump. Interestingly enough, the shield bubble, which they threw down, ended up not being too advantageous for them. But this other team does not realize, I believe it could potentially be a Pamstu and Fatch there in the distance, just trying to hide behind a tree. But if they're not careful, Queasy Vino ready to strike, just like any of these other teams in Pilkey and Easiness. You see Faither there in the distance, Dubbo still in this one. So many quality players looking to try to make something happen in the final moments.
Yeah, Pilkey already picking up 5 eliminations there as we see a lobby starting to close out. The trees and bushes are really the only thing you could use to hide right now, as Pamstu and Fatch, the only duo that I can see that has a vehicle. So that could play into their favor as everyone else starts to push forward and close in while these zones close. They're just going to be able to make these rotations for relative free as we see them move. But now we see Queasy able to pick up a couple of elims there in the feed, and Pamstu and Fatch position themselves very nicely here in a bush.
Set up for success here. It is Pamstu and Fatch, and honestly, this is one of the better positions here for the teams that are remaining. And big shot comes through there, the combat shotgun being one of those things that people opting to carry here. Pamstu's just going for this elimination, and he says, no, that is mine. Dubbo, your elimination points are coming home with me.
That's about as easy as it gets. The player doesn't even shoot backs, gets tagged up by another player. Call that a free one, and now Queasy and Vino are putting shots on.
Ooh.
There's shots going down range both ways. Queasy and Vino are the ones that win that trade, and now Fatch needs to make something spectacular happen, and that's not going to be the case this time, as Queasy and Vino are going to now be on 16 eliminations, and this lobby seems to be theirs.
Opting for the exotic SMG. This thing probably shreds, I'm going to be honest with you, especially in the hands of Queasy. So interesting to see him opt for that instead of the shotgun. But now the fight continues on. Vino now backing up back to the loot, getting a refresh of whatever he needs, letting that overshield regenerate, and then continue to take the fight here in it as Pilkey and Easiness, Trashy Pump, and Queasy Vino come down to the wire to try and get it all, but Easiness and Pilkey are immediately out. That's Trashy and Pump gonna pick that up. Now the 2v2 of the century. Queasy Vino going in hot here, getting Pump knocked. It is Queasy Vino completely diving in there onto Trashy. Big shots rain in, and it won't be enough. Queasy, 3 HP in a dream, gets it to finish off with 18 eliminations, SPG.
Easy. They just made that look easy. Like, come on, guys. That is absolutely ridiculous. 18 in the first.
Whoa.
Okay. Take it. Let's show a little more easiness in that one.
Okay, buddy, I saw what you did there. Look, Queasy Vino, I knew they were going to show up in spectacular fashion, but 18 eliminations to start today. I mean, honestly, you could probably say they're qualifying on here after heat number 1. Not even just day number 1, because there's another heat after this one today. So, honestly, incredible games to start off what we've got to watch so far. But interestingly enough, some team changes. Like we talked about, Ogus Crackley, one of those teams that have switched up here from what we were anticipating, but good to see.
Yeah, and as we saw, it's really those like close quarter combats. If you're not rocking that mythic Havoc Pump and you're not able to hit one-shots, it's pretty much a combat Maven type of day. That's what's been solid, as we've seen some big shots come through. Don't get me wrong, this D-Roller M-Pen fight, perfectly timed, some big shots, well hit. But overall, I mean, the Maven being able to consistently put that damage out, that just seems to be the play here in Zero Builds.
It definitely does. And remember, Zero Build's all about movement. While obviously in the standard BR, you're used to hitting those shots, coming into range, doing your thing, but building walls, boxes, etc. Here in Zero Build, it really is all about your movement. You got to take the shot, make sure you're crouching, angling yourself left and right, sliding, doing all the things to keep yourself alive and avoiding those big shots. And unfortunately for Trashy and Pump, they were unable to do that up against Queasy and Vino. So great, beautiful finish there to game number 2, SBG.
Yeah, that was a great game, and still, Pump, Trashy having a nice, solid game there. Second place is really good, get tons of placement points, and they picked up a number of elims. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have more awesome Fortnite action when we get back.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
Welcome back to the DreamHack Open featuring Fortnite. And if you just saw that amazing video, that is what everyone is playing and trying to qualify for. And trust me when I say it, it was pretty cool being there last year, and I'm super excited to see what it turns into this year. You had the awesome opportunity to travel to Riyadh last year. I mean, quick thoughts, Panda.
I mean, look, it's an incredible experience all around, being there in person, experiencing both the gaming experience and the culture. Honestly, it is a sight to see. So if you get the opportunity, make sure to go check it out. Gamers8.gg, an incredible opportunity, not only for these players competing, but for all of you at home to potentially get a ticket and an opportunity to go visit yourselves. But now tuning in here, we got to look at the leaderboard, because remember, this leaderboard is all leading to the finals, which then leads to some of those qualification spots for Gamers 8. And sure enough, at the top, Hellfire and Ref's Guard, 17 eliminations, which tells me, SPG, they've probably played another game.
Yeah, so they probably played a quick second one, maybe got a couple of placement points and another elim or so, and then popped right back out. That's the only reason they would be up there. But again, like we said, you get 5 games that count. It doesn't matter how many games you play in this 3-hour window. We look at some of the other teams on top of the leaderboard, lots of wins up there on that first page. Now we look at, this is some teams that pretty aggressively slayed out in those lobbies, just unable to secure those victory royales there. A lot of teams we saw in those last couple of matches.
Well, it's definitely a solid top 16 here, but we got to dive straight into the game here and keep this going. It's Bowfink versus Gun Debris. This duo we didn't get a chance to see there in the first rounds of games here in heat number 1, but fortunately for us here in lobby 1 of game number 2, we're getting to see them in action. And sure enough, the same lobby as Cammy and Seti.
Already taking shots in with those snipers, but pressure's starting to come through. They're going to choose to bail back into Storm as Trey and Statics are putting those shots in. Eventually going to take down the brick, but to their surprise, there was no one behind it. Taking shots back and forth. They're just volleying. It's like a volleyball, just hitting those shots back and forth. That's not a volley. That's a whole rain down on your parade. And let's see if Cammy and Seti decide to take advantage of that. But no, they're going to continue to make that rotate. Statics and Trey need to do the same.
Honestly, that's the right call. Cammy and Seti both were not necessarily in zone. They're not in an advantageous spot to take the fight. And despite them getting a really significant advantage there in the beginning, taking off a lot of damage there from Trey, it just still wasn't the right call to push, especially when looking at the inventory of Seti. There's no kinetic blade here, which means if Cammy does have one, let's just say, Cammy could push that fight by himself and runs the risk of going down as a solo. So the last thing they want to do is risk that without the mobility to back them. And smart play, as always, for Cammy and Seti. But now we switch over to Army of Peace here, as well as Brian and Nim competing against Fly, his duo. Interestingly enough, another player creeping up behind, and fortunately for them, they are going to be able to get that knock and now full elimination onto this player. And now with Crazy Dum Dum going down, he is going to be able to pick one up with his teammate. So now that is a duo out here of game number 2.
Quickly throwing that keg down, but it doesn't matter how quick they get it down. These players are jumping right in. Army of Peace gonna wait, try and get some shots or use the kinetic blade to get back at these players, but unfortunately nothing gonna come through. Gonna get cleaned up. That's Fly taking that double elim, and that is a solid little cleanup right there. But Panda, now we're gonna be jumping around. Instead of following one single game, you might notice it says lobby 2 in the top right corner. We're gonna be jumping from game to game, making sure we can show you guys at home all the best action and watch all your favorite players.
We hear you, chat. We know you want to see as much of the competition as possible. That's why we're flipping between these lobbies here. For all of you at home to get an opportunity to see your favorite players here on the big screen. But for Gund and Bofink, still in lobby number 1, still doing some big things with 18 players remaining. Could be a solid game for them, but dropping the slurp juice here. Oh, okay. Now I see why. Dropping the slurp juice, going back, picking up a half pot, and then they're going to take the half pot and then continue on with the slurp juice. Makes sense here, but this is a big thing we haven't talked about yet, SBG. The floating POI that appears here in the 4th zone. This thing, while we talked about what it gives you in that mythic pulse rifle, we didn't really get a chance to talk about the POI itself. You want to break it down for us?
So, like you said, POI is going to appear in every 4th zone, and it's somewhat random. It's pretty central to the map, but the exact location is going to vary. So somewhere in the middle of the map, it's going to be in 4th zone, and then why exactly should I care if there's just this random POI? Well, I'll tell you why. If you capture the capture point on the center of the POI, it's going to drop those legendary slurp juices, and also the mythic pulse rifle, which has been so incredible today. We'll see it a lot, and not only that, but you're gonna get an amazing position on top of the lobby. So, well, a little bit of everything when you're jumping on top of that floating POI.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense for sure, but also making sense is Seti and Cammy getting more eliminations here as these games continue on. 7 elims here, SVG. Like, what is going on? There's something in the water in San Diego that has got Cammy and Seti just on another level of aggression.
Hey, they're confident, man. It's these NA players. They don't stand up to someone like Cammy and Seti, or at least that's what they're saying and showing us through these lobbies, just running through everybody. But now let's roll it back. Let's check out the other side of the picture. We're just playing placement over there with Mama Benji Fishy, just hanging out in a bush and waiting for the zones to continue to close.
You know, honestly, it's the right play for some people, right? Especially with the way that Seti and Cammy are playing, and so many other players are just uber aggressive. And for some of those that maybe they're not as strong of fighters and they don't want to take those mid-game fights, the bush play is the way to go. Now, of course, we don't have the Bush Warrior augment of Season 1, but there's still so many other advantages to rocking and hanging out in one of those bushes.
And here we get to see the Citadel for the first time. This is one of the more prominent staple pieces on that north side of the map. And Knifer and Mega, a little duo that we should watch out for here today. One of the more consistent duos reaching grand finals for FNCS, and I would definitely expect them to be able to qualify for the finals here of the DreamHack Open.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a team that we're going to have to watch. Honestly, it's interesting to see Mega continue to find different teammates here on the NA scene. I feel like every time I've tuned in with Mega over the last year, he's played with somebody different, but finding his groove nonetheless here. As also Anon and Jace taking a big fight there. And it looks like with one knock leading to 2, they have now 2 more eliminations on the board. 6 points in total from one quick fight here in the mid-game.
Yeah, getting those elims from down under, and I don't know how bad that sounded when it actually came out, but now that I heard it out of my mouth, let's not do that again. These two showing up pretty big early on and proving themselves to be more than capable in these lobbies.
Yeah, listen, there's no doubt that they are capable. There's no doubt in my mind. This is a team that time and time again shows out in big fashion in their region. So to see them competing against the best of other regions as well is honestly, it's been a long time coming. And I love to see it, but I also love to see Baka and Pars. These two are extremely, in my opinion, underrated, especially going into our first season on the combined NA region. I'm excited to see what they're able to do, not only here in Zero Build today, but in competition across the board throughout all of Season 2.
Yeah, and this is our first major tournament of the season. We had the Duo Cash Cups, the Zero Build Cash Cups, all that good stuff, but this is now the largest tournament we've played since NA has been combined. And say that for what it is, but you know what? If you're an NA West fan, you're an NA East fan, if either one wins, now you can claim your region's better than whatever other region, which is kind of a win-win.
Look, combining the regions, in my opinion, was the just kind of an equal nature to what EU has always been. So good to see it happening. But Pars now still representing in a big way. Baka going to stay up in this one. I thought he went down there for a second, but sure enough, Baka still on his feet.
Little 1 HP in a dream going on right there. Hey, whatever works, man. As long as you're able to get up and stay up, that's all that matters. These two are in a tough spot, though, because if anyone sees them walk into this zone, they don't really have a ton of coverage. But it looks like they're going to be able to walk in with relative ease. And here's a duo that I wasn't sure that they were going to play today, and I'm really happy they did. Sizz, Lucky, and DJ.
You know, interestingly enough, Sizz Lucky has been shown up in spectacular fashion here in Zero Build. But Degen, as a teammate, almost unexpected, but great to see, like you mentioned. So, looking to start off strong here in this lobby. But remember, they're in Lobby 1, so they're going up against some incredible names like Turtle Tavern and Justice, who actually just knocked Pamstu. This is not what they were expecting here, making their way over to San Diego.
And just going to go clean up some of that loot real quick before the zone forces them to start moving in. Justice making sure, okay, we can get your spot. We'll get us into zone, don't worry about it. And making sure, hey, there's no leftover shield bubbles for you. Now they're seeing, all right, where do we want to go? I like right there. What do you think about that spot? No, okay. What about that? No, yeah, I think we should go left. Okay, yeah, perfect. Let's go there.
I like the thought behind where they're going to rotate. Sometimes players, they feel like they have to move quicker than they actually do. So good on them to take a moment, breathe, and understand where they need to position themselves. But one of my favorite duos here, for clear reason, Boston and Panda hanging out.
Are you playing?
You know, listen, don't tell anyone, but I'm also competing as well right here with Boston. We're just that good. 4 eliminations while casting. No, it's not me. I'm just kidding. For everybody at home, I'm just kidding. I promise this isn't me. But honestly, still, Panda showing up in a big way. 3 eliminations on the board there with Boston. But they need to be careful. The vehicle blowing up, causing that fire, environmental damage is huge and can cause a lot of problems there for them because they've positioned their shield bubbles, one of those vital resources, right on top of the fire.
Yeah, the two of them quickly panicked and threw down both of those shield bubbles, which they'll be wanting back here shortly. But the first team to make this rotate in the zone and surprisingly not trying to shoot that llama. I would expect some good stuff to come out of llamas. You might as well try and take a shot out of it. Now we see the other side of the zone. This is Jason and Anon just bullying people on the outside of zone. Get out me lobby. This is mine. And they're going to call it 7 here today.
Look, this is incredible. This is now the second game where they've been doing some big things here in the lobby. So representing in a big, big way. And you love to see it. You love to see it. But looks like there's only a few more players remaining here in this lobby as it's dwindling down quite quickly. But for Anon, it doesn't matter. They said, you know what? We put a few on the board. Let's put a few more here as this lobby continues on. But Kirby playing here with Nerve QT. This is an interesting position to be in. You see him trapped between 2 different teams. Honestly, struggling to figure out which direction they should go. And fortunately, the best way to go is up there because that kinetic blade is going to allow you to be able to rotate like that. But they need to stop, need to take a moment, recharge the old overshield and recharge some of their additional shield and then wait to take this fight. But no, they said, you know what, Panda? I don't want to wait. I want to just get involved.
This is perfect. This is exactly what they're looking for. Third party of the fight, be the last one walking over, but no. Kirby goes down. Now it's up to Hector to hit the shot. He does. That's a nice clean elim, but Justice is coming in trying to clean up, and down they go. So a third party of a third party of a third party. and it looks like Turtle Tavern and Justice are going to walk away the victors, but no, another team is coming in to clean this one up, and Justice just has to say, dude, I'm sorry, we're playing another game, I'm gonna play this one out.
I mean, at some point you have to make a choice, and for Justice, the right choice was to leave his teammate in Turtle Tavern there. But especially, like, now that we know, he doesn't know this, but we know that that was Jason and Anon, who have been on another level of aggression here in the first 2 games of the day. So for them, good play for Justice to get out of there. But it looks like Cammy and Seti may still be in this one. You see them rotating around, but no, Justice not going to be in this one as Cammy finds the shots to take him out.
We have pretty much all duos up. There's one solo remaining, and everyone else is now looking to fight and jockey for their position. Jason and Anon seem to be in one of the best spots right here, especially having that shield bubble in their back pocket. Seti and Cammy have a long way to go, and now they're going to have to be forced to make a play, and they are starting to push towards those rocks, looking towards those other players. Jason and Anon just not giving them a second to breathe, keeping that pressure on.
Pressure is key here in these situations. You cannot afford to let them take a shot back at you. If you let them have enough comfort where they can return fire, then you might be paying the price, especially against a team like Seti and Cammy, who just don't miss.
It's like one of those Wild West showdowns where you're just staring at one another, waiting for the other one to draw. And we see Jace go up and quickly decide, no, back down. That's where we want to be. These guys hanging out, and Panda, unfortunately, you do go down there, so you're going to have to play another one out. Look, Wax is actually just in the tree behind them. That's a great play right there, and we see the plays coming out. Seti, Cammy picking up 2, but Wax from the tree, the sniper behind the leaves is now going to jump on this, and now multiple solos fighting up top, and Anon and Jace trying to clean this one up.
Not surprising here. Cammy going to disengage, just trying to stay alive as long as he can, but no, unfortunately going to go down in second place as Anon and Jace walk away with 9 eliminations in the Victory Royale.
That's a big one to get started with, able to pick up those 9 elims and put themselves on the leaderboard with that Victory Royale. That's exactly what you're looking for, and hey, that's 1 out of 2. Like I said, it's probably going to take at least 2 Victory Royales, if not just slaying out the entire time. So we'll see. I mean, how do they fare in the rest of the games? They had a decent first game, and then obviously we've seen Cammy and Seti in multiple games now. Well, what are you seeing out of these duos that's kind of standing out to you, Panda?
You know, there's so much to digest with what we've seen. A lot of consistency across the board here for these teams in both the lobbies that we got to watch. And honestly, again, we saw Seti and Cammy make their way to the end game. We saw Jason and Anon not only win that game, but win it in spectacular fashion. And so, remember, top 12 go on to the finals directly here from this heat, and that's what they're looking to do. That's all that matters here on the board. They want to go directly to the finals, and Clarity G and Casker are one of the teams looking to do it.
And we're just rolling right back into it. The action never stops here at DreamHack, and unfortunately for this player, the shots don't stop there either as they continue to roll through. Casker and Clarity G, one of the more underrated, I feel like that term is overused, but one of the more underrated duos that we've seen thus far this year. Jeez, I struggle with that one. But they've been so consistent playing in the Cash Cups and just constantly playing so well. As now we're seeing one of our new EU duos that we haven't gotten to peek in with. What are your thoughts here on Malibuca and Pink?
Okay, look, obviously we're used to Malibuca and Merstash, Malibuca and Thomas HD, so to see the dynamic of Malibuca and Pink is kind of exciting. To be honest, Pink, obviously one of the top players, while his fashion isn't necessarily up to the par of that of Queasy, he's still an incredible player paired with another incredible player. Remember, Malibuca did spectacularly in the last Gamers 8, winning one of the events. So you have to give the flowers where it's due. This duo is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Are you hating on his style?
Listen, if you looked on socials between Pink and Queasy, Queasy is the clear winner. I'm just going to be honest.
All right, I can respect that. May not agree, but I can respect it.
Oh, look, I'll break it all down if you want. I'm telling you, look, Pink, good dude. He's got some style. But Queasy walking around with the Jays, he wins for sure.
Yeah, but Queasy doesn't have hair dyed the color of his name. Like, how much more stylish can you get? Your
I'm
name
pretty
is
sure
Pink. You have
Pink
pink
doesn't
hair.
either. He changed it.
Yeah, but he did.
But he does it now. But anyway,
Let's roll back into the game.
we got Moo and Tax here, 2 pros from the Zero Build scene. Remember, these are players that specifically play Zero Build over anything else, and that's why it's unsurprising to see them here in the final moments. Tax, though, typically also plays with Fluger, so to see him decide to play with Moo is an interesting choice, and we'll see if this pans out for him as he's now here in the final moments. Top 5 situation here is Tax using the grenade launcher to get some big things in. Queasy, one shot in a dream, and Queasy's now down as Tax and Moo look to clean it up, and sure enough, they do. Tax and Moo cleaning up Queasy and Vino here in the top 5 situation.
What a move! Just start throwing those eggs down and exploding them. I would not be expecting that, so I would guess that Queasy and Vino were not expecting that either. But it's not over yet. We got a fight going on the other side of the zone. Fluger and Opt taking on Malibuca and Pink, a battle of the regions. Malibuca trying to hit the shots, playing the shield bubble. Neither player connecting just yet. Pink taking a little bit of damage there, but the heals come right back through, and Pilkey's getting involved as well. He gets jumped on, but actually no, that's Pilkey going down, and Fluger and Ops are going to be on top of this fight, with Pink going down in that fight to Pilkey. Now it's all up to Malibuca.
And it's going to take a lot for Malibuca to hold on here. He is a spectacular player, but as a solo in Zero Build, it's almost impossible to walk away with a win. But for Fluger, you see him holding a really nice spot here, using the rock to find cover here against Tax and Moo. But of course, Tax using some tactical advantages there with the grenade launcher, trying to get some damage there onto the other team. But now Malibuca gets back over, and unfortunately is going to go down. Now it is all up to this, a 2v2, as Fluger and Opt walk away winning this game.
What a shot there by Fluger, too. The back-to-back with the heavy shotgun, that's no small feat. At least I can't hit 2 shots with a heavy shotgun.
Yeah, honestly, it's a huge way to clean it up, especially because, remember, Fluger likes to play with Tax. So to see them go head-to-head 2v2 situation and then see Fluger come out on top maybe makes Tax wonder, did I pick the right teammate for this event?
And hey, if you said they're friends, they're probably playing right next to one another. So you're probably like, hey, bro, what happened there?
The beauty of LAN, being able to nudge the other players. It's like, hey, listen, I won. Or famously, like Kanata did, yell across the room to Janice. So look, so much is still going on here as we got so many games here left to kick off. I'm just pumped. This has been absolutely great to start.
It has been phenomenal, but hey, let us figure out what's going on the leaderboards. We'll go ahead, make sure we got the best players up top, and I'm going to decide that that's going to be Queasy and Vino, but after I put them at the top of the leaderboards, we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the DreamHack Open featuring Fortnite. We're playing Heat number 1 here. SPG joined alongside Panda, and after about the first third of this tournament, what are we thinking? How the vibes going, and what are the games looking like for someone that might just be tuning in now?
Honestly, if you missed the first 2 games, you missed a lot of action. We saw 18 elimination wins. We saw, obviously, teammates going head to head against each other in 2 different teams. So we saw a lot of good stuff here to start the day, but it's not over yet. We still got a few more hours to go of incredible competition here in Heat number 1.
Oh yeah, we do. This one rolls until about 9 Eastern or 6 p.m. local time if you're out in San Diego on the West Coast. Lots of games still to be played. You guys wondering what the format is? I'll repeat it again. 5 games, your top 5 games played throughout that 3-hour window. That is going to be your score. So you don't really get punished by trying to make plays early on in the game. Now, if you spend too much time in a game, you're only able to play a few out. You don't really get 5 full games completed that you wanted to have. That's going to be a tough one. So, Panda, you got any strategies you think that these players may be trying to deploy?
Interesting. So, to be honest, I think a lot of players, like we've seen, are just fully taking advantage of the eliminations, right? They're saying, you know what? People are going to have high nerves here going into Heat number 1 of a LAN, especially players that aren't necessarily as familiar. So take advantage of it. That's why you see here, you're looking at the top 8 right now. Hellfire, Refsguard, they have LAN experience. Vert, Quinn, LAN experience. Queasy, Vino, the biggest LAN experience, right? So these players that have the experience here in these high pressure moments in person, not competing at their setups, but competing here in San Diego, that's the ones that are coming out on top.
Yeah, and I was told I have 0 control of the leaderboard, so I couldn't put Queasy and Vino up there. But hey, they'll do it themselves. I'm not worried. Now we're checking out this second page. That top 12 is what we're looking for. Those 12 spots is what everyone's trying to get, and we're really close. I mean, just between those 7 spots we can see right now, it's a matter of 6 points, and that can quickly change. You know, just one solid match is going to put you up there on the leaderboard. So you have to remain consistent. And let's jump back into another lobby here as we have some action going on with Mega, Knifer, Vortexers, and Axe Force.
Interesting here. Mega and Knifer, again, finding their team chemistry. Not necessarily playing as much together here as they go into the fight. Axe Force going to go down here. It's going to be Mega and Knifer with the advantage, and it doesn't matter because Casker in the distance picks up Vortexers.
It was a mega nice shot, but he's going to have to put the wheels on to try and get out of here. Up in the tower above, they're getting rained down shots, and they're in storm, so you can only stay here for so long. We can see the inventory. It's lacking those essential heals that he needs to be able to hang out, but you know, luckily, there's some shield that'll get you a little bit stronger, and then hope by that time the team holding you has walked on out. But Knifer's like, dude, I got you. I'm an excellent fisherman. We'll grab some jellyfish.
I mean, look, the Jelly Angler Augment is probably the best in a situation like this. You find yourself in storm, took a ton of damage from a fight, and now you're just kind of playing on the back foot and needing heals. And fortunately for them, that fishing rod appears as the augment becomes active, and they can just get as many jellyfish as they want. So once they're healed up and ready to go, that's when you see them make that rotate. But for Sizz Lucky, unfortunately, not going to be a similar story as Degen is out here, and he's left as a solo.
Yeah, Degen wasn't as Sizz Lucky as he was. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my God. Yeah, with you today.
we need a counter. How many of these bad jokes I can make? No, just kidding. I'll stop. No, I won't. Bowfig, Gunner, all the way here on the Shattered Slabs. Able to grab those mythic Havoc shotguns, and that's really what you're looking for if you're playing Shattered Slabs. Ain't much else that's worth playing as far as 0 build goes, because you could easily get caught out here.
No, you definitely can. I think for players who are competing here today, there's a few things you need to think about. Number 1, how to position yourself in the best place to get the most information at all times. Number 2, how to protect yourself in those positions with existing structures, rocks, etc. And then number 3, hit your shots, kid, because guess what? If you can hit those shots, there's minimal way for other players to protect themselves, especially on rotation like they're doing here for Echo and Tomu.
And pretty much just move building to building is one of the safest ways to play. Either that or move bush by bush. And we see they're just going to pop up in a roof here and play bait. Those are those jump scare moments that sometimes make me rethink about if I am capable of playing Fortnite at the moment. Just because, you know, you're playing a cash cup, you're playing in a tournament like this, and you walk into a house, you're thinking you're all good, and then out of nowhere, two dudes jump out of the roof, pump you in the face. You're like, got me, bro. All right, I'll play next.
I mean, definitely, it puts almost a different light here as to the competition level that you're competing against. But unfortunately for Sizlucky, we got to talk about it. He was left as a solo player, and now going to be out here in this lobby. But remember, these are rolling lobbies here, folks, so continually players are going to be getting into game after game, and the top 5 of all their games will be the ones that count to the points towards the leaderboard.
That is correct, and we see these lobbies pretty steady. The fights that are happening across the board is, you know, there's a couple of players that are really slowing it down, and then you got the players at the top just going for it. You know, like our Hellfire just popping off for 13 elims, trying to run through everybody. And then, you know, we got Ale, we got P-God right here, slowing it down a little bit more, just hanging out, looking to play for some of those placement points. And honestly, I think both of the strategies can work really well.
It definitely can. I mean, honestly, what we've seen so far is not necessarily your traditional how to play zero builds, to be fair. We've seen some of those elements in hand, but when you got players like Vert and Quinn who are at the top 10 of the leaderboard as of now, they're just playing to what works for them, getting the shots where they can, getting the eliminations where they can, and putting as many placement points on the board, because at the end of the day, that's what matters. How many points you can put on the board, how you do it though, is going to be interesting, because these players are definitely finding some new and exciting ways to do just that.
This is really the first time we're tuning into the new POI Mega City over here, and it is beautiful. It's like Tilted Towers on steroids. Just massive and such a cool POI with the rails to go around. You also have the vault in case you want some nice loot. And we see it's a really strong position as Vert over there is just holding this team down. Swift and Faffy, they have to move in a little bit eventually, but they're going to have to go through that duo staring right in their eyes.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough situation here for them to overcome. Swift, Flaffy, though they need to rotate. I don't know that they have to rotate immediately. Fortunately for them, they're in a position where they're kind of in zone, but not necessarily fully in zone, so they'll need to figure something out. But for Mama, Benji, Fishy, and Togo, they're just slickly going to be able to get away from another team here that they probably didn't know was chilling in this building.
Yeah, deep in Storm there. I would not expect them to be there either. So nice little play to move on out. As we see, they're just going to make the rotation using those holiday eggs to make sure you're getting that little extra HP. And now we're tuning in with Turtle and Justice as they have found themselves in a great position. But that team down below them might quickly find one player down, but they're going to make a double play. Look at those coordinated shots coming through, and volume number 9 coming up, taking the high ground, but Justice is going to hit some shots through, and the trades come through. Tavern gets a big shot. That's going to get the Elim, but he goes down. Now it's up to Justice, but no, he cannot make it. And that's going to be EXE and volume number 9, taking those Elims and bringing them back.
I mean, look, Justice is an FNCS champion, so to see him go down in a situation like this is unexpected to say the least. But again, remember, Zero Build is very different to the standard BR, so curious to see how this is going to continue to play out. But Ale King and P-God looking to get involved now. Fortunately, though, that fight is going to continue as another fight potentially presenting itself. Paper Jamper looking to connect shots anywhere they can here, as there are so many players lingering there in the distance.
And this is a great duo. We got to follow their story for a little bit. They were putting together that content last FNCS towards the beginning of qualifiers, and then decided to reel it back. They didn't perform as well, so focus more on the game rather than content. But nonetheless, you got to respect Jamper and Paper taking the time, meeting up together, living in the same house, and putting together some amazing content. Highly recommend you guys go check it out if you have not seen it. But always got to root for them now, right? They've made fans because of that style of content, and you love to see it, Panda.
You know, that's one thing that I think the whole scene could value from, is learning how to get these in-person moments captured and put to your own socials. Look, building an audience and building a story around you guys as players is the biggest way to grow. Even more than where you place yourself on the leaderboard is how you tell your story. Because sometimes people see names on the leaderboard and it's just that to them, names on a leaderboard. But for players like Paper and Jamper, we got to see another side to them, which makes it just that much more exciting to watch as these games unfold. Another example of that is Quinn. Quinn is an incredible creator, being able to do big things across the board. He's been a part of media days. He's put himself out there on YouTube, everywhere you can imagine. And so for us, even if Quinn doesn't win, it's exciting to watch where he ends the day off because of the story that he's already built around himself.
Yeah, and there'll be more players that continue to do it. Some players have done it in the past, kind of laid down that road for everyone else to follow. And now it's up to you to take advantage of. And these opportunities like these DreamHack tournaments, you can't get any better. Getting together, I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of where you place, there's still so many opportunities to make friends, to meet new people, just enjoy playing video games with other people of like minds. And, you know, there's a chance to win a lot of money at the end of this as well.
I mean, look, no one does it like DreamHack, to be honest. And no one doing it like Knifer here, picking up a couple of eliminations. It's actually Krizix, another West Pro, gonna end up going down there to the hands of Knifer as Mega unfortunately gets knocked. But fortunately for them, they're gonna be able to get back into this game. I mean, look, like we were talking about before, competitions like this breed new heroes, new storylines, and new opportunities that otherwise these players might not have. So for DreamHack to put on a $250,000 qualifier event to get to an even bigger event in Gamers 8, it's just spectacular to be a part of.
It's huge. And, like, it's just so weird to call a $250,000 event a qualifier, right? Like, that's just, it's so strange to say. It is, right? Top 10 from this event are going to qualify towards Gamers 8, but, I mean, in itself, this is huge. We see Quinn and Vert slowing it down. They're realizing, okay, hey, Storm really doesn't hurt that much at this stage in the game. Let's force these teams away from us, and then we can make our play. And here is you and Boston making a rotate right below Quinn.
Look, I have to reiterate, I'm not playing the game right now, I promise. I don't know Boston and Panda, but it is a spectacular name, just like a spectacular finish. And of course, it is on to Panda as Vert picks up some huge shots there, but needs to be careful, taking a ton of damage, and now needs to play the outside of the bubble. But who will play it better? And sure enough, Vert going to be able to play it better with Quinn as they pick up both Panda and Boston.
What a great little dive there, in and out of the shield bubble. You love to see that. That's a player that clearly knows how these shield bubbles play out and has played this before. A little experience on the back there. Vert making sure he's staying up. Now we tune into a team that has slowed it down, but it looks like Quinn isn't going to be able to make this rotate. So as much as Vert was able to do in this game, it doesn't matter because now he's trying to run, just stay alive.
Staying alive is the name of the game here. It's crazy how quickly things can change here in Zero Build. You know, in one moment, you're winning, you're doing everything right. You just walk away with 6 elimination points, and then the next moment, your teammate is down, you're in the storm, you're taking a ton of damage, and you don't know if you're going to be able to make it out across this team.
Yeah, I thought maybe there's a chance he was going back for the reboot card, but no. He was trying just to go get some heals, get something else in his inventory, and now he needs to get that med kit off before Echo and Tamu jump on him and try and make a play. Echo's closing the gap real quick. Tamu's coming in from above. The shots come through, and down goes Vert. Nice little cleanup there by Echo and Tamu.
Yeah, definitely not the finish here for Vert and Quinn. Remember, they were top 10 in the leaderboard going into these games, and so to see them go down so early, can definitely put a damper on their competition. So we'll continue to monitor that as the leaderboards continue to shift. Because right now, as of right now, this second, Burger Quinn, 3rd place, Queasy Vino, 2nd place, and Hellfire Refsguard, 1st place. But remember, with rolling lobbies, that can change drastically in a second. So we'll continue to monitor those leaderboards and see how these players continue to play it out here as these games continue on.
And we're just tuning in over outside the Slap Factory. We got a little bit of a stalemate. Players sitting in a bush, players sitting in a building. Everyone trying to decide, okay, how exactly are we going to make this rotate through? Mega and Knife are going to choose to tank a little bit of Storm and make a late rotate. I like to play. Understanding how to use your rotation, how to use the actual heals that you have, and put yourself in hopefully the best position possible.
Yeah, positioning is everything in zero build. We've talked about it. And that's why this is a little, let's just say risky. Because you see how many teams are just stacked up on the edge here. Lots of bubble shields already coming out as JG and Oppose just trying to connect with these other teams. But the Kinetic Blade, of course, going to play a vital role in how these players are rotating around, as unfortunately Oppose and JG9 are not going to be able to connect the shots that they were looking for. But it's Bofinky and Gundy right there on the opposite side. Could be the fight that Oppose ends up taking.
And we're just seeing fights take place all over the place. Froze gets absolutely frozen. Echo jumps right in his face, cleans that one up, and now this team's starting to feel themselves starting to roll through these lobbies as Mega and Knifer get some pressure back in their face. They're going to be forced to move in about 30 seconds, and the choice is, do I go play that rock right in front of me, or do we try and take that high ground because everyone is staring right at them at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, look, the sights are on these players, these 2v2 right here on the edge. The bubble shield, the only thing protecting Mega and Knifer in the moment. But with the time dwindling down, they need to do something quickly. And sure enough, it's going to be the Kinetic Blade straight into the bush here. On to Tomu, and his teammate Tomu goes down. Mega left as a solo. Will he be able to clutch it up there? And he does, keeping him and his teammate still in this one as he gets to pick up on the Knifer.
Put the team on your back, though. Mega clutching that one up and using all 6 shots in his shotgun there. One more was not going to work. On the other side of the zone, we see JG9 doing exactly the same thing, getting his teammate up, and he's going to have to throw down some splashes real quick and deciding, okay, nope, sorry, Oppose, not going to happen, bro. He might try and carry him into the zone. That could be the play here. But it looks like Knifer and Mega are also forcing the issue. These guys now getting aggressive in this lobby.
Yeah, and this is what you have to do here in a situation. When you get a knock, continue to capitalize. That's what you have to do in a moment like that. And sure enough, they do, as Mega now going to be able to get some of these jellyfish here and just opts to pop it. Curiously enough, I'm assuming the decision is made so that that resource isn't available for anybody else, but you never know what's going through the mind of these players, as now Steady and Cammy are looking to get involved. Knife are going to go down. Mega just up barely here, as Steady and Cammy also taking a ton of damage. But in a 2v1 situation, Mega needs to do something and do something quick as he gets away, but gets away only for a moment as he's not too far here. Steady and Cammy still looking to finish this one up. They know he's a solo player, and they're going to take any advantage they can get in a fight like this.
Mega's going to be able to survive just a little bit longer, then going to be forced to jump on this building and play whatever's left. But you have Seti and Cammy just absolutely raining fire into this building, and that's a huge elim there. Look at all those extra chug splashes, able to get these guys as healthy as possible. And I think it's just Seti and Cammy and then a bunch of solos in this lobby. They now control their own path to victory.
I'm curious how this is going to play out. Mega holding on, but with those shots just raining in from the pulse rifle, it's going to be tough. But they realize Paper is inside the tree, so they're going to take the tree out and now connect. Huge shots. Paper just eliminated in a split second here. That is the power of the pulse rifle in Cammy and Steady's hands.
Oh, Mega's able to get one more, so at least picking up 3 more points. But now it's Cammy and Seti jumping on his head. Doesn't matter how many points you can pick up when a team's jumping right on top of you, and it looks like Cammy and Seti will clean this up. Mega's going to survive just for 1 more second, but ticked away to the storm, and Now it is all but Ogre. Kanalu trying to survive as long as he can. Can he make magic happen? No, he cannot. Cammy and Seti, take the game.
I mean, what do you expect, to be honest? Cammy and Seti, two incredibly talented players, FNCS Invitational champions, holding the strongest weapon, in my opinion, in all of Zero Build right now, the Mythic Pulse Rifle. Like, when you put 2 and 2 together, it's going to be tough to slow them down. So a huge win there for Seti and Cammy, and exactly the win they needed to kind of start to solidify their spot there in the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and we've seen them consistently making those final zones, but not able to achieve that victory royale like we know they're capable of doing. So it's awesome to see them secure that right there, but let's keep it rolling. We got plenty of action going on. I know everybody at home, you're trying to watch as much Fortnite as possible. So here are some of the top players in the region. That is North America. Easiness and Pilkey. So consistent in Zero Builds throughout the whole pretty much year and months since it's been released.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's cool to see super notable names in competitive scene going head-to-head against Zero Build, the die-hard players. So, to see them going at it is kind of exciting. But for players like Pars, Baka, they're just trying to play their game. With 5 eliminations on the board for Baka, it just continues to solidify how good he is of a fighter. But I want to give you a quick update for the people at home. Following that last game that we watched, Seti and Cammy were able to climb into the second place spot on the leaderboard, just behind Refsguard and Hellfire. But right on the heels of Cammy and Seti, of course, is Queasy and Vino. So remember, those leaderboards can change rapidly, but that's just a quick top 3 update.
And this is actually our 12th spot team. Baka and Pars sitting pretty in 12th at about 201 points. So in case you guys are wondering where Qual is going to be, we're about halfway through. Top players have about 200 points, but you have to remember, it's not just going to continue to climb. It's going to slowly raise once we hit about the 215 mark, because everyone is going to have played 5 games, and now it's just maximizing what you can get out of those 5 games.
Elite Bolt, the last champion of DreamHack over in DreamHack Atlanta, unfortunately going to go down there. Him and his teammate in the bush, Chimp. Definitely not how they were expecting that fight to go. But, you know, that's the name of the game. You never can expect what's going to happen. And with rolling lobbies, don't worry. You'll get some more opportunities to put some major points on the board. But we got to talk about it. I'm looking at this leaderboard, and in the top 5 are D-Roller and Inpen. But the reason they're in the top 5 is they've played 7 games so far in comparison to others playing 3 games and 4 games. So I'm curious how that's going to continue to affect them. While they are, again, in the top 10 as right now, will that stay the same if they don't get some big games here in the last half?
Yeah, well, they're landing Brutal Bastion, so you know they're going to be fighting for that. It's one of the spots with a vault, so they're not afraid to fight it. Obviously, they understand they can play as many games as possible, and just getting those really 3-4 solid matches, maybe even 5 consistent ones if you can manage it. That's what's going to put you on to the next round. And hey, they might just be trying to push people out of Bastion. If you don't qualify, there's going to be another heat today and then 2 more heats tomorrow to qualify for the finals on Sunday. So maybe they're just trying to like set up themselves for finals.
It could be the setup for finals, but only the story will be told as the day ends and the weekend ends and we get to finals. But for Source and Notch here, going head-to-head against Baka and Pars, Baka going to be able to clean them up quite quickly. Look, that was a bit of an NA West on NA West action, unanticipated, but still ended as honestly as I would probably see, because Baka and Pars are just, and not to say this in a punny way, on one, because Baka's old teammate was on one. But honestly, these two are definitely going to be a top team to watch, not only today through heat number 1, but clearly into the finals, because they have what it takes to make their way there.
Yeah, and it's looking all like this is going to be their game. They're going to jump on threats here to try and clean that one up. Baka's going to be able to get that. Now it's Moo just sitting right behind that tree, and there's nowhere to hide. A little 13 elim victory royale for Baka and Pars. It's a solid match for them, and hey, that'll put them right there in that top 12 that they're looking for.
I mean, to be honest, I saw this going their favor. As soon as I saw who was left in the game, you had Easiness left as a solo. Unfortunately, Pilkey going down a little bit earlier, and it all came down to them. And sure enough, they walked away with that victory royale and several eliminations. So really solid. Going into this, they were 10 or in the top 10, but clearly going to make their way up even further on the leaderboard, helping to solidify their spot onto the finals. Because remember, top 12 from heat number 1 go on to the finals. So I'm curious to see who's going to continue to take one of those spots, SPG.
I definitely am too. Pars and Baka definitely been some of those rising stars that we've seen over the past, let's call it year or so, and now coming together in NA. Looking forward to seeing how they play.
I am too, but we got to jump into a quick break, so make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
In the heart of an ancient desert, the land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8. The land of heroes.
And we're back. with some more Fortnite zero build action from DreamHack in San Diego. And Panda, I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff. And for our chat, it seems like we got a lot of Loki fans. I checked 72nd place for Loki right now. Loki and Ethan, we're watching. Don't worry. Got you guys.
We also got some Fluger fans in the chat, so we'll make sure to be tuning in with Fluger. In a little bit better spot the last time we tuned in with him. Unfortunately, Kinetic Blade into the sky and Threats getting that elimination onto him. But we got to talk about the leaderboard and where it stands as of now. Again, this is continuing to evolve nonstop. But Ref's Guard and Hellfire there right up at the top with 282 points.
They have by far the most eliminations. Not like by 10. They're doing something. I don't know what it is, but 39 eliminations compared to 29 for Cammy and Seti. I mean, likely that gap will close as things continue to move, but what did they eat this morning? Because I want some of that.
Hey, look, they're doing big things here, but so are the top 16. Remember, top 12 qualify onto the finals, but with Epic Whale and Reet right on the edge, right there at 13th, you know they're hunting for it.
We're just checking it out. Looks like pretty much everybody on the top of this leaderboard racking up those victory royales. A lot of teams able to get there within our top 15, and then we see the rest of them pretty consistent. Couple of victory royales in there, and now we get to tune in with none other than Malibuka. Oh no, just kidding. Fanajin and Mappy getting that elim, picking it up quickly and making sure this is their Brutal Bastion.
Yeah, and look, it looks like they picked up Mellow Dubs. If you don't know the name, we do. That's all that matters. We love Mellow Dubs, but unfortunately going to go down to Fanaj and Mappy in a situation like that. But Brutal Bastion, obviously one of the most contested spots on the map, and for good reason. The mythic Havoc shotgun in the hands of anybody that can get into your face and connect one of those big shots is going to be able to do big things. So for them now, it's just a matter of finding a nice little position here on the edge of zone and find some of these teams, because you know there are players lingering close by.
And we see they're just scouting, trying to find out exactly where everybody's at. But now we got to tune into the Dignitas crew, or what may or may not actually be a Dignitas crew. Is Edgy actually on Dignitas?
I don't think so. But we know that they're in the top 40. That is something I could tell you for sure. But I cannot tell you for sure, because even Dignitas plays into the joke now. Like on April Fool's, they posted like, welcome Edgy. And it's like, okay, guys. Okay, we need to know the truth. But I don't think the truth is that Edgy's on Dignitas. But you know what, Dignitas, you might as well make the sign, because him and Duke playing together is honestly a pretty exciting team to watch.
I kind of like that joke. You know, that's just like really funny. Besides if you're Edgy, right? Because if someone is trying to sign you and they don't know whether or not you're actually signed, then you're the one losing out. But it's kind of like a hilarious thing that works pretty much only against Edgy, and you know, whatever. Hopefully they keep it running.
Epic Whale, baby, hold it down, but no, ends up going down. Unfortunate there. Trashy gonna be able to pick it up, as Reet unfortunately got a little too aggressive in the beginning of that fight, causing them to go down. But Epic Whale doing a good job of just staying in it for as long as he could.
Yeah, he's getting yabba dabba domed though at the end by Trashy right there. My man clutching that one up. Now we see these two. I mean, Trashy and Pump, also some like rising stars last season, pretty much always at the top of the leaderboards on NA East, pretty regularly showing that they're one of the top duos in the region, and now trying to show up here in the zero builds, prove themselves, as we got DHNK making the rotate in and hopefully not getting beamed up by any of those players nearby.
Yeah, they need to be careful. Again, there's some advantages to obviously rotating late, but one of the biggest disadvantages, especially in zero build, is that you find yourself without positive positioning. And when zero builds is all about how you position yourself and how you keep yourself safe with the existing structures, it's really important not to find yourself in the edge zone. So for them, they need to be careful, but they're finding some shots successfully onto some teams there into the distance. So while it's not necessarily a Storm Surge focus, it is definitely still a focus for these players to try and get what they can. But now a fight taking place on the bridge here. Fox, an elevated just trying to connect as many shots as they can, but the zone continues to pull forward. They need to get in the car. They just need to get as far into zone as possible and start getting ready for the end game.
Quickly deciding that's not worth it. That guy's going to be behind us either way, so just let him rotate into us. We'll pick him up when he comes back over here. They may be able to pick up this llama now because of it. That'll drop them some much needed heals, and although it doesn't look like they need the ammo, it sure can't hurt.
Yeah, I mean, the value from a llama is immense. Obviously, we knew the OG days, 500 material of each type when it would drop, but for a zero build team, it's all about the ammo, because that is so important. You got to make sure to connect those shots, to have the shots to connect. So Malibuca now getting into the fight here. Big shots come through, and it's enough for them to pick up Elevated and his teammate.
Quickly rolling through that. They were so far away and then just saw that they got some damage done, and now Malibuca Pink roll right through, pick up those elims, and say, hey, we'll take the car too. I really do appreciate that, guys.
I mean, look, if it's there to take, why not take it? And that's what Pink and Malibuca are going to do. Not only are they taking the car, but they're taking those eliminations for themselves as they continue to put more and more points on the board. Pink, though, interestingly enough, they're doing a good job of staying close together. Malibuca is the master of positioning, in my opinion. Probably the strongest when it comes to placing him and his duo where they need to be at all times. We continue to see, no matter the competition type, he finds a way to get in really nice positioning from the start. So this duo, positioning will not be a problem. It'll be more about how they take the fights and connecting the shots when they do.
Yeah, I have to agree there. Malibuca seems to be one of those players back in the day when Arkram somehow had like foresight into where zone was going. He had forecast before forecast was a thing. Just somehow always knew where zone was, and now it seems like Malibuca is one of those guys that can constantly put himself in the right spot, like you just said. So Tarif is Justin here. Some other players pretty consistently playing the zero build game modes and working on their plays, but there's a player right near them and they need to be careful. But right now, this is pump and trashy time. These guys showing themselves in a wonderful position. I think this is like the first time that I've seen a player solely just hold the SMG, because it seems like everyone else is holding a red dot.
I mean, if you're pump, all you need is the SMG, man. That man don't miss. So as far as opportunities go, he can create them for himself. But Conlu and Nano playing on the edge here, playing the shield. And sure enough, going up against his team, but Conlu gonna go down here, and that is Fanajan actually going to pick them up, and it is Fanajan and Mappy going to walk away the victors of that battle.
These guys been running through this lobby right now, but looks like Iroh's someone running away too. He's getting tagged up, and he's going to go down. It's going to be Edgy and Duke just firing those shots on through and making sure no one's using that truck. We do see Duke jumping right on this fight here. That player goes down quickly, and that's a couple more elims for the squad. Now they're tuning over, checking on what's going on with Mappy and Fanaj in there, because this could be their biggest competition in the lobby.
And it's funny, that if you saw the team that Duke and Edgy were able to take out, it's actually Rotten Twinkies and his teammate Jack is Godly, which are zero build veterans. These are guys that show up to these competitions and place top 5 consistently. So to see them get taken out here is definitely not what they were anticipating here in this event. So for Duke and Edgy, it's got to build a little bit more confidence, especially knowing it's like, hey, listen, this isn't our main game mode, but we're still taking out the people that are playing this time and time again all day long, and that's their sole focus.
And Edgy trying to dip in the storm to make a rotate here. Don't think he realized there was a team behind him. Starts farming, then realizes after a couple of smacks, oh, I'm not getting any mats from that. Now, looking to make the rotation here. That team behind them does need to make it in from storm, but nonetheless, these two should be in a good spot. And now we're tuning in with Volks, who is arguably the greatest OCE player of all time, sneaking in onto Worldka. And let's see who engages the fight. Gets a big shot through. That's Volks with the big shotgun shot. One knot comes down, going to clean it up, and Vortex gets the other one.
The man don't miss. You saw the way that he played that to perfection. He takes a shot, ducks out of into cover, and then looks for the shot up. His teammate then gets the knock, and he goes straight in. So, honestly, great play there from Volks and Vortex. Clinical, some would say. Honestly, if you need to learn how to play this game, these are two players to watch.
Without a doubt. And Volks is just absolutely dominant. Like, in all facets of the game. Love that. Love watching that dude play because he's just incredible at the video game. And for the most part, pretty calm, cool, collected when he plays. But nonetheless, we'll see if he's able to make it in the top 12, qualify for this heat. I'm going to take a quick peek, see where Volks and Co are heading into this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see where, but Super Moose and Presence literally driving right by another team hanging out in the vehicles. That's another advantage to have with the vehicles, is if you aren't moving, there's no real tell that you're in there.
It is tough to figure it out sometimes. You just jump in the passenger seat, but now we're going to see a tough fight go on. There's the rift coming through, and that's from the island we talked about. Haven't really seen anyone using that, but Mappy chasing Uppos right. And Uppos somehow gets away from this. He's probably wondering, where'd this guy go? He was right in front of me. This should have been easy, but not right now. Uppos and JG9 are going to live to fight another day.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you lose sight of a player like that, they're going to be able to slip away, especially with the difference in elevation there. Because all it takes is one kinetic blade down, go under the island, and you've lost them. So they have to still be careful, though, JG9 and Uppos, because with a team like Mappy and Fanajan just above, they're not just going to let you slip away unscathed easily. So you better be playing your positions correct and watching your head, because it'll only take a few moments and a few bits of focus, and Fanajan and Mappy will take you back to the lobby.
And just coming back real quick to where Volks and Vortex are in the leaderboard. Not in our top 12. Not super far out, but they still definitely have some work to do. Fanajan and Mappy, though, they're looking to put in that work this game. They're not letting anybody hang out for too long because Uppos and JG9 are trying to rotate out. And Mappy's saying, no way, dude. You got to run through me if you're going to do that. Now quickly jumping down. Interesting choice. I would have chosen to stay up, but hey, Fanajan's like, dude, I got you. We'll take this one down. I'll take out Uppos. You just hang out, get yourself healthy.
If you ever wanted to know what the Mythic Havoc Shotgun can do, just clip this moment right here. Because Fanajan showed you exactly how it's done with a 216 damage shot to the dome.
These guys are just on one right now, running through this lobby. Malibuca and Pink, like you mentioned, Malibuca put himself in a great spot in this lobby, but Mappy, oh my goodness, just running through players with that pulse rifle, making sure if you're anywhere near, he's going to take you out. That's 2 more eliminations. Throws down the bubble real quick and just pops that legendary slurp juice, get him nice and healthy once again.
We could potentially see our first 20 elimination game here for Mappy and Fanajan as they're creeping closer and closer. 4 more eliminations and they will hit 20. So you know they want it. They know that that's going to be a goal of theirs. But when you have a team like Malibuca and Pink there in the distance, it's going to be tough to accomplish. Pink going to have to hold it down here for the team as Duke jumps in, takes out Malibuca, but Duke goes down. And unfortunately, Pink not going to be able to hold it on as Edgy walks away with the 2 eliminations.
Yeah, but he's not going to be able to hold that position, so Bo, Fink, and Gud are going to be able to take all of that extra loot in case they needed, you know, a little upgrade there. It is bountiful up on top of that little building. Ed now is just going to have to try and fight this another day. Live as long as he can, and then hopefully jump on the last fight as a third party and take the dub. But lots of duos still left. Bo, Fink, and Gud definitely in a really good spot here up on this hill.
Yeah, positioning is definitely pretty solid here. Tarif and Justin, though, another team positioning themselves very, very well. Zero build veterans. When it comes to seeing them compete, you always see them in the zero build top 20s pretty much consistently. So for them to be competing here today, showing these other pros that they know what they're doing, that's what it's all about. As Tarif and Justin not only looking for the spot, not only looking for a win, but looking for the first qualification spot into the finals.
And pretty much this game is going to be determined by that rock cliff right in front of them. We see Fanaj and Mappy already putting on pressure, but whoever dominates the top of this hill and is able to take this is going to win this match. Bofink is able to get a couple more real quick, so now we're down to 4 duos remaining. And it's just going to be chaos on top of that hill as everyone is about to try and make their claim.
If you're going to challenge Tarif, it's definitely got to be Mappy and Fanaj, and sure enough, that's what is going to happen here. The bubble play is coming out. Who can play the bubble better? Mappy going to end up losing his teammate in Fanaj, and it's Tarif and Justin winning the beginning of this fight. But Mappy not looking to let this slide here. Big shot comes through. Mappy just choosing to disengage here, and it looks like he is going to be able to slip away.
Fanaj goes down to Justin, and Mappy's going to get cleaned up there. Tarif trying to claim that top spot. Not going to happen in this game as Bofink and Gunder, they're the cleanup crew. It seems like if you're rolling through, you're fighting, you're going through these two as Gunder is trying to find a shot here on the Pump. Pump does go in with Trashy. Some shots come through. That's going to be Pump and Trashy winning the game. A solid 5 eliminations, hitting those big shots.
Elite Brown promised me a top 3 elite finish here for heat number 1, and it might just be Pump doing it because that is a spectacular finish to that game.
Yeah, it's a really solid match from those two, and perfect timing. I mean, we knew that hill, that was going to be the position that everyone had to fight for and try and take the game there. Happened a little faster than I might have expected it to, but nonetheless, Pump, Trashy hitting solid shots to clean up those fights.
Yes, solid shots indeed, but honestly, it's not necessarily about who can hit the best shots. It's about who can play the bubble, who can position themselves well, and Trashy and Pump obviously doing all of that and the above. So another team we haven't seen up until this point is Dubs and Accept. Interestingly enough, Accept, a collegiate pro, also a standard pro, of course, but he's done a lot in the collegiate scene, especially in zero build. So good to see him here competing in this competition as well.
Yeah, and this is that battle now for that floating POI. Tavern tries to hit some shots. Both players going to trade, heal up again, and then look to trade back. Accept's going to get jumped on, but no, Tavern is down below. Justice is all by himself. Tavern's got to clutch this up. Can he do it? Does he got the ice in his veins? Yes, he does. A little easy 2-piece, and they should be able to grab the capture point to get those mythic pulse rifles.
And I mean, the value of those pulse rifles, we've talked about it time and time again here today, is just immense. So making sure that you have that in your inventory is going to be huge. And fortunately for Turtle Tavern and Justice, they're going to be able to do just that. And with this refresh, they have pretty much everything short of that pulse rifle. And of course, the mythic Havoc shotgun. That would be the only thing I think that makes that inventory a little bit better. But for Justice, he's already got a legendary Maven, which is honestly one of the best weapons to have here in zero build.
Yeah, I would prefer the Maven over the Havoc Pump. It just seems to be a much easier weapon to use, because if you're not hitting like max pumps, then you're going to run into troubles. As we see, a lot of players in fights have solid movement, so they're diving, ducking, dipping, moving all around. It's not necessarily just an easy play to hit a max pump on these guys, so definitely choosing the Maven most of the time, unless I'm rocking that mythic.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that. I think it's situational, though. Based on the games that we've watched, with the Kinetic Blade, you're just forcing yourself into fights and pushing yourself as close to the opponent as possible. So those are the situations where I think that Havoc is way more valuable. But again, I mean, the Maven has a place as well, and has a strong place here in zero build, especially for most of the fights that you see at this point in the game, where there's a little bit more distance between you and the player that you're trying to take out.
And it seems like we've seen a couple of combats. That doesn't really seem to be the play, though, today. Most players are choosing somewhat between that Maven or the Havoc, and then using the Red Eye and taking some shots down range. Now we do see this is another team that we haven't really tuned in with. Sushscript and Haji have been in our top 12, currently right outside. They've been bouncing back and forth, but I would expect to see these guys jump up after a big win, or maybe a big couple of wins.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to what happens here in the next few moments. Because remember, top 5 games here of the day are the points that count. So for players like P-God and his teammate, they definitely 100% can come back here in the second half. All they need is a big game to replace one of their poor games, and those points just skyrocket. But it's going to be tough when you're competing against the likes of like Cammy and Seti or Repsguard and Hellfire, who have 317 and 316 points respectively across their top 5 games.
I would be pretty comfortable in saying those guys all but qualified on through with 318 points. Maybe having like another solid game to boost up their worst performance of the day, but we're looking pretty good. I'm sitting comfortable if I'm those two.
Yeah, and literally as we were talking, it updated again. So whereas Cammy and Seti were just 1 point behind, now they're 2 points as Repsguard and Hellfire have just gotten a better game than one of their other top 5s to get them to 319. I think it's safe to say anybody that's surpassed the 300 mark already is qualifying on. Pars and Baka being another team that has done just that here in their 5 games in total.
This is a tough spot to be in. There's not really much to hide, and Cell now has to use that shield bubble. There's not any movement in his inventory, so all he can do is protect himself and run on through. Savage and Acorn, they're not turning away. They're going to continue to look for these two. Acorn's going to get a little closer, move on up, try and get some shots. Can't find the opponent. He needs to locate them before they locate him, and you just got to assume they're right over on the side of the hills. Acorn, Savage having a really solid game. This is the first time we've tuned in with them, and this is the cross-regional duo that I've been looking for.
Yeah, this is the action you wanted here, SPG, as we got into the games today. So hopefully it lives up to everything you're looking for. But another team that is a bit of a cross-region team, Turtle Tavern Justice. Obviously, Justice was NA East prior to the NA combination, the Turtle Tavern West player. So to see them competing together is big, especially taking out the likes of P-God here, as now his teammate going to have to try to do something by himself. But with so many players right around the corner, they need to be careful, but it doesn't matter, because when Turtle Tavern has the pulse rifle, he's taking you out.
That's a tough spot to be in now, as Zone's going to start to force these players in. They're able to take some elims out from the outside, and now on the inside, it's Savage and Acorn looking for their opportunity. They're hitting the walls, they're hitting the shields, not connecting on the shots. Acorn is going to go down. Can Savage clutch this up? He does. That's going to be an elim, but does he have enough time? No! Quickly cleaned up there. Turtle Tavern Justice saying, give me that.
That is the unfortunate thing about taking fights after Zone 6. Once the zone is close enough that anybody can rotate towards you, it really is wraps. Because as soon as another team like Justice and Turtle Tavern hear those shots, they're pushing forward. And with the kinetic blade in the game, it's not going to take long for them to get to you.
Nice. Justice ringing the gong, making sure everyone knows they own the position, getting one with their inner gong. Hopefully Tavern hits it once too for good luck. You have to. That's just kind of like the unwritten rules.
I think that was their showing of dominance in this lobby. They said, you know what? It doesn't matter what you guys do. We're going to win this. We're going to stay on top here. But for Suscript and Haji, this is another team that has potential to take it, especially considering the teams are starting to dwindle down. Lots of solo players in this one, as Suscript and Haji now pushing forward, going straight into the bubble and taking them out.
Yeah, that's a quick one right there. That's a little delay that you get when you use the kinetic blade. He can't just move immediately. You gotta wait for it to charge up. And now Haji and Suscript, they see Echo right in their sights. Are they gonna choose to take the shots? Tamu and Echo don't know that there's somebody lurking behind them, but now they do. Echo turned around quickly before he even took some damage. That arguably was not the play, but we're gonna see a fight happen down below as Haji and Co. looking to claim that little hut.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a decent spot for them to be in for now, but considering the different elevations here that's in this zone, if they have to rotate, they're going to have to rotate on the side of the house where no one is looking, and they have to hope that they're not going to get tagged up as they go up from the kinetic blade, which is tough to call for, especially as these zones get tighter and tighter. But Justice and Turtle Tavern, they have what, in my opinion, is one of the most ideal spots not in zone. They're in a bush. They're on the close to the edge of zone, and they have a good place where they can kind of gather intel and information on the teams that are still up in this game. So for them, this could be a good spot for them to be in, but they need to make sure they play the bubble and get over to where Echo and Tomu are and take them out.
Yeah, those two just have to hope that the whole lobby doesn't decide to jump on them, because that's the only way they don't win this game. But Tomu and Echo are now starting to position themselves where they're like, there's probably someone in that bush if they don't know it already. And just looking down below, Echo gonna decide, all right, no free lunch here. I'm gonna start shooting at this building. But Tavern and Justice move on up, start to take the position here, and Justice preemptively popping the slurp. This has got to be a fight here. You can't just sit here and wait. I would imagine Justice makes a play in a second.
Yeah, you see him. He's going to throw the second shield bubble here shortly. You saw it in his hand. He was ready to go. And for him to take the slurp juice preemptively, that means you have to take the fight. So for him now, it's just a matter of when he's throwing it down. And sure enough, here it is. He throws it to the edge. He's actually... They're playing this so conservatively. It's surprising to me, especially considering that Justice used the slurp juice. In my eyes, that's a surefire sign that he's jumping in.
Yeah, and I would have made a play, right? All you're doing is giving the other teams time to jump on you. You're burning all your shield bubbles and just waiting for an opportunity. Justice trying to bait the little slurp juice right in front of him. But now it looks like Echo, I was going to say they might be out, but no, they're not. Echo sitting there just staring at one another. This is a good old stare down. Who's going to make the first move? It is going to be Justice on the back foot here as Echo jumps on first. Down he goes. Tamu's going to get cleaned up, but now it's up to Justice all by himself. But he gets cleaned up, and that's going to be Suscript and Haji cleaning this up with easiness, being the last elimination of the match.
A nice little 12 elimination victory royale. I mean, for Haji and Suscript, they played that to perfection. They sat there, they were patient, they didn't take shots when they didn't have to, and they didn't take fights when they didn't have to in the final moments, waiting for somebody else to do it so that they could take full advantage. And sure enough, that's what happened there. So great finish for them. But honestly, I'm curious where they're at on the leaderboard. And as this continues to evolve, will that be enough of a game for them to be able to climb into a top 12 spot? But we keep these games moving as we get into a replay of what we got the chance to watch here in these last few games.
Yeah, just all the chaos we've seen. Zero builds lends itself to some craziness, and that's pretty much what we've watched over the last 2 hours. We got 1 hour remaining in this heat, so this is the qualling hour. I'm going to deem the last hour as the qualling hour. If you haven't made your play yet, now is the time, because you need to put yourself in that position within the last game of the hour.
Yeah, it comes down to this. The last chance for these players to get a qualifying game on the board for them. Because remember, 5 games are all that count. So your best 5 games here on the day are the ones that are going to be counting towards your opportunity to be in the top 12 of the leaderboard.
It's been interesting to see how these different teams have played it out, because we talked about at the top of the show that there are going to be some different ways that teams decide to play out this tournament, because we haven't normally seen 5 matches, top 5 matches are what counts, right? And now everyone has to quickly adapt. Normally you're sitting around waiting for like, whoa, what's qual, how many points do I need? But now it's just a matter of like, everyone's going to be getting after it and trying to get as many points every game as they can, right? Once you have a solid floor, especially the teams in the top, you have nothing to lose by trying to drop like 20 bombs, because you already have that solid base, and just keep trying to push your points up higher.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the most notable names missing from the action that we've gotten to watch here today is Jate. Going into this, he was my pick, and so far we haven't got a chance to watch him. And just from a quick look over, he's not in the top 15. So this is definitely a change of pace for Jate. But if there's anything to say, there's more heats to come and more opportunities for him to qualify.
Yeah, we'll figure out where he is. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back. And we back. We're 2/3 of the way through. We have one final hour for everyone to make their push. What are you expecting to see here in this last hour?
I'm going to be honest. Obviously, Refs Guard Hellfire, I'm expecting them to win it all at this point. Based on what we've seen so far from them, they continue to show us that they are the ones to be the champions here of the zero build day in Heat number 1. But with Cammy and Seti just on the heels, not too far off, it could be anyone's game. Honestly, as these games continue, remember these points continue to evolve pretty rapidly. But as of now, Refs Guard, Hellfire, they're claiming that top spot pretty well.
Yeah, they've all but locked that in. And I would imagine they just keep pushing the bar a little bit higher as we go. Interesting to see that we haven't had anyone win multiple matches just yet. So maybe my prediction of having to win 2 matches is going to be thrown out there. Who knows? We'll see. We got 2 to 3 games left for each team if they're going to play them all out. It is pretty close. You know, that 12th spot, the top 12 that everyone's looking for, is only a few points behind. I mean, even 24th. It's a matter of like 20 or so points in order to reach that qualifier spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's only a few point difference here as we get into the last hour of today's competition in Heat number 1. Remember, there's a Heat number 2 immediately after this, and you get to hang out with 2 incredible people, of course, Jacob PR and Reflection, so make sure to stay tuned for all that action as well. But 1 hour left. Let's get into the final games of the day here for Heat number 1. Bully, Muzz, gonna start off with him. We haven't got to see anything from this team quite yet, so I'm excited to be able to jump in some of the action that they got going on.
Yeah, checking the leaderboards, they're right outside of our top 12. They're sitting in 15th, and these two players, honestly, I wouldn't have expected to team up today, so nice to see them succeeding and doing well, picking different points of the map and trying to find out exactly where they want to position themselves. I mean, at this stage in the game, you're just trying to have those solid placement games where you're trying to roll through the lobby. Based on where we're at, it's fourth zone. They only have 1 elim. I'm guessing the guys are reeling it back, slowing it down, trying just to play placement and possibly get one of those victory royales.
Yeah, the VR is going to be kind of the deciding factor here for them, so we'll see if they're able to pull one of those off. But Pars and Baka, one of those teams that seemingly has qualified on here based on their performance thus far. I mean, they continually, every time we tune in with them, they almost have double-digit eliminations every single time, which is wild. It is not easy to accomplish that, especially with the amount of talented players in these lobbies. So for Baka and Pars, they got to feel happy and proud of the performance they've been able to put on thus far.
And you have to put it all in how they're engaging these fights. They're not really putting themselves in poor positions. We're taking fights right in the middle where a bunch of people can jump right on them. So finding the right moments to take a fight are so much better than just being able to fight. And I think that's what's led to their success so far today. And hopefully will continue throughout the weekend.
I think it will. I think we're going to continue to see some of these players show up and do things that no one was anticipating going into the weekend. Juke and Edgy, though, a team that I was anticipating being a little bit more dominant than we've seen thus far. Not to say that they're not doing well, but I thought they were definitely going to be one of those teams that could easily qualify on here in Heat number 1.
Yeah, and we tune back in with Bully and Muzz, just jumping around, seeing where everybody's at. And this is the stage where everyone's probably a little nervous as, okay, we only have so many games left to play. We need to make these ones count. And you really, really, really don't want that last game to be the one where you need to qual. If that is, it's so much more pressure. You want to be able to qualify in the first match or the first heat. That way, get to take a deep breath and, hey, just enjoy watching your friends play some video games over the next couple of days and take in some of the information you can learn from watching other players.
Yeah, I mean, again, info is the most important piece here in Zero Build. Being able to understand and gather where other teams are and kind of rotate and position yourself accordingly is super, super valuable, but also valuable shield bubbles. Another way to use them, obviously, pairing them with the vehicles. You can see that Kanlu and Nano just rocking around having it for a little bit, keeping them safe, but also more importantly, keeping their vehicle safe. Because remember, the longer you can keep the vehicle in this game, the more the more safeguards you kind of create for yourself in a world where, unfortunately, there's not too much cover to use.
And this might not be the best place to leave a vehicle, because typically players will take shots at the tires at least. If they see a vehicle just chilling right near a bush, it's all but a dead giveaway of like, dude, there's somebody just chilling in that bush. So maybe they're just relaxing and hoping to get a moment before they have to rotate again. But, you know, it's those little things, right? You can't always leave yourself exposed. You can't leave hints to where you're at. And that's what that player is doing, waiting in that building as we tune in. Lots of other players just waiting. We're all waiting right now.
That's typically the name of the game. Zones 4 to 6 are a little bit more of a waiting game, finding out where these zones are going to pull, and then as the zones begin to get tighter and tighter, that's when the shots and the fights start raining in, and that's what we're seeing here. Lavish, Lily, and Benz, two very focused zero build players looking to just continue to climb. If I'm not mistaken, they're in the top 50, and if that's the case, they can easily turn this around here with a few solid games.
Easily can, but that's a team that I don't want to be seeing up above me. And Lavish, Lily, and Benz decide, all right, yeah, some team already has that hill. Let's rotate on out of here. Malibuca and Pink able to put some shots down. We were just talking about it. There's Thoric down below. That's a team that I've expected to do pretty well. And we're seeing Malibuca and Pink put that pressure on, as they're going to have to leave those extra splashes down here and pick up an Elim on the way.
Yeah, Malibuca, Pink, a top 5 team here on the leaderboard currently. So they're looking to maintain that spot here with a big game from right now. This is their 6th game played, which means they've been playing out more of their games than a lot of other teams here so far. So that's a really good sign for them to qualify on. But it all comes down to what they can do in the last 45 minutes, because you might be able to get 1, maybe 2 more games after this, but after that, it's all over.
And you have to hope the cues roll in your favor, because you never know who's going to get in your game. It could be the game where somebody's at your drop spot. As we see Trashy and Pump, they're trying to figure out, do we go up this hill? Do we stay here behind the trees? They know there's a team up above, but they don't really know where anybody else is. So they're looking around, trying to figure it out, and keep just having to be pushed down this hill as Pink and Malibuca take better angles.
Interesting. It's kind of like Lavish, Lily, and Ben's here. They're like, okay, cool, I think we have a good spot. And then all of a sudden, Malibuca and Pink appear. And they're like, you know what? Maybe we need to get out of here right now. Because Malibuca and Pink already being a little bit aggressive. You see them throwing the shield bubbles. And if you're Benz and Lily, you're taking that as a clear sign of aggression. And that they're not willing to just walk seldomly by them without taking the fight. So for Malibuca and Pink, it's just a matter of keeping it up. But Ben's actually flying up to try to get some info. Smart play, in my opinion, on their part, using that kinetic blade. Hop up here, see what Malibuca and Pink are doing, and then kind of make a decision from there. But if you're Malibuca and Pink, you're going to have to start moving here. You unfortunately can't hold this hill safely for much longer.
They just have to creep a little bit. They don't have to move too far. And what they're hoping is some people will expose themselves so they can figure out how exactly they want to play these angles. We got Bully and Muzz in a pretty tough spot as they're down below, going to be forced to use one of those shield bubbles. And then the rotate will have to come through at some point. It's going to be a little battle here between Bully and Muzz, and then Baka and Pars on the other side, trying to fight for the best position here on this low ground.
Yeah, interestingly, you see another team there in the distance. It's Canlu just chilling in the vehicle. And I feel like Bully and Muzz have not caught on to that yet, because they would have definitely taken some shots there at that vehicle. But now they're forced to move. They got to figure out what they're going to do next here. They look to go up, but unfortunately, with that team just up above, it's not going to be an option for them. Now Bully probably going to have to use another shield bubble here, waiting for shots to kind of rain in their direction, as Benz ends up finding Rip Rara there in the elimination feed.
These guys are just burning through all of their shield bubbles, and we actually do see Trashy go down in the feed, or Trashy pick up Malibuka in the feed. So looks like Trashy and Pump made a play for that high ground, and now it's all up to Pink, who's honestly in a really good spot as no one shoots down that tree.
Yeah, it's funny because he's very camouflaged in, but he's also at a point, as you can see, where he's not fully footed in the tree, so he can't take the slurp juice, which means he's not going to be able to heal up completely. But for Pump and Trashy, they know there's going to be players in these trees, so they're going to start taking shots anywhere they can. And sure enough, the first one they're going to find is Disturbish. Big shots coming in there from Pump, almost getting the full elimination out of the air, which would have been spectacular to see. But Lavish Lily going to be able to pick that one up here as one goes down. But now here's the chaos ensuing as all these players still are in it. Remember, we typically see a lot less players at this moment in the game, so to see so many players still up and at it, it's kind of exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's really coming to the point where everyone's trying to survive as long as possible. I feel like they've tried to get their W key games in, and it either has or hasn't happened, as Pars is going to be able to snag some shots there, save Duke from the player up above, and now Duke's just sitting here waiting for an opportunity, gets a knock there, but double dinked by Baka. So now it's a little 1v1 here on low ground. Trashy and Pump are just going to be sitting above like, give me that. This is our game. And that, to me, looks like a 2-winner for those two.
Look, I'm going to be honest. Baka, I don't know that was the play, Chief. I'm not going to lie to you. Look, I think you guys are great. You're doing a phenomenal job here in today's competition. But flying straight into the air above Trashy and Pump, being frozen for a moment because of the kinetic blade delay, and then of course you're going up against two of the best aimers in the entire lobby, not only in the lobby but in the entire land pit behind us. I mean, that probably wasn't it.
Yeah, I don't know. What else are you going to do, though? Like, you don't really have anywhere to go. You got those two guys staring you down. Might as well try and make a play. Would have loved a little more shing there. Try and get a little jiggy with it, but it didn't happen.
Okay, Mongrel, settle down here. As let's get into this next one. And it's going to be Crisp and Jackson. Crisp, another player who is prominent in the collegiate scene. And we haven't seen him doing too much here in heat number 1. But again, there's 4 heats in total. So much opportunity for these players to do some big things. So I expect Crisp to be one of those teams we see qualifying on.
We see this is the edge of the zone. First time we've really seen it trend towards Lonely Labs. So shout out Lonely Labs and all the teams that land here. But looks like Easiness trying to solo clutch once again. Is there's been a lot of elims on to Crisp. So they're just chilling, looking for those elims, and now we're bush chilling. It's time. Put your feet up, pop up in a hammock, and let's chill in a bush.
I mean, honestly, that's the play at this point. It's zone 4. Zones 4 to 6. Remember, they're a little bit slower. It's more about just staying alive and staying in the game. And they're doing just that. So respect to them. They're definitely the play here. But for Jackson, you can't be spending too much time here in the storm. Unfortunately, cannot afford it. Even if you feel like you can get that one elimination, taking the risk here, in my opinion, is not worth it. Holding on to the 6 chug splashes is way more valuable than potentially getting an elimination here deep into storm.
Rotating all the way in, trying to, I guess they're trying to chase down any elims over there, but they also have two of the more aggressive players in this entire tournament, Mappy and Fanajan down below, but some nice shots going through. These two should be able to walk right in the zone, and Jackson now is going to have to fight this all himself. Mappy, Fanajan clearly dominating Brutal Bastion at the moment, and now Jackson just putting himself up above, and the fight's going to come through onto Mappy.
Yeah, the fight, here it is. Jackson now having to use those chug flashes we talked about. Unfortunately, just to take this fight, Fanajan doing a good job here, taking out Chris, but Fanajan's still weak, so it could go any direction, and it does. Jackson cleans it up, and that is one of our top teams here from EU going down in Zone 5.
They've pretty secured themselves on the top of the leaderboard, but it's not like we've seen them lose fights very early or very often. Solid game by Jackson and Crisp already, with 9 elims putting themselves right up on the leaderboard, and they're going to have to make this rotate down south. Not a super stacked lobby here, so the placement points have already began rolling in. And Venji and Chicken looking to jump maybe onto Sizz Lucky and Co. And DGen's like, yeah, we're not going to take the chance. Let's get on out of here.
It's smart on them to go ahead and go towards some cover, because they can play the fight a little bit more effectively from here. That forces the team to try to push into the house, and as soon as they open the door, the right-hand peek goes to DGen and Sizz Lucky. So definitely smart for them to try to force the fight in that direction, but to see the other team disengage is also the smart play on their part. As soon as Sizz Lucky and DGen had the advantage, at that point you're just like, okay, maybe it's not worth it. Now though, Loki, Ethan's just kind of playing it low-key, to be honest. Hanging out.
Yeah, Loki being a fan favorite here today, and we see Loki and Ethan make that rotate. Now, Ethan just chilling in Storm, waiting, trying to grab all those placement points. These two. Quick little leaderboard check. Let's see where Loki's at.
Interesting. I'm curious where the fan favorite's going to end up lying here on this leaderboard.
55th.
Because remember, okay, that was a little bit better than the last time we tuned in.
Yeah, slowly rising up. Got to do something in this last half hour to get themselves up at the top of the leaderboard. We actually have had a change at the top of the leaderboard. Pars and Baka have taken that first place spot with M-Pen and D-Roller right behind them, pushing Hellfire and Refsguard into third place.
Interesting. Okay. I'm excited to see how this continues to change, because remember, it's the top 5 games that matter, but if you're putting up big enough points to climb to the leaderboard in 6 games versus Refsguard and Hellfire played 7, and you're beating them in points, that's just showing you that they're doing some pretty spectacular stuff.
And the cool thing is, if you don't qualify in this heat, you kind of had players map out, okay, here's what is going to happen. And then you somewhat understand, because this is such a unique format. You don't necessarily know what you're shooting for, and it's always nice to have a goal. It just makes it easier to play when you have a goal in mind of, I want to get 400 points, I want to get 7,000 points, but you don't really know heading into Heat 1. All you can do is play out the games to your best of your ability, and genuinely that should be your idea every game. But when it comes back to the how much do I W key and then when do I start playing for placement, that's where I really think that info here,
especially being able to watch back, not only here on the VOD, right, but there's so many other streamers also participating in streams of their own. We had some clean feeds going out there. If you didn't know, players could opt in for a clean feed to their own channel. So lots of cool stuff and lots of cool ways to look back here through Heat number 1. So I'm curious how players are going to be able to use that info to their advantage here moving forward to the other Heats if they don't qualify here in this first one. But for Venji and Chicken, that might not be a problem. They're looking to push everyone they can find, and if they can get a high elimination win here, this could be the qualification spot they've been hunting.
They're getting right in this fight. A little whiff on that first shot, but doesn't matter. Going to be able to clean that one up. Chicken just narrowly staying alive after that little bit of a battle in the house. This is where DGen and Sizz Lucky were hanging out earlier, so I would guess they've either... Yes, they have moved farther in the distance. So Venji, they're just burning everything here. They're like, hey, if we can't use it, no one can.
Look, that's the way to play. If it's not yours, then it's not theirs either. So, honestly, smart plays on their part, but it looks like legit going to be able to get his teammate back into the game here. But no, not without players pushing straight forward. That bubble's not going to be enough to protect you, but the kinetic blade might be able to get you far enough away. Sure enough here, it does look like the first slurp juice going to kick in here for him, but now going to pop a second one. It's not going to be enough, though. Sizz Lucky and DJ just get involved and walk away with that elimination.
Quickly jumping on that player, and in that game for him, sending him back to the lobby and just saying, all right, we keep picking up these elims. These guys are about as stacked as we've seen it for these two, and now it's a matter of how can they capitalize. We have 4 full duos spread out throughout the rest of this lobby, as everyone is going to be forced in, besides one team that narrowly has found themselves on the edge of zone.
I mean, look, this is how you kind of have to play it. If you don't have one of those higher ground positions, you kind of just have to play the edge of the wall and wait until another team strikes. And sure enough, this is the time. Jackson going to go push in immediately. But Sizlucky and DJ were able to clean up that fight so quickly, it might not be the right time. They might just have to wait just a few more seconds, wait for a potential another fight to take place. But actually, it's going to be close because remember, there's only a few teams remaining.
You needed to take advantage of that opportunity while they were weak, and now Sizlucky and DGen are just going to move on out, position themselves in a bush. If the fight does happen, they're going to have that little priority to know where these players are at. Benji and Chicken have actually decided we're just going to sit in a tree, not make a sound, and hope we can take as much placement from this game as possible. Jackson and Crisp, I mean, I saw Crisp hit some nasty shots in one of the Collegiate Cups the other week, so I'm expecting some of the same from him.
Yeah, I definitely think they're still in this one, but so are Benji and Chicken. Hanging out, probably one of the best spots here left in the game, but if you're Jackson and Crisp, you know that this is where players are going to be hiding. They're going to be using the trees, whether it's on top of them or behind them. So if you're Crisp, you're looking to connect shots onto these trees. Take out as much cover as possible and make the game play in your favor. But you need to be careful because that mythic AR is no joke.
Definitely is not. Is anyone going to notice that Benji and Co are just chilling up above? It's likely going to come down to this final fight between Crisp and Sizlucky.
And all it takes here is a finish for them to fight. If Sizlucky and DGen go into a fight here with Crisp and Jackson, then all of a sudden, Chicken and Benji are in a better spot. But no, it looks like that fight's not going to start before they have to move into zone, which means for Sizlucky and DGen, they might be able to catch them off guard here in the rotate.
And finally, we're going to see an engagement? Maybe. Someone's got to do something. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, they're going to have to start moving here as the zone's closing in. Jackson now getting involved here against Sizlucky. Big shot rains in, but not enough to completely turn the fight in their favor. So you see them playing a little bit more passive. Sizlucky, though, hanging out with DGen in their bubble. It's a bubble v bubble v bubble here, folks, as we finish off game number one, or not game number one, but game number maybe 6, 7, potentially for them here in lobby number 2. But Jackson looking to connect shots. He's so focused, lasered in here on this other team, waiting for them to make a decision. Who's going to run out of bubbles first? And big shot comes through. Jackson looks to finish it up, but takes a lot of damage himself. Jackson is down. Crisp now having to hold on as a solo player. But Sizlucky cleaning it up in the final moments, taking home a beautiful victory royale.
Just such a strange moment. Everyone's sitting there waiting for somebody to make that first move. They're like, I don't want to be the first one. I would love to third party this. And we just have that stare down. Everyone waiting for something to happen. Jackson does, I respect it, tries to make something happen. Unfortunately, doesn't pay off for him. They're able to get second place, at least 10 elims. So solid game from them, and we'll have to see where they wind up.
We definitely will have to see where it plays out. But look, there's still a half hour left for these players to queue into a lobby. So depending on how this plays out, we could see some shifts in the leaderboard, but I think there's a few names that are pretty good between Baka Pars, Refsguard, and Hellfire. So anything goes here going into the final moments. But before we can get into this next game, we got to go to a quick break. So make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
I know it can be hard to go through highs and lows.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
We are back, and so is Gamers 8 this year. That is exactly what you just saw, a massive tournament being hosted this summer, and 10 people, well, 10 duos from this tournament will be qualifying to that, getting to participate in a $2 million tournament down the road.
Yeah, and you can get all that information right there, gamers8.gg, right on the screen. Make sure to go check it out. Multiple titles being competed for, but of course, you already know our favorite, Fortnite, being that one. So this is the first qualifying opportunity for that Gamers 8 festival, and it is a spectacle, to say the least. We had the opportunity to go last year. So if you have the opportunity to watch or even participate and go there, it's definitely worth taking that opportunity. So get all that information at gamers8.gg to check it all out. But we only have a little bit left, just that 1/2 hour left to get in the top 12 and qualify onto the finals here, SPG.
So as we go into these final moments, let's take a look, see who on our leaderboard is going to be moving on, or at least at this moment are moving on. Again, top 12 are the teams that qualify from these heats to the finals. Pars Baka sitting pretty in first place. D-Roller and N-Pen right behind them. Hellfire, Refsguard really haven't lost a beat. Pretty much been that top 3 from the beginning of this tournament. And then a couple of newer names that we're seeing here. Acorn, Mr. Savage, Scram, Tripper, making their way up these leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's still some time left for these teams to kind of shift the way that this plays out, especially for players like Cammy and Seti who find themselves just on the cusp of walking away in the top 12 and onto the finals. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Fanajin and Mappy, another team, they're right there in the top 12, and they're going to do everything they can to hold it down.
So 318 is that qualification threshold at the moment. And it's not just like you can play one more game and if you get 2 points, you get to move up the leaderboard. That's not at all how this works. You need to outplace one of your previous 5 games, getting more points, and that is how you're going to be able to qualify. Really interested to see how exactly this plays out because we have 20 minutes left of queues, maybe 2 games, 3 if you're kind of unlucky off spawn, and then you get to play another one. So it's going to be anyone's game as we head into the final matches.
Well, I think it's about time we get into those matches because, look, there's still so much left unanswered. These spots are not consistent yet, especially the only team I think that is definitely going through are going to be Baka and Pars and potentially Inpen and D-Roller. Refsguard and Hellfire, I would say, are a safe bet as well. But everybody else, it's still up for grabs. This can shift pretty rapidly depending on how these next few games are played out. So we're going to be watching closely here, SPG. But who do you think could win the next few games? Do you think there's one team that you have in mind that are like, okay, yep, they're walking away with it here in the final 2?
I guess it all depends on whose game that we get to watch, right? Because we've seen Trashy and Pump win 2. We haven't seen, but Scram and Tripper have won 2.
That's true.
Then there's a lot of other teams. Blezro, Defiable just pushed themselves into 12th as I'm sitting here watching the leaderboard update. They have 2 wins. So lots of teams are making that final push here, knowing you have to do something special if you're not in that top 12 already.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's going to come down to here is how they play out these next final moments. Because people are going to be taking some of those top spots, and that's what it comes down to. Top 12, direct to finals, let's see who can do it as we get into our next game. The battle bus loaded, ready to go, and unloads here across the map. And what I will say is we've seen a pretty even split here in this competition. Typically, we see a lot of contestation in certain POIs, but that's not necessarily the case today.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough teams trying to avoid those early game fights, and I especially think late in this tournament, that's exactly what teams are going to try and do. You don't want to go down off spawn because you don't know how many games you're going to be able to play out. So we see Duke and Edgy already getting on a fight. This is one of our top 2 duos going head-to-head here. Is Edgy, Duke looking right at Acorn, Mr. Savage. This is going to be a big fight off spawn.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a huge matchup. We knew that going into this, there could be some big names fighting it out here on some of these POIs, and sure enough, this is probably one of the biggest. Acorn, Mr. Savage versus Duke and Edgy. Who walks away the victor of this fight?
I'm going to have to go both teams probably walk away. I just don't see either team really trying to force the issue here unless some big shots come through. It looks like Edgy and Duke are going to be comfortable just chilling up, playing this tower, and if they keep fighting those fireflies, they're going to burn down this entire POI. But uh-oh, Mr. Savage hitting some shots.
Yeah, look, you can hit your shots, man, but is that enough to convert the fight? Not necessarily right now, especially with these teams not having kinetic blades in hand. Remember, if Savage had a kinetic blade and could jump quickly into the fight there, I think it would have been wraps. But because that mobility has not been established here at this point in the game, it's definitely not going to be as easy to take on these players. But for Acorn and Savage, you got to feel pretty good about the way these fights have started so far.
Oh, definitely. And you're the team getting way more loot because you've been constantly moving through. We've really just seen Duke and Edgy sit there in that same building. So Acorn got to feel pretty comfortable knowing they've out-looted them, although the out-looting is not great.
Yeah, definitely not. I think it'll be interesting to see how this kind of works out for Savage, for Acorn. It looks like Savage getting a big snipe there onto Faither, so Dubbo going to be left as a solo.
His teammate got caught out. Faith was way in the distance, and now Dubbo's pretty much going to have to play for the Rubu card. Mistakenly jumped into the wrong POI, not recognizing this is a battle of titans going on.
Yeah, which Titan's going to be able to walk away with it, though, as Duke now trying to change his position, trying to find a better spot to take this fight head on. But Savage and Acorn said, no, I'm not gonna let that slide. We know there's other players here looming in the distance. All that matters to me now is getting some kind of advantage to proceed with the fight. And that's why you see the heavy sniper in hand. Savage already getting one elimination here in this game from that heavy sniper. He's looking to do more.
He is popping some of these slap juices, getting as much shield as he can, and trying to hit those shots, but grenades coming back at him. And this is just one of those stalemates. Neither team is really walking away successful from this. Both teams have expended a good amount of heals, good amount of ammo, and at the end, I mean, they're both going to need a refresh and hopefully find someone that wasn't at this POI that can give them a nice, plentiful batch of loot.
Yeah, I mean, Duke and Edgy are going to have to do something. Like you mentioned before, they were kind of cut off as far as the pathing goes here in this POI by Acorn and Savage. So for them, they're going to have to find a different way to get some loot there. But for Dubbo, he continues to press forward as a solo, so he needs to be careful in that situation, but not so careful is Moody. Unfortunately, going to go down. Source, Notch going to be able to clean up this duo quite quickly, and that is Moody and Moody Cryptic going to go down pretty quick. So Source and Notch going to walk away with a few more elimination points on the board, but it does look like another team now trying to get a spot on them, and fortunately for Source and Notch, they can just disengage with the kinetic blade.
Be able to get some shots back, force that team to rethink their strategy, and this might be a quick turn. They're going to get the Elim. That's a knock right there, and now it's you guys shot at us, which you now going to have to wish that you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. It's one of those things, it's like, yes, I took the shot. Okay, it didn't connect. Maybe I should just move away. But no, instead, They decided to try to press it a little bit more and think maybe they could get a few more shots off, but fortunately it's not working out in their favor, as now Notch and Source are going to push them head on. The kinetic blade is not going to be enough to keep you away, though, as Vovsky just trying to survive, but Source, Notch both also have the kinetic blade as well. So no matter how far you run or hide, you can't stay away from Notch and Source.
And they're just going to go up for it here, take the shots. Vovsky makes one final desperate attempt, and that's going to be sending him back to the leaderboard. Fortunately for Vovsky, there's still time. You can hop in another queue, but a couple more elims there for Notch and Source, and that's got to be exactly what you're looking for heading into one of your final matches. You need to have these good games to boost yourself up the leaderboard. We look, a team that has had a good game, but haven't seemed to put together 5 of them was Crisp and Jackson J, who have been taken out by Ace and Cupsy.
Interesting. You know, Ace and Cupsy are not 2 players that we've gotten to see too much from, but we also haven't gotten to see too much from Tamaki and Zikdeed here as well. So I'm curious how this fight's going to play out. 2 teams who we haven't gotten to showcase too much yet are about to go head-to-head.
The stare down. Both teams waiting for the opportunity, waiting for a shot. Where is the opening? Zikdeed closing the gap there, and now going to get caught out in the middle of the road if the team looks over, but no, they don't recognize. Now the big beam is going to come through. No, the patience, continuously waiting for the right opportunity. Now, is that going to be the right play or the wrong one? Because if this team turns around while they're just sitting in the open, you're not going to have a good time.
Not at all. And look at him creep forward, looking for that opportunity. But unfortunately, it's not going to present itself. Sometimes you have to play patient like that. You have to just crouch down, move around, and make something play. But no, unfortunately for them, it does look like another team looking to get involved now. Ace and Cupsy struck with a decision to make. Do they push this fight as it unfolds, or do they just full rotate away and just stay alive here for the remainder of the game? And it does look like they are probably going to disengage as Tamaki and Zikdeed are stuck, having to deal with this team that has presented or come out of nowhere, to be honest.
And this is not what you want, unless you're trying to get aggressive. But Tamaki has a pretty good loadout to take a fight here, especially with that SMG as a follow-up. I'd be surprised if they at least don't attempt some shots and put some things downrange. And there is the fight coming through. Tamaki versus Build Bear. Build Bear is going to go down, and now it's up to Flaws. Can Flaws clutch it up? Does get 1, but not going to get 2. And that goes over to Tamaki and Zikdeed, able to get this elims and put themselves even further in the game.
Look, I'm going to be honest. That's kind of how I saw that fight going. Obviously, Tamaki and Zikdeed were just minding their own business, dealing with another team when this other team pushes up. But they didn't push up confidently. So I feel like there was never a moment in that fight that they felt like they were guaranteed to win, which is why they ended up losing in that 2v2. But looking at the elimination feed, I see a household favorite here from the chat, Fluger, unfortunately going down in this game. We tried to get some action with Fluger for you guys, but unfortunately it does look like he may have gone down early.
It looks like Cupsy is going to be following him as he goes down there to Mega. Mega and Knifer are going to be able to clean up those elims, and these are 2 looking to put the pedal down on the floor as we need to get aggressive here. So many teams have put together great games, and we see Acorn, Mr. Savage are a team that is right on the verge of being able to qualify. Putting together one last great match is going to be a huge difference for them.
Interesting. You see the combat cache there behind them, right? Typically, in the standard BR, they're running for that, right? They're boxing it up, they're waiting around it, doing what they can to get the loot. But you have to be more careful here in Zero Build. Yes, you can activate it, and you can try to stay close, but because they're typically so far out in the open, we don't see teams going for it. So it's nice to see at least once here through heat number 1, them attempting to go for that combat cache.
Yeah, they once were in that top 12, now currently sitting in that 30-ish range heading into this match. We'll see how they can finish towards the end of the tournament, but Nonetheless, actually, ignore me. They're currently in 12th. Ignore everything I just said. They're in 12th place. They're sitting right on the edge, so they do need at least one more solid match to secure their placement. Notch and Source, though, teams that have pretty consistently showed up throughout the day, not had those big matches to put them in that top 12 just yet, but waiting for an opportunity, hoping they get a chance to show themselves within the rest of these lobbies. And now it looks like Anvil is going to be a scene of chaos as Acorn is getting jumped on and him and Mr. Savage fighting off Pablo Wingo, but it's Bevies that's going to be able to get the elim there, and so many shots coming through. It's Acorn going down with Mr. Savage following him.
Yeah, it was a tough fight to watch for sure, but it's good to see Pablo Wingu and Bevies doing some big things here. Again, another team super notable from the EU region competing in this competition that we haven't gotten to watch too much yet. That just shows you the caliber of players that are here. There's so many of the 200 plus players competing that are out here doing big things, putting up some big numbers. So Pablo Wingu and Bevies looking to turn this around. They're just pushing forward on this team, though. They said they don't want to stop, just like Zacial looking to clean this up. 34-34, but it's not enough. It does look like he slips away.
Now it's Pablo trying to run as Danny has gotten some solid shots in here. Bevies is trying to fight. They're able to clean that one up, and just another few elims for this duo. This is one of the hotter teams coming into this season early. Bevies and Pablo Wingo have been playing really strong in the build modes. Haven't gotten a chance to watch them here in zero builds, but if that little glimpse is any indication of what they have, we see they are a strong duo regardless of the mode.
Yeah, strong teams across the board here. Quinn, Vert, another strong team. We've seen them consistently in the top 10 throughout the day, but finding themselves falling out of the top 10 as of right now. They need a big game here, and unfortunately it doesn't look like this could be the one as Quinn has gone down. Vert trying to connect some shots there onto Chicken, keep his teammate alive here in the distance, and Chicken actually having to play a little bit more patient. He cannot show face too much because it could mean Vert taking the shot, but no, Chicken now returning fire.
Just a strange fight to be in if you're Vert, because you know these players are up there, now they're jumping down. We're just gonna have this cycling, the rail going around, little merry-go-round action. Vert's trying to get into the building to hold it down. Venji says, it doesn't matter where you run, I'm taking you back to the lobby. Now Venji, Chicken putting themselves in a nice spot here in one of our final matches of heat number 1. Venji and Chicken really need to do something special here as they're outside of our top 12 at the moment.
Yeah, it's just a tough position to find themselves in. Here's the last game. Last game potentially for them, but potentially last game that we get to watch as well. Plays out, but for 6 and Sweaty, they just want to connect the shots here. Big snipe comes through, but the bubble coming out just to protect Notch and Source at the right time. It all comes down to this, though. Can Source and Notch continue to play the angle that they're playing? Can they stay protected? Or will 6 be able to take advantage?
This is one of those strange fights where neither team is really looking to close the distance. They're trying to get the damage done before they make a move. And that's exactly what's happening here. Source is able to get some damage. Notch gets a little back. They have that chug cannon, so no damage gonna come through just yet, but now Source and Notch looking to make a play, jumping straight on them, getting the big shots through. Down goes one. Source, can he clean it up? Yes, he does. That's 2 more elims for this duo trying to make their way into the top 12.
This is huge for them. Remember, they're one of those teams that they're pretty much borderline with everything going on. They find themselves in 22nd place as of right now. So a big game here can easily pop them into the top 12, but it needs to be a substantial win or several eliminations, and it looks like eliminations are going to be a problem as they take out Bevies. Now it's just Pablo versus Source, but Pablo cleans it up, and Notch and Source are going to be out of this game, but maybe, just maybe, they can get into one final match after this.
Oh man, that's a tough one. You're rolling through the lobby, you're picking up elims left and right, you think you're fine, and out of nowhere, a team just jumps on you and ends your game. This could have been the one. Now it's going to come down to who's going to be able to win this. Right now, Bevies and Pablo Wingo are just vibing and rolling through this lobby. It's all a matter of time, though. Eventually, you meet your makers. They're going to be able to run through enough teams, but at a point, somebody's going to meet their match.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a match made in heaven. These teams here that we've seen left. Indall, Mega, Knifer going straight up against Moo and Tax, against traditional pros versus the zero build pros, and it looks like traditional pros are going to be able to take another box there as Mega and Knifer take out Moo and Tax here in what could be their final game.
And I think this is starting to be like the min-maxing happening of the tournament. Everyone's starting to understand, okay, queues are closing. We need to make sure that regardless of what happens here, this is going to be a game that is worth our while. So either we're going to win this and W key the entire lobby in the process, or we're going to go down quickly and look to play our final game of the day in a different lobby. Nonetheless, Pablo and Bevies, there's a not so small chance they drop a 20 bomb right here.
Yeah, if there's going to be a game for them to do it, it's probably this one, especially considering how everybody else is playing. They're playing way more aggressive, and for Pablo and Bevy, they know how to handle that. They know how to deal with these players that are playing a little bit more aggressive. The one fight that they were struggling with was the one right here where you see Chicken and Benji picking up the loot left over. And the reason they struggled a little bit more with that fight is because they weren't being aggressed or dealt with in that way. It was the team that had right-hand peaks was challenging them a little bit when it came to the angles. And so for Pablo and his teammate, Bevy, they were a little bit more challenged, I guess is the best word to say in a fight like that. But now the challenge continues as Bevies has gone down here in the elimination feed. Chicken and Benji, though, still up and at it.
Yeah, trying to find the final shots there onto B-Mans. B-Mans gets cleaned up. And it looks like Knifer is going to take down Pablo as well. So Mega and Knifer are a team being aggressive, just like Chicken and Benji. Finding everyone left in this lobby is Chicken's making sure he checks every bush. Not a bad idea, especially at this time. You can take no chances.
Yeah, no chances at all. Benji now has a really nice high position here in the zone, just trying to break out any existing structures that they can, hoping to find an unsuspecting player just waiting behind the wall and connecting the shots that they want. You actually see him really smart play from here, Benji here. You see him kind of getting Chicken ready to go towards this building. If there's not anything kind of protecting a player in there and Chicken goes in, Chicken can force the player into an exposed area and Benji can capitalize on it. Unfortunately, though, what they don't know is there's no one there.
Just shooting walls for fun at this point. They don't have the wrong idea, because as we tune over, though, there is a team just sitting here waiting for something to happen. So it just happens to be the wrong building. Nonetheless, solid play by those two to think through, okay, people are probably just camping in these houses. We shoot the right wall, we can find them. They're able to get an elim in the meantime, and now we're down to our final 4 duos.
Yeah, it's just down to this. A quicker game than we've seen thus far, but like you talked about, the mindset is, can I get into the next lobby? So a lot of players making a little bit more aggressive plays here in this game, but with 4 teams remaining and all teams still having all duos up, this could be a tight race to the finish, as Dala there in the distance could be the next victim of Benji's aggression.
And in a really good spot to hold this down. We see they're in the 2 towers trying to lock this game in. They will be forced to make the rotate, as we see every team now is just chilling. Nobody is actually aggressing besides Benji and Chicken. Everyone's just hiding in their little corner of the house, trying to stay alive as long as possible. And Benji moving in, looking for a better position here. And I really like this play to go for this hill and try and put yourself in a position to win the game.
Yeah, but he needs to be careful because it's already Mega and Knifer established up there. So for Benji, he needs to be careful, and unfortunately he has been caught out. Now having to fully disengage here from the wall. Chicken trying to come up and help his teammate, but unfortunately a little too late as Mega now gets a bit of damage there onto Chicken 2, taking off his overshield, and Knifer, they're here. Pulse rifles in hand, looking to connect every shot that they can. Honestly, if you're in this lobby and you're kind of in the positions that we're seeing right now, it's pretty much who's competing for second place.
And we do see just zooming around, trying to find positions. Venji able to stay alive just for a little while. And then now he's starting to hear the players down below. But Froze and Zilix know there's players around. Venji is now the one having to play slowly and look for an opportunity. Does see the players right in front of him. This fight's happening whether he wants to or not. Down he goes. Venji sent back to the lobby, and we got 3 teams remaining.
He's down, sent back to the lobby, and the lobbies are closed. The queue is no longer. So for these players competing now, this is their last opportunity to be on the leaderboard, climb the leaderboard, and make something happen in a shift here. But for Zilix and Frosty, they're still in it. They can still put points down, and they only have 2 other teams to combat.
We see there's teams right on top of one another. Dala and Arcs are just sitting in the corner of the house. We can see just very narrowly avoiding that storm damage. And if there was let's say, someone to pressure that, it's going to cause some big trouble. But for the moment, they get to breathe, get to chill until the zone forces this action.
I'm curious how this could play out. I mean, look, it definitely can be a bit of a quick ending here. But for Mega and Knifer, they're just playing it so smart and just patiently waiting for these other players to fight and then bring the fight to them. And sure enough, there it is. Knifer getting involved. Knifer going to go down. Mega now left as a solo. Can he clutch it up? He takes out one, but there's still one more team remaining, and it's a full duo. So he's going to need to try to get Knifer in this one, but I don't think he's going to have time as Arse now here to fight Mega.
Final 1v1 here. Who can win it? It's going to be Arse versus Mega, but Mega hits that shot and takes him down. That's a nice win by those two. 11 elims, putting themselves right where they want to be with not much time left on that Q clock.
Honestly, impressive. That was an impressive finish there for Mega. They played that to perfection, too. Again, once we saw that positioning for them on the hill, we kind of knew at that point everybody else was competing for second. But it's nice to see, even in the face of adversity, losing Knifer there in that moment and having to go up against 2 separate teams, Mega still can come out on top.
Yeah, able to clutch that one up. We are going to take one short break and be right back with the final matches of Heat number 1. we're back. One more game, one more opportunity to qualify in heat number 1. It's the top 12 we're looking for, and that's what we're going to find out here in this final match, Panda.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get into it. The final opportunity for any of these teams to put it on. And now let's take a look. Queasy and Vino, sure enough, taking the top spot here, SBG.
Wow. Someone should have picked them to win this. That would have been a good idea.
Buddy. Okay, we get it. We get it. The safe pick of Queasy Vino. But I'm going to be honest, my team in the Yamzo and Jade, they're in the top 50, but unfortunately not close to the top 12. So definitely not the games I was anticipating today. But, at least one of us is getting a solid pick here in Heat 1.
Hey, there's plenty of other time. We're going to be running it back tomorrow for another heat, so you'll beat me in that one. I'm sure of it. Nonetheless, quick little overview of the leaderboard. So, a solid diversity of NA West, NA East, now just NA teams, and EU, a combination of EU, just all making their place known on the top 12 of these leaderboards. So, all these teams have proved themselves to be the top of the top, but now when it comes down to this final match, can anyone push themselves up above the rest? Because there's not much room to make a mistake here if you're in that 8 to 12 spot.
Yeah, here it is. It comes down to this. The final lobby that we get to watch here for the day, and potentially the final lobby of the day, period, here at the DreamHack Open, featuring Fortnite Revised Reciprocal, a team that we've been watching quite a bit here this season, and to be fair, has surprised a lot of people after their performance there in Season 1 FNCS. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do here this weekend. But Clarity G and Casker, last opportunity to do something, and unfortunately, no, they're going to go down, and they are out here to Leo and Fusion.
Peace. Quick little goodbye, but Leo and Fusion look like they're going to be joining them as well. Fusion trying to escape and pretty much has to hope that there's no kinetic blade behind them, but based on the movement of Jamper and Paper, this isn't going to last long. Yeah, see ya. Jamper Paper, clutching that one up. I haven't seen much of these two, but this could be the game that puts them right up in that top 12 after a massive match.
I'm going to be honest, Leo and your teammate, remember this moment. We love to dance, don't get me wrong, but in zero build, you cannot protect yourself if you get caught off guard. So hopefully, you'll know that in preparation for heat number 2, 3, and 4. But for Paper and Jamper, they still have it. They're still in it, and they can still qualify on here. Going into this, they were in 17th place here, SVG. So with a massive game, they could potentially walk away with it.
And now we see Bolts and Chimp looking right at Source and Notch. Both of these duos just need a little bit more points in order to push themselves over that top 12 portion of the leaderboard. Looks like it's getting the better of Chimp and Bolts as they're going to try and back out, but no, they're not going to be allowed to. Source and Notch are going to jump right in. Both players have one player knocked, but there's going to be a third party in this, which is going to wind up being the winner. They're going to come clean this up, and that's Fluger and Opt.
This is huge here for Bolts and Chimp, because now Chimp should be able to get Bolts back in the game, and it's all at the hands of Opt and Fluger. We got to see what Fluger's doing. Big eliminations here. That's what you love to see. Fluger fans rise, because here it is as they make a comeback here in the final game.
Nice little elim there by Fluger and Opt, being able to clean up that fight, and this is a team that's right there in it as well. So looks like a lot of our top contenders are in this match. Now it's going to be a matter of who can survive, who can get those elims. As we see, Bolts is able to get picked back up. So a nice little play there by Chimp to get his teammate back in the game. Now they have to close out this fight.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to come down to. Will they be able to close it out here? Strong, big 97 tag there, but it wasn't enough. Now he does get the one onto Chimp. Fluger left, solo player, 1v1. Can he finish it? No! Fluger and Opt are out as DreamHack's Atlanta champion takes them out in the final moments.
That is tough. So tough. You have one final opportunity in this game, but Hey, nonetheless, that's still great from Bolts and Chimp, now having an opportunity to make something happen themselves. I'll try and find them on the leaderboard so we can figure out where exactly these two are.
So close. So close. Unfortunately for Pfluger, I don't think that was going to be enough for him to shift. It does look like he might finish the day in 38th or in that top 40 range. Still, with 3 more heats to qualify, we'll get some more Pfluger action here for sure. And 2 and 3, as well as 4, potentially. But I don't see them going more than heat 3. I think they qualify on by that point. But Moo and Tax, another team, Zero Build pros, dedicated to the Zero Build game. And they, unfortunately, have not had the day that they were hoping for. We actually, last time we tuned in with them in a big way was when Pfluger ended up taking them out to win the game. So, interesting to see it turn around. But Revise and Reciprocal spending too much time at Mega City, now having to pay the cost as P-God gets a knock. They're on to Revise. Reciprocal probably going to be able to disengage and get away, but not without losing his teammate.
What was that? Revise just like stared at 2 players and was like, nah, I'm taking this aim duel. That's a very interesting decision, to say the least.
You know, I was hyping him up moments ago, but every player makes mistakes. It happens, and that just happened to be theirs.
Hey, they've made plenty of great plays too, so
True.
Just a little curious what was going on there. Revised and Reciprocal though, in an outside chance to qualify here. I mean, not really looking exactly where they want to be, especially with Revised down. Chimp and Bolts, they're in about 50th right now, so need something special to happen in order for them to make that top 12. Really, the ones that I'm watching in this game is going to be Jamper. Then we got Moo and Tax. Those guys are right there in 14th, so one solid opportunity is going to make it to play, and those are really the 2 that I see in this lobby that I think are going to have the opportunity to push themselves up onto the top 12 of this leaderboard.
And Bolts now going for the second combat cache of the day that we got to see. Interesting. This one is probably the riskiest one of the 2 that we watched, just because it's so difficult to cover yourself in that small area that they're in. When you got players like Mappy and Fanajan here in the lobby and they know how to connect those shots, all it takes is them to get their sights on you and you are done.
These guys had such a strong start to the tournament. We could see they're also trying to get that combat cache and parking right next to it. Smart play, using the truck to get some cover behind it, because standing out here in the open is not exactly going to be a safe opportunity for you. They're quickly just going to grab that loot and get on out of here. But compared to what we've seen them in the past few games, they are not as stacked and probably looking to grab an elim or 2.
I think they need it. I don't even think it's an option. I think they have to be a little bit more aggressive here in finding some of the better loot that they'll need to finish out this game. And considering where they're lying here on the leaderboard, as I look here real quick, I don't know that they are... Oh, actually, they're right there in 8th. So it doesn't necessarily matter if they have a solid game here, as long as a Reciprocal Revise, who we did see lost one of their teammates, or a Moo and Tax don't have a better game, then they should be good. But I mean, honestly, it's close.
Definitely is. This could be a huge swing here. That's 3 points right there for the elim if they're able to clean it up. Anon and Jace made a play, and looks like Tax and Moo are going to decide, no, it's way too important to have this position rather than trying to play for something that could only net us 3 points. Getting those pulse rifles plus being able to hold his position is going to be much more valuable, and Jace is going to drop down, try and pick his teammate back up. That's pretty much what you got to do here, except his teammate ain't around anymore.
You know, with his teammate down and out, he's got to do something about it. Try to hold on, try to stay alive. Fortunately, with the Kinetic Blade, it's pretty much a guaranteed way to stay alive and stay away from players all around. But it does look like they're potentially going for the reboot van. Sure enough, Jace was able to get his teammate's card, and now Anon should be able to get back in the game. But, you know, as soon as that reboot van's alarms start to glare, these players will look for the opportunity to take one of these other players out.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, everyone starts that signal. It's just like, a bat signal out in the sky like, hey, yo, this guy's a free elim, come over here. And that's exactly what we're about to see. But I think they're going to be far enough away from the action as everyone's now trying to position themselves in and around Mega City. We have 14 duos remaining, and there's at least 7 here in Mega City or the surrounding area.
Interesting. This is probably going to be one of the more complicated fights that we watch on the day. Even going into Heat 2 with Jacob and Revised, or Jacob and Revised, Jacob and Reflections. This is going to be a complex fight to watch, and any kind of fights here in Mega City are, because remember, you can't really break into the buildings. The structures here are sound, so you either have to play the outside or play the inside. There's really no in between.
Yeah, it's very different. One of the few buildings or consistent areas where we've had buildings that you cannot break. And now these two trying to take advantage. You also need to be careful. As we've seen, there are players lurking in the outskirts of this position, just waiting for an opportunity to hit some shots. And Crackly and Okis just playing spoiler. Sorry, no free rides here. If you're driving a vehicle, we're going to take some shots. And we wait.
Playing it out patient. That's going to be the name of the game. Remember, zones 4 through 6 are typically where people are just getting into the zone, playing it passively, and waiting for the final moments to play out, because once that zone is small enough, it just forces you into the action, forces you into the fight. Whether you want it or not, it's coming.
And it looks like Jace was able to get Anon back into the game, so for being rebooted, Anon's not in too bad of a position. Looks like they just actually walked right back to the old loot. So pretty ideal for those two. You don't even really lose anything because Moo and Tax didn't drop down on the loot. Get everything that you wanted. All you had to do is spend some time for it.
Yeah, I mean, look, time is the most valuable resource here, and how you use your time, whether it's positioning, getting the loot that you need, whatever the case may be. That's what it comes down to. And for Jason and Anon, they've done a good job thus far. They have everything to win this game. It's just a matter of getting themselves in the position to do it. And when they're going up against players like Moo and Tax, they're in the distance, it's going to be a tough rotate for them to accomplish.
And this is actually a fairly good spot to be in because of how much cover there is from the different pieces of bamboo. Moo and Tax know that somebody just walked in right up behind them, so as zone is going to be closed, so will that team behind them be forced right into their face. So couple of the teams we're watching, Moo and Tax is really one we want to keep an eye on, because able to have one solid game here, and that's going to be the difference between them qualifying in Heat 1 versus having to play Heat 2 here in about 40-ish minutes.
It'll be interesting to see how it works out. Look, for a lot of teams, there's some, right, that are in this lobby and they're just competing for the final moments of the game. There's probably no way they'll be able to get into the finals here through this one, but it's a little bit of extra practice before Heat 2. But for players like Moo and Tax, it very much so could be the game that defines whether or not they qualify on in the top 12. It's so close there in the bottom half of the leaderboard when it comes to that top 12. So for them, every point is going to matter. Every moment is going to count. And for Tanka and Meow, they're looking to take that away from them.
And a team that doesn't currently have movement on them, so they're just going to have to play this out. But they run into Moo and Tax. They're going to need to move faster than that. And just sitting in Storm is not going to be enough. Moo and Tax are going to put themselves right on the edge of Storm, looking to hold this team as they're going to be forced right into them. But there is another player above Moo and Tax that could make this very difficult. And this could be the situation that you're trying to avoid if you're Tax. You have to get out of here, and that's exactly what they do. No nonsense, no funny business, just move on. This is our qualification game.
Yeah, it's smart play on their part, but for Meow and Tanka, who spent way too much time in Storm there, now, unfortunately, they're going to be probably the victim of that other team that we saw potentially pushing up against Moo and Tax, and so they have to be super careful. Moo and Tax, though, healed up, healthy, ready to go, and in a nice spot here in Mega City.
Yeah, found themselves a nice little piece of real estate. Normally, this isn't available, or it's pretty expensive, especially in today's market. And I mean, talk about somebody ruining your hedges out front. Come on, that's just like disrespectful.
Yeah, I mean, look, I paid a lot of money to put those bushes in, guys. Like, could you not? No, I'm just kidding. But Mappy now, no. Mappy and Fanajan, a team who needed to make sure to solidify a top spot there in the leaderboard, has gone down to another team looking to claim one of those top spots in Jason Anon.
Look at all that loot they're sitting on. And they're not, dude, you gotta throw down some splashes. Get yourself max HP. You got, like more loot than you're ever gonna spend.
Interesting. Seti and Cammy are in the 12th spot. They're still in a game, but they're in the 12th spot with 345 points. If Jason and Anon finish this game and win the game with a few more eliminations, they could potentially dethrone them from the 12th spot, depending on how the game plays out. So it'll be interesting. Every moment counts here. Same thing for Moo and Tax. Remember, Moo and Tax here in 16th place as of right now with 334 points. So they need the win too. So many players in this qualification lobby in heat number 1 need that win.
Crackly and Oakley is another one that could use it. So it's really going to come down to like the elims that get traded here and the placement points are going to be massive swings. Everyone's kind of positioned themselves within their own building, and it's going to be one of the slower games. Nobody wants to make a mistake this early when there's still plenty of placement points to be had, and you know exactly how big of a deal this final match is. If you go down, if you give an elim to somebody, that could be the difference between you qualifying or the person that eliminates you getting that qual spot.
Yeah, we'll see who walks away with it. But for Sizlucky and Dejin, they're one of the teams looking to disrupt the flow. They're not necessarily guaranteed a spot there in the top as they're in 23rd. But if they can get these eliminations, if they could disrupt another one of these teams just a few placements above them, they could potentially walk away with it. But no, Jason Anon landing directly on Sizlucky and Dejin's head. Dejin now opting to just disengage as well as Sizlucky. Now finding himself at the hands of another team. Dejin now down and out. Sizlucky, solo player, needs to get away from it.
Wow, what a turn there to accidentally run into Revise and Reciprocal, and now Tax is able to get one. Okis is going to pick up the other one, so that's a huge turn of events, and looks like Okis is going to jump on Sizlucky. They know he's a solo. Siz is going to jump up in the sky. That shield bubble protects him for now, but man, Crackly and Okis quickly looking to make that play. We're running down the final 5 duos. 1 solo remaining as we go into our last few zones.
And here it is, probably with the most to gain or lose here, Moo and Tax, just above both Crackly and Okis, as well as above Paper and Jamper here to finish this game off. So they need this win more than the other teams do. So let's see, Crackly, Okis, can they be disruptors? Can they keep Moo and Tax from qualifying? Or will a team like Revise or Reciprocal, who aren't necessarily in the qualification conversation, be able to disrupt it for everyone?
Hey, having a big enough game will put them right in that conversation if they want. And just having a couple of those grenades be a problem. Revise looking for an option to throw them, but nobody really giving them the option. And all 4 of these teams that are left remaining are right on that qualification spot. Whoever wins pretty much takes the last qualification spot.
Wow. I'm looking at it. You're right. 13th place, Reciprocal Revise. 15th place, Jamper Paper. 17th place, Moo and Tax. 16th place, Crackly and Okis. It literally comes down to who wins this game with some eliminations, and they could easily qualify on to the finals.
No nerves, right? This couldn't be a nerve-wracking situation. I'm sure you're sitting there nice and calm, not worried about anything. You're chilling.
I mean, I think they all know this too. They might not know that individually they all need it, but they definitely know that they need it in the moment each individual team does. But now Tax taking the fight there. Unfortunately, going to go down. Moo going head-to-head against Crackly. Crackly trying to get to the sky, trying to make something happen. Lands there onto Paper, exchanges a massive shot there, but Crackly going to disengage. Jamper and Paper, though, still in it. But Revise takes out Paper, but the exchanges continue to come through. Jamper, Paper are out. Crackly cleans it up as a solo to finish it all off, getting their spot to qualify on to the biggest LAN finals we've had all year in 2023.
I have no idea. Like, we could have just had multiple teams qualify after that game. It looks like Crackly and Okus are going to be okay, but oh my goodness. One team, I think that was Moo and Tax, just said, nah, we're not waiting for this to happen. We're taking this in our hands. The chaos started. Revise and Reciprocal come rain down from the heavens, and Crackly's just there like, hey, thanks, guys. I'll take this last one.
Well, Crackly made the smart play to disengage as soon as he lost his teammate, and there was enough action going on that he kind of got lost in the fold. Used the bubble to get out, and then waited till the final moments. He saw that it was just him and one other team, and he swooped in and got those eliminations. So, super smart play on Crackly to kind of capitalize on the situation at hand. But honestly, it's been an incredible day of games and just so much to unfold. Watching this break down again, it's just insane to think about.
And you see the difference in the shotguns, the difference between having a ton of shots versus trying to go for that like one single shot that rides on everything. A little bit of benefits for both, as we've seen these end games. A lot of it comes down to that one last final shot, as we've seen. Lots of those mythics, lots of swords or blades, and everyone just looking to hit those shots.
Yeah, I mean, look, shots connecting left, right, and center is the name of the game in Zero Build. It's not about how many edits you can hit, how many builds you can make. It's all about who's going to hit the better shots in situations like this. And sure enough, we've seen some serious connected shots here following today's games. I mean, look, this is only heat number 1. There are 3 more heats. 1 more today, 2 more tomorrow, before we get to the actual finals of this competition. And if it's like anything like today was, we're in for an incredible ride.
Oh, I'd imagine it only gets better. Players get to warm up, get to feel more comfortable, get a feel for what these lobbies are going to be like, and then you just really ramp up. And hey, when it comes to heat number 4, you got nothing to lose, right? There's no reason not to go all out. So tomorrow's going to be crazy. I know this next heat's going to be crazy. And we have some amazing casters that are going to be doing this next heat. So you guys are in for a treat here in a little bit.
Yeah, you definitely are. Make sure to stay tuned for heat number 2 as we get Jacob PR and Reflections here on the mic to petition. Remember, the second heat today, 2 more heats tomorrow, and then finals on Sunday. But it's almost time for us to see the final leaderboard. See who was able to walk away in the top 12 spots. We're so close. But honestly, in my prediction, without looking at the leaderboard, right, I do think Queasy Vino have walked away with it.
That's a great suggestion. Let's take a look, see if you're right, and see who's at the top of the leaderboard. Again, top 12 will qualify, so Queasy and Vino are the winners of heat number 1. Hellfire and Ref's Guard follow them right behind. Acorn, Mr. Savage make a late push here in heat number 1. Cammy Seti finishing 4th. Hey, you asked the question, can Cammy and Seti qual because they were in 12th? Clearly had a solid last game right there.
Yeah, it was huge for them. And looking at Reciprocal and Revise, too, they're in 8th place. We watched them in the final game. Even though they got 2nd, they still qualified on. But 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, here's where it's at. Pink, Malibuca taking 9th. Bluzro and Defiable defying the odds there, taking 10th. Finajan, Mappy barely qualifying when they had a pretty substantial top 10 performance up until this point. And then Trashy Pump taking the final spot of the day to qualify on. Again, you can see Crackly, Okus there in the final moments didn't actually qualify despite the final game performance. Not
enough there. And I mean, if you're Jamper and Paper, you're 7 points behind. So you have to think, there's a world where the fight turns out differently. You win that game and then you qualify. Moo and Tax, same thing. They were right there. One of the first teams to go down in all of that end game chaos. Nonetheless, if I'm any of these teams close, I'm not too worried. I just played what will now be top 12 if you take out the top 12 that just qualified. So you're feeling comfortable if you're close. You understand now how this is going to play out, and you're comfortable, ready for the next heat.
It's all about taking what you learned from heat number 1, prepping it, getting ready for heat number 2, and keep it going. But I think that's it for us, SBG. Make sure to go follow this man. He's incredible. His Fortnite knowledge, insane. His content, insane. And, of course, his performance today on the mic, insane. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. That's it for us here from DreamHack San Diego. Stay tuned for heat number 2 as Jacob Reflections bring in the heat. Take care, everyone.
You go through highs and lows, hold on. You know you're just the thing I'm looking for. Hey, you, I'll be there waiting every night and day, night and day. I'll be there waiting every night and day, night and day. You go through highs and lows, hold on. You know you're just the thing I'm looking for. Hey, you, I'll be there waiting every night and day, night and day. It can be hard. To go through highs and lows, hold on. You know you're just the thing I'm looking for. Hey, you, I'll be there waiting every night and day, night and day. I'll be there waiting every night and day, night and day. Night and day. I know it can be hard to go through highs and lows. Hold on, you know you're just the thing I'm looking for. Hey, you, I'll be there waiting every night and day, night and day.
In the heart of an ancient desert, the land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
And welcome back, everybody. This is going to be Qualifier 2 for DreamHack Fortnite, or excuse me, DreamHack featuring Fortnite. They're in beautiful San Diego, and it is beautiful over there. I'm jealous. I wish I was over there myself. Got a lot of beautiful boats, and I don't know how to drive one, but I would give it my best shot if I was over there. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Jacob MVPR. Been a while since we've been together, brother. How's everything going?
Oh man, reunited, and it has never Felt so good. That's never rang so true. I've been good. Glad to see you shining so bright. And hey, if you got a boat, you better get me on that one and we can go ahead and party to the sunset.
Jacob, absolutely, bro. And we would have an absolute blast. And don't say I'm shining anymore. I know my forehead's always shiny, bro. That's always the roasting point in the chat. No, it's going to be a great day. We saw qualifier number 1. We're about to move in to qualifier number 2. This will be the last qualifier for today. Tomorrow, we will have 2 more qualifiers, and then we'll have the finals, which will be on Sunday. That's going to be a great time. A lot of money, right? $250,000 up for grab for a simple qualifier. I say simple, but for a qualifier, that just doesn't happen anymore. It's actually really crazy to say the least. We saw a little bit earlier that Gamers 8, that's what they're playing for too. Get top 10 so they can go to Gamers 8. Check it out, gamers8.gg. But $45,000, first place, Jacob. You want to talk about buying a boat? That's where we start.
Yeah, $45,000. You said it. $25,000 for second place. Not bad. Even making that finals lobby gets you at minimum $1,000 to split. And honestly, coming into this tournament, I seen a lot of the EU guys coming on over to the pond. And I thought, oh no, we're going to have FNCS Invitation all over again with them stealing the show. But let me say, there's been a lot of our NA competitors really stepping up to the plate and taking this opportunity to cement themselves as one of the best.
NA's got to step up. They got to represent, all right? But EU's just as talented either way, and we're always going to have that friendly banter, that friendly battle nonetheless, right? Whenever it comes to Fortnite, it's just going to exist. It is one of those things, and like I said, qualifier number 2, we're going to have 12 teams that are going to move forward from here. Tomorrow, though, one caveat, they will have qualifier number 3, 12 more teams will qualify, and then for the 4th qualifier, there'll be 14 teams. So it's going to be a little bit of cherry on top for those who haven't qualified just yet. We've already had 12 teams or 12 duos qualify so far. We're going to see who our next 12 are going to be at the moment. And another talking point, our format, right? How do the points work out? And it's been a big talking point, and I know it was hit hard just a little bit earlier in qualifier 1. 60 points for first place. That's a big deal. But also 3 points per elimination. Jacob, that's quite a bit.
No, it definitely is. It just goes to show that if you get active very, very early on, it does have its rewards. But the 60 points for that Victory Royale overall, you're going to see a lot of players try to escape through, find little crevices, doing everything that they can to scrape through the extra bit of placement points, because you've seen a large number of these placement points, or the points overall, coming through like 65, 68% of them being placement points. But I will say, when it comes to that top 12, when it comes to inching yourselves in, the little differences, the small percents do come from those eliminations.
Yeah, Queasy and Co. ended up getting first place in qualifier number 1. They had a total of 421 points. That's quite a bit. So we're talking about placements combined with eliminations. But one thing that I do like, 12 qualifier spots, in my mind is pretty generous, right? At least I think so. And we're definitely going to see the best of the best get in, especially across 4 different qualifiers. Make that, of course, being 14 for qualifier number 4. But DeRoller also making it through. Quite a bit of names making it through that we're comfortable with, but also quite a few names, big names, that did not make it through, Jacob.
Yeah, we got some big names, and for honestly the players in this heat number 2, you got to be looking up and saying, hey, I got my second chance, I should say. You got Queasy Vino. Right. You don't have to go through them anymore. Hellfire and Refsguard, they were playing so well. Acorn and Mr. Savage rounding out our top 3. Honestly, looking at that team, I was like, hey, who's going to be the fragger? And I realized this is 0 build. You don't necessarily need that fragger. Having 2 of the best brains in Fortnite did more than enough to cement themselves that top 3 finish. But I was talking about shouting out NA West, man. The boys from Zuki's, Kinzo, they deserve their own shine as well.
And Trashy and Co. going to be rounding out 12th place. And 13th on the bubble, though, Gundabre as well as Bofink. So we're going to see them once again try to make it in. We'll see if they're going to do so. Jacob, let's get into it, though. This is qualifier number 2. And get loud in the chat if you can. At least let us know who you're supporting. I saw a whole bunch of support for Fluger. Big fan of Fluger. We're going to see him try to qualify once again. I know he was a little bit further down the list. But as, more people start to qualify, those who are on the bubble or maybe, 30th place, 20th place, in Heat 1 and Heat 2, they're going to be looking just fine. Let's start off with Crackley, which I believe we ended with him in some incredible moments in that game number 5 in Heat 1.
Yeah, and you kind of prefaced it yourself, talking about on the bubble. I do believe he's finished in 14th spot, just shy of that bubble. 7 points of possibly even tying and getting himself in. Him and Okus, this is going to be out for revenge. They not too much contested over towards Anvil. There's somebody just outside trying to get that little bit of a split chop. So for them, they're just worried about getting as much loot as they can, getting that perfect loadout so they can get themselves a nice early game start into the mid.
And that's what it's all about, right? And getting those shield bubbles, which are so impactful. We talk about cow catchers, porta bunkers, right, that were used in the past. You don't have that anymore. And the only thing that you have to shield whenever you're out in the open, which that's kind of what Zero Build is all about, protecting yourself when you're in the open. If you can't find a building, you can't find cover, you got the shield bubbles, which allow for a very dynamic fight. That's one good thing I like about it, more so I think than the cow catchers and the porta forts that we had in the past. The bubbles, they only last for so long. You can also get pushed inside of them, and it allows for a very complex and awesome fight. Vortex up close and personal. That's going to be one kill coming his, or one elimination, excuse me, going his way. And a good start. We've already had quite a few duos drop off.
Yep, and they heard that action going, talking about more duos. Z-Link and Krizik's going to be one of the aggressive ones, or at least when it comes to builds, they're trying to take advantage very, very quickly of this next opportunity. They know a fight just went down, but how much damage was dealt? 170. There goes Volks. He gets sent right back down to the ground. Krizik's and Z-Link trying to use this 1v2, trying to use their numbers to their advantage. Great shots from Vortex, but the bait and switch was just too strong. That's going to be 6 more points to their total.
Z-Link just holding on with a sliver of health, so good on him to stay alive. You know, dropping in those moments could be tense. You don't know how many other teams are going to be around. Relay, talk about up close and personal, and unfortunately, he's going to fall. Static also as well. That's how quickly you can lose your life when it comes to Zero Build. You just don't have the option to build, unfortunately, and it's brutal. It's a brutal game mode.
Yeah, that's what you're going to see in this game mode versus others. If you get stuck on the outskirts of the zone, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but you have to realize there's going to be a lot of teams that are also hunting towards that edge of zone. That's where we're going to pick up a lot of those eliminations, because it isn't like you could build yourself a box. This is Zero Builds. Unless there's natural terrain, those prefabs that are already constructed there, you're going to have a hard time placing yourself in the center of zone. And I see Bizzle's having that struggle as well. He went down in the feed. JG9 and Oppose, I've seen them a few times during heat number 1 trying to go ahead and find their stride. And some people could look at it glass half empty. You know, I didn't go ahead and qualify in heat number 1. I'm going down on myself. But other people could realize that's 12 of the top teams you don't have to worry about anymore, making it that much easier.
Oppose pushing up. Anon's already fell. This is the opportunity for Oppose to catch one off guard. He will. That's Z-Link, who ended up falling. Saw him making some impactful plays just a little bit earlier. The 2 AM boys have been doing an incredible job. They've got great representation, but Z-Link trying to stay alive. I think he should drop here, but it opens up an opportunity for Krizik's to maybe pounce on an enemy, and he'll do so. Oppose holding on for dear life, but maybe it was Krizik's the entire time, and he will fall. The 2 AM boys starting off well.
Yeah, that was a nice chance by Krizik's there, but the 250 effective like shield and HP thanks to the overshield in Zero Builds makes it that much harder for a common Maven to take down not only one but 2 different players. So his show is going to come to an end, but luckily for him, he's trying to load up in another lobby very, very quick. Yeah, I see you see something. Out Trump, American Dad. This is a favorite of mine. What are you thinking about yourself?
Let's get patriotic. We got American Dad in here. We got Out Trump. These two guys are incredible. Out Trump, been a big fan of him dating all the way back, I think, the middle of last year when he kind of caught my radar, especially in Zero Build tournaments. He not only is a great person, but an excellent, excellent player, specifically in Zero Build. Make no mistake, though, he can build too, right? He can do a little bit of both worlds, and you kind of have to, I think, if you're going to be successful in these tournaments, regardless. But playing with American Dad, he was great during some previous tournaments in the past. I don't know if I can necessarily say them, but he had great success in another series that was very well known. He didn't qualify for finals, but he ended up making it incredibly far. Back on board, though, Crackly, we've been seeing him. We started off with him. We're now back on board. Shield bubble poking in. Crackly backing away, waiting for someone to pounce, and it's getting chaotic. This is why I like the shield bubbles, man. The fights, they get complex.
Yeah, it adds another element, another depth of strategy, going in and out, bobbing and weaving. Crackly trying to do that to perfection, to trade for downs, but it's Crackly who gets the last laugh, quickly trying to get that res as well. And if you look at the mini-map, nobody is going to go ahead and threaten that one, so they get that second chance at life for Crackly and Okus. They're using that Heat 1 knowledge, that experience from that first go-around to their advantage, trying to get those 3 points per elimination.
Nice shots coming out from Chimp as well as Bolts. It's going to be another duo falling to the wayside. Sitting at a pretty 4 elim, so what, you multiply that by 3, math is hard, but I think that's 12. So that's going to be 12 points going their way, and obviously working their way towards some placement points. 60 being for first place, not a bad amount to get. We saw 420, a little bit around 420 was the cutoff for the #1 spot in heat #1. We'll see if we can maybe outpace that here as everybody's getting warmed up. The jitters are out of the way, right? This is heat #2, so I think everybody's feeling way more confident coming in. Chimp taking some damage. He's going to be all right for the time being.
Yeah, that was Source in the distance along with Notch. 2 players formerly from that NA West region. This time around for FNCS, that's kind of one of the things I'm excited for, the combined regions, bringing it into one. Who's really going to kind of remake a name for themselves? Because you know who the big dogs were on NA West. We know who the big dogs were on NA East. Now with the combined regions, it's kind of like refresh, starting anew. It's Turtle Tavern, one of the known names on West, taking out Tax, one of our zero build hopefuls, trying to go ahead in this DreamHack, not only earn himself $45,000 for first place, but trying to get that spot into Gamers 8. Let's talk about that a little bit more. $2 million up for grabs.
Man,
Gamers 8.
it's nutty, man, to say the least. Turtle going for the poke. Moo, though, he's going to take the initiative, pushes out, takes down Turtle, and that's a bold push from Moo. He knew in that moment he had to stay up, Jacob, because Tax, he was down on all fours, down but not out. He gets picked up by Moo, and that's a confident push outside the bubble. But yeah, it's Gamers 8, right? The fact that it's $2 million, the fact that this is $250,000 leading into a $2 million tournament is just, it's incredible. You know, Fortnite is a wonderful game that has done so much to reinvent itself from, 4 or 5 years ago when it was first introduced as a BR, and then to now where it currently is. And, I've been there since the very beginning. I've really enjoyed it, Jacob, and I know you have as well, being one of the casters for FNCS. And this game is great. It is. And the fact that you can play for it for life-changing money is simply incredible. Cease on your screen. In the storm, he's going to be all right. And luckily, it looks like it's clear paths up ahead.
Yep, one of our true OGs to the game right now. Cease, he's been around since the World Cup days, earning himself not only a spot to kind of play in that prestigious tournament, but top finish as well. Mega and Knifer, an interesting duo here, but not really skipping a beat from builds to zero builds. Really trying to come out with a top spot. They finished in 20th in heat number 1. So you got to think the math. With the top 12 teams gone, you got to think anybody in the top 20 has got to think they have that best chance to earn themselves a spot. But honestly, with a lot of the experience that these players have learned, because you got to think a lot of them may not have practiced zero builds until coming into the tournament. They might think they're quick learners and trying to learn it on the fly with 4 different heats.
Yeah, which adds an interesting conversation. We don't necessarily have to get too deep with it, but it's like the transition from, going from build over towards no build, or excuse me, zero build, what the transition rate is for that and how success will follow, right? If you're successful in FNCS play, can you be successful in zero build? I think so, because it's the same game. It's just played a little bit differently. Got to be a bit more cautious. Paper on your screen, Jamper, who were really on the bubble, right, of qualifying. They now go for their second attempt in heat number 2. This is a solid duo, Jacob, like one that I highly expect to qualify here.
I was really hoping he would hire the NPC, right? I was really hoping. Can you imagine 3v2s running around the map, anything like that? I know there's another NPC on the other side of the map, but talk about a 3v2. It's going to be a 2v1, and it's lights out just like that. Mega and Knifer, they know the importance of eliminations in this scenario. Once they realize you go the early game, the mid game is gone, then they can start playing with the focus on the placement. But they're just trying to get every one of these opportunistic points as possible, along with Jace and Anand. We've seen a lot of these players that we're seeing here early on in heat number 2 come that close to that top finish in heat 1.
Jace and Anand, a scary duo to play against. Whenever they start hunting you down, man, you got to be ready for them because they're going to hit you hard. See Prospering falling. Prospering, you want to talk about an OG. Unfortunately, game 1, it seems as if he's going to about fall. Hopefully his teammate's still alive. We're pushing up, though. Bush is gone. Prospering's down. This is actually the perspective of Prospering dropping a little bit earlier. One more player to wrap up. Canley wants to maybe hop down there, but does he want to fully commit? Because you don't know where the other one's going to be remaining, and yeah, they'll go for the finish. I don't know where Prospering's teammate's at.
Yeah, I definitely, probably even kind of, maybe on the side of Mega City. I see somebody towards the outskirts, but I really like the idea. No hesitation, realizing your teammate's down, especially in zero builds where it's not easy to get away. You have to know when to kind of abandon. You know when you got to kind of let loose the little bit of kind of weakling that you have on the side. I don't want to call any player a weakling here in this situation, but if somebody goes down, you got to realize when to cut your losses.
That's fair, right? But then do you double back? Do you get the reboot card? That's also another thing to think about. And will he be able to do so? Does it get camped? Maybe. I don't know. Cease back on your screen. Decent game for them so far. They're sitting at 5 elims. We're getting down to now 45 players left in the lobby. Make that 43 that they have to get through if they so decide. They're going to be playing the Storm. They're pretty comfortable where they're currently at. No rush to get in. It's not taking for too much at the moment anyways. Paper and Jamper, though, might be in the vicinity where they could be. So there is an opportunity. Maybe we see Cease, Paper, Jamper all fight it out. I don't know, in maybe a couple minutes.
Yeah, especially depending on where the zone's actually going to finish pulling at. Luckily for them, they find themselves a flopper, making sure Jamper spreads it on over to Paper, trying to equalize their HP, using that Shield fish as well. You got to think like why he's going to use the shield fish just to kind of carry back open the splashes. You've already go ahead and called out the importance of the shield bubble. We've already seen it through very many different phases of the game from early, mid to late. And then you're rounding out with the heavy sniper. That's going to be my biggest question mark. But for a player like Jamper, all it does take is one sniper. You get the refresh, you get some extra heals, and now finding the Easter. Happy Easter for everybody else. He gets himself a prize, being able to last longer in the storm.
I can't believe it's already Easter, man. Blows my mind, dude. Time goes by way too fast, right? Incredibly fast.
Really
I questioned what Prospering. We saw him fall. Merrick is actually on your screen now,
back.
so he did disengage, and he is going back, so he's going to be able to potentially get the card if he can, and maybe go for the reboot, which luckily he's got a reboot van right there, and luckily for him, nobody in the vicinity, so he should get a free refresh. Shield bubble just for extra caution, but good on him. So Prospering falls. Merrick, though, makes the right play, disengages, comes back, and now they live to fight again.
Yeah. Going to be a second chance at life. And that's one thing as well that makes it a little bit easier with everybody so focused on their position, getting their nooks, getting their grannies. And talk about that. That's Moo attacks. They take down Cease. They take down Nevs. The NA-EU combination getting sent back to the lobby as their first run comes to an end. They scored about 41 points in that game, though, so you got to be able to hold your head high.
Not bad. 7 elimination game coming out from them. Yeet has fallen, so that leaves Sods to kind of hold his ground if he can, maybe disengage if need be. Connect Blade to do so. And he does, in fact, get away for the time being. I'm sure he's going to poke back in, but he doesn't want to deal with that duo that's out, or at least just behind him. Out Trump does fall, and American Dad as well. So that makes me sad, right? That was a duo that I was super happy to see. Still happy to see them play. But 43, or at least placing top 24, not the placing they want, I'm sure of it. But you got 10 games to play, right? So that's only game 1. They'll be all right, I'm sure.
Yeah, and if there's any time that you are going to go down in a game like this, you want to go down very, very, right, I guess in this portion of the game, right? Because that leaves a great opportunity to pick up points in the next game. If you go ahead and play this game out much, much longer, you don't get the points that you want. You kind of call it a dud, but Scram, he gets attacked. He gets caught not looking on either side. Tripper is spread out from him, so that's at least going to give Tripper a chance to pick up some points here as a solo. And this puts us into another situation I'm talking about as he threads the needle, narrowly misses the first shot, but gets the second one as well. That's 132 with the heavy snipe.
Yeah, not bad. He's, I'm sure, wishing he got the headshot, but he doesn't get it, and that is what it is. Into the bush they go, so Tripperin. That was a tough... I mean, he really can't disengage, can he? I mean, I guess he could, you know, follow the outskirts of the zone if he decides to, but he wants to stay put where he's at. But those guys in the bush, they're not moving. Fletch and Co., they're going to stay where they're currently at, so Tripperin has to make a decision. Does he want to engage? Does he want to give away his position? But surely Fletch know where they're at, and if they took down Tripperin's teammate... Are they justified in making the push?
Yeah, you'd think so, but my thing is, do they have a kinetic blade? Do they have resources? What do they have on their side that's probably preventing them? The knowledge that they don't have there in the situation as Axe Force goes down. That's Pablo Wingu, and Bevy's trying to go ahead and tackle the players going for those mythic overclocked rifles, but Vortexers with a shot from above is going to go ahead and end that run, quickly popping that slurp juice, giving him that much longer that he can last in the storm. Act Force probably trying to do the same, which gives him a second opportunity here with that new island rift.
Notice a lot of the fights, Jacob, are taking place just on the edge of the storm, right? I mean, these guys are absolutely playing the gatekeepers, whether that's for eliminations or that's for them to avoid getting too deep into zones so they don't get, you know, pincered in between multiple teams. I don't know. Either both of those reasonings are absolutely justified, but a lot of fights taking place on the edge. Meanwhile, though, Mama Benji on your screen. Love that. Okay, representing. No eliminations, but you know what? They're going to come.
Hey, 60 points for the win. You don't need an elimination to kind of get that top spot here in the game.
That's right.
Especially for Mama Benji Fishy and Togo. To go. Is that to go? What do you think that is? I need to learn. I need to research here. I'm gonna give
I like
me
to go,
research
but I also
well.
like Togo as well. I think that's a fun name. Oh no!
Oh please!
Hey, I love it.
I'm here for it.
I love it. Oh, I do.
Oh,
and you got a team?
Yes.
Yeah, there's one team.
On the same page. There's one team that is just south of them. They could probably think it's empty towards the outside and probably use that as a rotational pathway, especially since it is one of those hot drops with hot zones. Or if there's any more of those floating around, that shields, that's probably splashes, maybe some loadout that they could use. And they're gonna go use the kinetic rock as well. Everybody really trying to think outside of the box here, just trying to go ahead and take it right out of the water, and then they're gonna use that to try to rotate in depending how far they are. I
love that strategy.
Yeah, pizza
just
too.
hide in
They're
the
ready
corner.
for the
That's my
journey.
kind of play, dude. play.
There you go. I love rotating with these, especially in zero build. Oh, fell off a little too early. It's okay. You got aerialist. You got yourself a surprise too. Maybe get yourself an Easter basket. Carry those for later. Easter's right around the corner.
Portion. Bush Wookie hiding out. Knows there's going to be a team in the other bush, but they're going to make a rotate. There's face clips. I know people are asking about him in chat. Here you go. Get a chance to watch them. No eliminations for the two of them just yet, but most, a lot of teams, they'll focus on getting the bulk of their elims when those zones, start getting chaotic at the end. Nade's out to clear the bush area. I think a couple of hit markers will come in. Does break shield. Kinetic Blade out. Clips on the attack.
Did he really get the elim for? I don't know what just happened. That brought me back. That was a feeling of deja vu. Brought me back a few seasons when you kind of march 60 meters, you throw them in the sky, and they prematurely explode. And that was Bolts. Yes, that was Bolts that went down. And this is the team I'm actually excited to see. You got the last FNCS West champion with Bolts, paired with one of the most consistent players I've seen from the former NA East region. You bring that together, and that's the type of experience I want to see paired with these West and East regions come together for NA overall. But Chimp with a surprise attack. He goes down. Bubble shield out. Shield fish. That's what I like about the shield fish. That how quick you're able to pop them to try to stay alive. Clips is Victorian. Not going to go on the chase. And I like the decision to not chase because they could easily put themselves in a bad spot.
Absolutely, yeah. Don't get too greedy. We've seen some teams in Heat 1 get a little bit too greedy, right, and push out, and ultimately ended up being their undoing. You don't want to do that. Back away. And Clips, Subordinate played very, very smart. We saw them a little bit earlier, right? They threw out the nades. You mentioned, right, kind of like a bit of a flashback coming out. Now they're doing the same thing by rotating out. They don't care necessarily about that fight. The fights will come. Right now, their focus, get the positioning first, then play Gatekeeper after that. The teams will rotate into you. You'll pick up your elims. Catch them off guard. That's going to be the play to make. Now, To Go, we saw Mama Benji To Go. They were hiding in the corner. They've clearly been found out. To Go's down. Mama Benji forced to fight it out solo.
Oh, look at Crackly and Ocus. It's just like taking candy from a baby, running from one direction, zero builds, wasn't able to turn around and really do anything to react to that. Mama Benji Fish goes down. And I said it at the beginning of this game. I'll say it again. Crackly and Ocus just shy of getting their qualification spot in Heat number 1. They're out for revenge. They don't want to have to worry about playing tomorrow. They want to be able to relax. They already missing out on that duo cash cup, and for them, they don't want to miss out on any more.
Pose back on your screen.
Bush,
JG9 as well. Bush fighting. Oh, shield bubble's gone though. That's gonna make things a little bit awkward for him. Does Oppose play the zone? And he does. He goes into the storm. It doesn't work out, but that could have been, Jacob, a great play. A very, very 5-head play to make. Unfortunately, these opponents that he was going against were just a little bit too ahead. Now we're getting down to the thick of it, right? 13 duos left, 24 players remaining. It's about to get spicy.
I don't know who that is on the other side that's kind of at the north side of zone by themselves. That's good loot they can go get from the players that we saw go down previously. Paper's going to get dropped off in the feed. Prospering and Merak, they get that second chance at life. We saw Prospering go down very, very early on, and now they're trying to pick up even more placement points. Chimp goes down, which leaves Bulge by himself. He's looking at the backside of zone. That's loot you have to grab. Almost that stage in the game. You're gonna go
Subordinate back on your screen. Clips. They're just playing so well. And it's mainly like, obviously they've got the gun skill. We know that very well, right? But their positioning, Jacob, has been wonderful. They haven't been overextending themselves. They're not taking excessive risk. And they're putting them in positions to take smart fights. In this case, right, a 2v1. But they do have to get over this high ground. And that's not going to be easy. Now 4 straight into 2. Now he has no choice but to fight. But luckily he gets the blind side up to 1. He's going to manage to get the drop onto 1. So that's great on him. Now a couple more to get through. But do they push? They're going to have to dip. Subortion, he's getting lit up.
That was tough. That was just a tough situation. Watching one direction and Clips and Samatorian come from a whole nother. Instantly trying to go in the shield bubble, but still outside of the zone. Great wherewithal. Try to get the splashes. They know they still have more to go, and they got a battle right in front of them that is inevitable. Down goes Clips, trying to turn and burn with a fadeaway shot, but he gets sent right back to the lobby nonetheless. Merak and Prospering putting a hurting on everybody else before going down to Crackly and Ocus. Everything always comes back down to these two.
It does. I mean, seriously, they were there in Heat 1. Now they're here in Heat 2. Jacob and Ocus, he's going to have to back away. Can't get Crackly in time. He's gone. So now, can Ocus carry the weight of the duo on his shoulders? Can he do it? I think so. There's only 6 teams left, 9 eliminations to get through, make that 8, as we saw Bear just fall a little bit earlier. Source is going for the revive. He can do this. Ocus can absolutely, and even if he doesn't, Jacob, at this point, all players remaining have got a phenomenal finish for game 1.
Yeah, there's still a good amount of points left on the board for anybody here still into the top 5. And we've already seen 7 points be the difference from qualifying in heat number 1 to heat number 2. Even though this is only the first game of heat 2, those are points you can't leave at the board in any stage of the game, because it's going to have you looking back, figure out what could I have done different. These are the moments that really separate players that are going to qualify from possibly not in our top 5.
Ooh, Fletch and Co., they have got a great position below the bridge. Source, Knock, most likely can go straight into them. It's going to be a tough fight for Moo and Tax. Like a tough fight into the water, straight into a team below the bridge. I believe Tax is already being shot at. They're being focused by 2 separate duos. I would be amazed if Moo and Tax make it out of this, but this could be an opportunity. Source has found the duo down low. He's firing. Moo and Tax, they're pushing up.
Yep, he has that exotic sniper, but in comes Fletch from nowhere, from above, hits the dunk, but gives up the overclock pulse rifle. No chance to turn and get the revive. That's Moo and Tax. You were just talking about him. From 10 eliminations to 12, getting themselves into the top 3. Okus, the solo, trying to go ahead and hide behind the reboot van. Tax goes down. This is looking like a solo FNCS right before our very eyes.
Wow.
In goes Jace. Out goes Jace. Back to the lobby. 1v1. And Okus clutches up as a solo.
Wow. Okus clutches up as a solo. He was going against Moo in the end, Jacob, and he made it happen again. Those bubble fights are so incredible to watch. Good job to Okus. I question, would he be able to carry the weight of his duo on his shoulders? He did it.
That was huge. 76 points, not one for Moo and Tax. Even more for Okus and Crackley, though. And for Sizlucky and Degen, this is going to be lobby number 2. 7 eliminations for them. They got themselves 21 points off straight eliminations alone, and with 2 shield bubbles. They have the legendary Slurp Juice and the kinetic blade. They can easily get themselves to zone.
That's right, Sizlucky, Degen, they were so close to qualifying. Will they be able to break the barrier this time around? Well, game 1 at least is looking great for them. Watching the end game, as you said, Jacob. Playing it slow. A little bit different terrain, right, from the last end zone that we just saw that ended on a bridge, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Bully and Co. going to be inside of the bush, so they're going to be taking their time. And they do have quite a ways to travel. The good news is, though, there's not a lot of teams in front of them. They can actually take the high ground over everybody if they play it right, but of course, they don't have the map like we do.
Yeah, right now, I think for them, it's about getting that information, even probably using the bubble shield just a little bit too long there. But Quinn and Vert, I'm a huge fan of Quinn. You know, ever since I got into Fortnite, he welcomed me with open arms, making sure any question that I had didn't go unanswered. Teaming up with Vert, one of the more aggressive players I've seen, at least in builds, using those frags. He has 6. First read's going to go out, trying to make it hard for them to go up and over. With the connected blaze, that one's going to go through easy. The top 6 in a zone like this, everybody's going to be staring down at each other just like this battle that we see before our eyes.
Breaking the roof pieces, trying to get a peek, but unfortunately they're going to be on the opposite side. They'll break away. Sizlucky, Degen on the hunt. Vert and Quinn, though, they've got the low ground. You have to favor Sizlucky and Degen in this moment, being where they're currently at. Degen, we'll see one poking up. That's going to be Vert. He'll take some damage. Degen will back them down a little bit, but they're going for the push. They know that that early tick of damage, it was enough to justify a push in a moment. Sizlucky up close and personal. Quinn is down, so that leaves Vert by himself, 1v2. And I believe he's going to go ahead and dip on the outskirts. And I believe he's juked. He has been spotted, but Sizlucky, Degen, they've got to be very careful about how they approach this.
I think everybody has to be careful. You look at the zone, you better bring your ice skates, because this one is going to go down to one of those types of zones where you're slipping and sliding, trying to gain your footing, and it's not going to be possible. You don't have a cone, you don't have builds. And the players that are in the middle of the island right now, Bully and Muzz, they're going to have one of the biggest advantages because they don't have to go very far before they go ahead and reach. And they've got the overclock pulse rifles, 2 different shield bubbles. They just got to be able to close this one out, and they reach themselves into the top 5. Everybody alive, though. You can see Quantity and Threats over on the other side. They're trying to use the truck as much cover as possible. They hired them. DNA Alex and DNA on TikTok have hired themselves some extra help. This is what I want to see, and it's actually the one that heals. They can actually try to survive. They got some extra heals thanks to the NPC.
If it works, trust me, it's going to be meta for the next remaining games, maybe even finals, okay? We're down to just 5 teams left, and Quanti's up close. He's trying to make it happen. He can't just yet, but will they get at least a down? They do onto DNA. And now, one more to take down, and both of them have been finished off on the DNA crew. Quanti down himself, though. It's getting chaotic. There's not a lot of coverage. Teams are taking advantage of the skirmish. They're going in for the third party. Threats has moved out. He's now down. 3 duos remaining. Make that 2. Pilkey, he needs a strong finish here. They were just on the cusp of qualifier number 1. Having a strong finish in game 1, Jacob, could be it. This is going to be the finale.
Look, they're just trying to go ahead and go over. I talked about the ice. They're just trying to go out. 6 splashes. Slurp Juice on the other side. Pilkey and Easy, though, they have so much familiarity when it comes to zero builds, specifically when it comes to Pilkey. 9 eliminations into the top 2. This is fighting for those extra points that I'm talking about to get yourself in. But Billy's trying to stagger himself back. Shots are there, but they're too far separate. In and outside of the bubbles. A huge shot from Easy's going to be landed. The down goes through. Him and Pilkey. Candy is being taken from the babies as they get that victory royale.
Wonderful, wonderful job from Pilkey and Easiness there. They secure game number 1. That sets them up strongly to potentially have another great 9 games, right? It's 9 games. It's going to be grueling no matter which way you look at it. It's 3 hours of total playtime, so stamina, it's going to be an absolute factor. But regardless, though, great finish from them, but also a good finish from Bully. And I did like what him and his duo were trying to do in that moment. They split up with the kinetic blade, so they were trying to pincer in, right? The duo Pilkiness and Easy. But great game so far. We've only seen 1. We saw 2 different at least lobbies taking place. Mega was having putting on an absolute clinic with the kinetic blade, putting in work, as well as the Guru, right? Pushing into the bush. It breaks away. Prospering falls. His teammate, though, stayed alive long enough to carry the weight.
Yeah, and honestly, we even got that res and the reboot right back on up, giving them an extra chance to pick up some more eliminations and some more points overall. And one of EU's finest, Pablo, Wingu, and Bevy's trying their hardest. I put out a tweet saying, who do you think is going to qualify? Who do you think is going to get the top 10, get themselves some money from this DreamHack, get themselves a spot in the Gamer's Egg? He was confident enough to say it. Myself and Pablo Wingu are going to have ourselves a field day in this tournament.
Moo and Tax, we saw him a little bit earlier. Second place to that of Okus. He finishes off as a solo, and he makes it happen and gets to 60 points for the victory royale. Wonderful work. I mean, really, we are seeing some great fights, wonderful games so far, and that's only the first 30 minutes, Jacob. We still have 2.5 hours remaining of gameplay, and I mean, I can't wait for more, but we're going to have to wait, right? We got to take a little bit of a break. When we come back, though, some more Fortnite action will continue here for DreamHack. It's been a lot of fun. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everybody, to DreamHack featuring Fortnite. They're in San Diego playing. They're having a good time, and I'm having a good time as well. Taylor Reflections Double joined by Jacob MVPR. Saw the first 30 minutes of gameplay, and I had a blast, man. Lots of great fights, intense moments, and that's what Zero Build brings to the table. We're about to go into our next 30 minutes, Jacob, and what did we learn, right, from the first 30? Anything that kind of stuck out to you?
Honestly, two things. I learned it from Heat 1, though, not necessarily this first 30, though.
Sure.
Is
That's
shield
fair.
bubbles are almost a must. Being able to kind of recycle those. So, in terms of a refresh, you're not looking for mats here in Zero Builds. You're looking to see if anybody is carrying any heals or those shield bubbles overall. Second thing is getting those eliminations while you can. You're going to end up in some battles where you're so far out from everybody else. You got to pick those eliminations up quick.
Sometimes not taking the fight is the best fight you can take, right? Crackly, Okus, they're going to be in first place. Okus ended up holding on tight as Crackly fell a little bit early on in that game one we saw, and we kind of watched them from the very start to the end. Moo and Tax, they will have second place. Good on them. Moo ended up getting second place to Crackly and Okus in that game number one, and we go down the list a little bit more. We see Cease also making it through, and Kanata also making an appearance in sixth place. Let's look at 9 through 16, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, I like my French-Canadian duo, Fatch and Pam Stu. They've been kind of one of those teams that have been together for such quite a long time, but it doesn't matter the mode, doesn't matter the format, but they're always in discussion to take the tournament overall. And I think even though if they didn't qualify in heat number one, if the worst luck happens to them and they don't qualify here in heat number two, they have 2 more heats on the day tomorrow. Right. I expect to see them in the finals.
Yeah, just to reiterate, like Jacob said, right, you got 2 more heats tomorrow, so we'll have 24 more duos making it tomorrow. Actually, excuse me, 26, and we'll have 14 from that heat number 4. And everybody playing, right, not only for $250,000, which will be earned on Sunday, but also playing for that top 10 position, so they can go to Gamers 8. Check them out, gamers8.gg. $2 million tournament. A lot of money on the line. But let's get into it, right? Our next 30 minutes of gameplay, and Smelly Nelly, loving the name there. Competing. Clips up top. Clips played so well last time, having the high ground. If I'm Smelly Nelly and co, the zip line's not the play.
No, it's definitely not the play. They're waiting from the top. Clips landing the first couple of shots. And as soon as he took some damage, you see the awareness from Sabotorian. They quickly get the bait and switch, but just like Jaws in the water, look at the mini-map. Somebody smells it, and they're trying to play janitor, clean it up.
Clips is going straight into him as well, so that's going to be a fight that's going to take place relatively soon. We transfer over to Mega City. It's going to be highly contested. Pretty much every single drop. Chimp, who had a great game with Bolts. In game number 1, we kind of follow them all the way through in our feature game. Now, once again, on your screen, on top of the building, they will see Super Key and Co. is going to be just up ahead. So they're going to play this very well. And look at that, Sabotorian Clips do drop to Tripperin. Tripperin gets both of them.
Yeah, huge fight was taken out of them. Honestly, that was those opportunity I was talking about. When you realize a fight went down, something like that, you have to strike. And right there again, right before our very eyes, they spot Bolts out by himself at the top of the building. They immediately use their kinetic blades to close the distance, forcing Bolts to drop all the way down low and reunite with Chimp, which isn't necessarily a bad play, but it does give priority on over to Lane, on over to Soup Key to go ahead and rotate first, or even stay if they want to.
Hope Chimp doesn't make any drastic moves up that zipline. We've already seen that happen once, just a little bit earlier. Didn't work out. Moving over though, Mega doing some good work. Nice damage down. Sev just trying to get out of the way if he possibly can. Knifer's going to be going up close and personal. Sev pretty much dead to rights here, and he is going to fall and soon be fully eliminated, I'm sure of it. Now take a look at the map, and I believe, yeah, his partner is totally disengaged. So Sev, he'll sacrifice his life. We see this so often, right? You just cannot sit there and fight. If your duo goes down and you've already have distance between them, there's no point in trying to re-engage, Jacob. Get out of the way, come back maybe for the reboot card, live to fight another day.
Yeah, honestly, at this point in time, I think Mega and Knifer in these heats, and I didn't see too much of them specifically when they were shown on stream in heat number 1, but it just seems like they're just getting aggressive. They're taking advantage of their skill level. When they have that separation from anybody else in the lobby, they're trying to pounce. They realize when the top 12 teams are already out, this is going to be their moment to try to kind of qualify just straight off elimination points, so to say. Because I don't know if that's Miza that went down again to Mega or not. Was that the same elimination, but Chimp and Bolt still over here towards Mega City. Just trying to get that extra bit of shields. When it comes to Mega City, there's going to be a lot of loot left here on the map, on the floor, from chests, floor spawns, or loot that just simply wasn't taken. So if you go ahead and enter Mega City without shields or HP, it'd be a perfect time to try to scavenge around and get what you can.
Yeah, that was Mega picking up Seb's duo, I do believe. So they were able to hunt him down, and unfortunately take them out. So that duo will be eliminated. Super Moose and Co. did just pick up another duo themselves, who were just down below, and we do see on the map there's going to be a team just ahead of them, and I think they are very much so aware of that. So do they, go for the fight? Well, not just yet. They really can't, unless they want to take the kinetic blade and push into it, but that's not going to be the smartest decision. And look at this lobby, already pretty light, Jacob, right? We're down to 32 players, so we got into it a little bit late, but I'm here for it.
No, I do agree. To me, it's not so much that we got into it late, but I think it's depending on the lobby, depending on the teams that are in there, you're going to realize that these top competitors, specifically the one on screen, Scram and Trippin', again, if they feel like you're isolated, if they feel like somebody is an easy target away from everybody else in the lobby, and you can kind of tell, depending on where these zones are pulling, where that slower side of the zone is, where people are slowly going to be left behind the rest of the lobby, where they can try to pounce. And that's exactly why you see them sitting on the outskirts. Mega and Knife are doing the same thing. They already took down Mom and Benji Fishy for one.
Yeah.
They're just trying to find the second player left alive.
And Bolt's also doing a wonderful job. I saw him pick up a couple of elims in the elimination feed, so good on them. Mega's got a team just down below. And that's going to be P-God. That is going to be a tough fight, especially if they choose to full send it into him, which, do they know they're there? Surely they do. Mega has spotted him. That's going to be a good tag onto one. P-God, he's going to deploy the shield bubble, try to get out of the way, and they do disengage. So this fight is going to go on for a little bit longer.
Not very many places you can go. And for them, you see them trying to go in, grab what they can, grab at least something from this fight if they're going to trade off what little bit of damage Mega did take care in that situation before they try to disengage. And you got to realize, in a lot of these fights, when you should take him and when you shouldn't. Zone's going to pull away yet again for a lot of these players. That's going to force the rotation out. And for P-God, he's just getting tagged up, trying to use that shield bubble with the car. That combination is going to allow for some rotation. Well, is the sacrifice worse? It was Knife and Mega hot on the heels.
Wow. They are pushing, Jacob. They are going for it, brother.
Horror movie.
I'm telling you, man, I'm scared for them. And I believe they got a card to their right. So from one duo, that's going to be Mega and Co. now into another. And they're just like, can we catch a break? Get me out of here. And they successfully do. Thank goodness, man. But, I mean, that just comes to show you the composure, right? King as well as P-God had in that moment. The fact that they're able to get away despite two duos converging on them, despite them getting tagged first when Mega decided to engage on them a little bit earlier. Wonderful job getting away. And from one truck to another, Tavern also leaving with Justice. And because cars are usable, we're going to see them, obviously be used quite a bit here, which, hey, no harm, no foul. I think it's a great play.
Yep. They're just kind of hunting right now, looking for anybody on the outside.
You nasty man.
He really showed you up. You said he won't. He said bet. How much did you guys bet off that one? Because he definitely won. You got a guy in breakfast in the morning. Something. J9 opposed. They're trying to take advantage of the damage that was already pulled out. That's Bolt and Chimp. They're also separated. This could be their chance to strike. And honestly, Chimp goes down to Tavern. Opposed and JG9 complete the full-on wipe with help they didn't even know they had. Ooh.
Trying to go for the bush shot. A little bit of a blind fire, but doesn't connect. No harm, no foul. They do back away. They do find a building, which is going to be great. I'm curious if we see kind of a little bit of what we saw in Heat 1. Just shredding through those builds if you can. And eliminating whoever's going to be inside. But yeah, the 2 AM boys have just really tore it up. They've been playing incredibly well. These guys on your screen, though, they did a great job in Heat number 1, and I'll double check. I want to say maybe even 13th place, 14th, but at least top 20 for sure. I mean, they were so close to making it through, and they were in fact 13th. So that hurts, but it also gives them confidence in Heat 2, Jacob.
Just want to ask, is this gonna work? I'm so invested in Fernie and
staying up top on the Raptors.
Yeah, is this gonna work? They're right at the edge of the zone, so in theory they could stay there, but is somebody gonna forget? And this is the thing as well for a lot of oh my god, this is the thing as well as Justice that took a big tag. Tavern trying to play hero, he goes down on the edge of the shield bubble, and that's another superstar like team that gets sent right back to the lobby. At least they got some points for their efforts.
It just comes to show you how tight these lobbies are and how competitive, right? I mean, it's not going to be easy. Nothing's guaranteed. You throw all that history away that maybe you're successful in the past. That doesn't mean you're going to be successful today. But like you said, I mean, that's no dig on Turtle and Co. They played incredibly well, and they do get a top 13 finish. So they're sitting okay, no matter which way you look at it. And you question, will this play work? Well, we're about to find out. There are 3, maybe 4 duos in this location.
I'm just getting like flashbacks, nightmares when I play in these zero builds. No matter the tournament, I got swearing, hiding in a building, and that's the thing I was kind of getting at. Playing builds, you kind of forget a lot of these hiding spots in these zero builds type tournaments. Anything is usable, especially in these prefabs, especially in these POIs that have the natural made covers. And exactly that. Trippin's going to kind of thread the needle there. Only 126 damage. At least they know that team is out towards the backside. But there's going to be a lot of teams that have to continue to travel as the zone pulled almost as far east as it will go in this game.
From the... Oh, I thought he fired, but he didn't. I believe there's still a team just below him, and I don't know if he's really aware of that. He's lining up the headshot. He'll miss. But still keeping that pressure on. Any amount of damage you do, right? You're bleeding through those shields. You're bleeding through the med mist, whatever kind of pills that you have if you're the other team. And Trippin's feeling confident enough. He saw flesh, he saw white, so he's going to go ahead and make that push forward. And this should be a successful fight, but I mean, you know, nothing's guaranteed.
That's so smart because how weak that team was. If there was anybody else over there, you would hear shots. You would hear somebody try to clean that one up, and they didn't hear anything. That's what gives them the confidence to try to at least rotate towards that south side. Worst comes to worst, they have one team ready to contest them, hiding behind the rock. That's going to be a big 62 damage, but thanks to Overshield, Scram's trying to survive. Bubble Shield after Bubble Shield going out. Slurp Juice is trying to get both their shields and HP up, using every bit of heals and resource that Tripper and Scram have to their name.
Scram up in the air. Scram pushing forward, but from the bubble come P-God. He'll take the bush, and now he's got to kind of stay put, hoping maybe P-God make a mistake and push into him. Still hiding behind the shield bubble, though. Now, Scram has been spotted, maybe. We saw 2 AM boys have been eliminated. Just saw that in elimination feed. Scram is in a tough spot. He really is. He put himself here. He's got one team to his right, another team to his left, and at a certain point, Jacob, he's going to have to make a decision to push one of them.
There's so many people on the outside. I thought it was done. And that shield bubble went away, but a second one going out, using them to kind of rotate one to the next, Kind of using it like tunneling when it came to the regular build mode, but really forced to think outside of the box when it comes to zero build. Trying to even scrounge up the rest of it, but the high ground goes to Fernie and Arctic. As soon as this bubble shield goes down, if they don't have another one, this fight is inevitable. And we're in the top 4.
We're in the top 4. I mean, this is going to be such a tense moment. It's coming down to this. This is most likely game 2 for these guys. Sods hiding behind the only cover. Like you said, fire is just behind them, so that's going to be big. Now we'll be on board with Tripper. Nice tags. Shield bubble out, one to his left. That's going to be King is pretty much out in Narnia at this point. He's got to come all the way back into the fight, so that's going to be tough for him. P-God is down. Tripper and will go for the finish. That puts him at 3. That's 7 for this duo. Now into the shield bubble for a couple tags on P-God and Co. That's going to be Tripper in and out of the bubble, but God putting up a wonderful fight. He falls. That's going to be now, I believe, Bond, who's going to be putting up a good fight. Not going to happen. Scram. Last remaining for his teammate. Can he get Tripper back into the fight? I think he's too far gone.
Somehow, some way, King is still surviving on the outside of zone. Probably out of the hills. He only has half the HP left. Scram's going to spot him out, trying to go up and over, but still into the palm of Scram's hands, who ends that one. But he has 1 HP and a huge dream. There goes that chug cannon on the other side as well, but zone's going to close. This is going to be one for the making. They have 10 eliminations and a top 3 finish so far.
Yeah, already 30 points. Oh, no! I'm close! Yo, he came out of nowhere! And Tripperin, he will fall, but a heroic effort nonetheless. And now we go on to Yeet, who, well, he's going to yeet himself straight into a couple. There they are, right for the picking, and Yeet Sods will take game number 2, and not a bad game coming from them, but heartbreaking for Tripperin, who was doing everything he could. 1 HP in a dream, and that dream fell short.
That was like a jump scare coming at you live. Didn't expect it. I didn't even see it coming, and we have multiple observers in the lobby. So that is going to be one of those finishes that we're going to remember for a very, very long time, and one of those that Sods really did a good job of really taking advantage of, realizing the situation, realizing how weak the rest of the lobby was, and a great job to really close that one out.
Move on to our second lobby. Zero build. Hey, he's going to hold his ground tight, and he takes down 1. I believe that was another 2 AM member. They represent, they're strong. They are thick out there today. Mezzo, haven't seen him yet. Obviously the build, or excuse me, the teammate of Zero build, and see American Dad up ahead. And for Mezzo, Zero build, they're just going to take their time. No reason to rush. They've got their eliminations. They got at least 2 off the rip, so that's not bad. Believe it or not, 2 eliminations isn't bad in these stacked lobbies as they are.
I just want them to turn around. Is the vault open? I'm trying to lean. I'm sitting here. ducking, weaving, because that could be a great strategy. You know, with the vault's not up, if no one was able to kind of get it, that could be their chance to kind of wait for that opportunity for somebody to kind of lounge around, stroll in that direction, trying to get the vault and get taken down overall. But American Dad out front, they want nothing of it. For them, it's all about that rotation. Probably wait for those eliminations and naturally present themselves throughout the course of the game.
And they didn't have the strongest game one, I think, finishing off in 46th place. This game, a little bit better, right? 28th place, but no eliminations. They definitely are going to have to step it up in some way if they want to contend for top 12. And honestly, I would be fine with them breaking into top 20 and finishing there, not making any assumptions. They can absolutely qualify here in Heat 2, right? They're good enough to do so. I've seen them play many times in the past, but they're going to have to do a little bit more. But there's plenty of time. A lot of elims come towards the tail end. We saw at least 6 picked up a little bit earlier from Tripper and Co., who managed to pick up at least 4, 5, 6 maybe in that final zone. They don't get the victory, but they pick up at least 16 or so eliminations. So a great game coming out from them. But either way, though, enough about that, Thug Alex. They're going to be on your screen. Kanata does pick up 1 too. So nice to see him getting back into the mix. And he was top 10.
Yeah, no, and I'd like you kind of bringing up Kanata and Agers right now. If the tournament were to end, they're outside of that bubble yet again. And those are 2 superstar-like names when it comes to Fortnite build competitive that you would kind of expect to qualify. Kanata qualifying for almost every single FNCS that he's played in. And so for them, they have a huge kind of story to kind of continue to cement, going from one mode to the next as runs on. And Hades gets sniped down. Hades going to be left by himself. An angle that they weren't ready for, and in comes the attack. That's Blur Antics, one of the 0 build players that I've seen for a very long time, matched with Thoric, who's our FNCS West champion from last season.
Sounds like a championship duo to me, brother. Blur Antics, yeah, I've been watching him for quite some time, and hey, he's good. Now going, I think, for the mythic suppressed assault rifle, if I'm not mistaken, which, in my opinion, is a beamer. I know you've got a different opinion, but they're going to forego that pass up on it. But the vault, right, that's the big thing that they wanted, and they're going to get it. So Mega City is a hotly contested area, and for Blur Antics, Thoric, excuse me, to do as well as they did, and to live as long as they have, and to get Vault plus elims, like, hey, this is a duo to watch out for. They're scary. Yeah,
and I like the kind of loadout between them, too. Blur's not scared to continue to go have that snipe in his back pocket, bypassing a lot of the gold. They want to continue to kind of rotate as quickly as they can. Thoric's going to go ahead and be the player to scavenge a lot of that gold, because you got to think, if Blur already has the augments that he wants, leaving that gold on over to Thoric to re-roll and play a game of Yahtzee all he wants to try to get the augments that he needs, that's that perfect strategy and really letting your teamwork shine.
Talked a lot about 2 a.m. Let's talk about Dignitas. Duke is here to represent, and they've been playing incredibly well. I'll go to, ask at least, or at least I want to look up where they placed in Heat number 1. And number 30, not bad, 305 points. So, you want to talk about getting to top 12. If it doesn't happen in Heat 2, maybe I could see it in Heat 3, but Edgy's a scary player. Edgy's been competing for quite some time, Jacob. He's now competing with Duke, and this is a duo that could very well make some waves. 2 eliminations, nothing crazy so far, but still plenty to get through. And they do have a duo just below them. And Oliver, we're going to be seeing what he's going to be up to. Playing with Bronos. Bronos and OG himself, not only elimination races, I know he's tried to compete in FNCSs in the past, but he knows his 0 build. Bronos, for me, a personal favorite. Let's see how far he can go.
And honestly, for Oliver, I got to say the same thing. You got Archie tearing it up in the Cash Cup, so everybody's here at DreamHack San Diego. And a lot of people compare Archie to Oliver, how they're content creators switching on, trying to be professionals here in FNCS. And honestly, their journey for both of those players, they've came a long way. And I think Oliver OG, he has just as much chance as anybody else, along with Bronos, who plays a ton of arena. I think he wants to be one of the first people to 1 million arena points, which honestly, you guys can say what you want about arena. That's tough. That's not easy. That tests you in so many different ways.
That's a grind. That's the big thing. And I think more importantly, it shows the dedication Bronos has. Oliver, line it up, baby. Give it to me. But hey, maybe he gets it, maybe he doesn't. We'll find out on the next episode. Adriana, though, get the time.
5619. You think he's from San Diego?
Man, you throwing out numbers I don't even know about, bro. I couldn't tell you the difference in a rock and a ficus, and now you want me to do algebra? Come on now.
609 is the San Diego area code.
You getting crazy on me, Jake. You talking nonsense, okay? Hold up, slow down.
Okay, 3 plus 3, that's 6 minus 1, that's 5. Okay, quick math. That's what Edgy and Duke are trying to do right now. They're trying to do quick math. How many points do we need in this game continue our average, continue our run. They got 30th in that last one. Okay, they got that match. One of the biggest trolls of all time. Fake signing to Dignitas, and honestly, good sports for Dignitas playing.
Why you gotta point that out?
Playing,
Everybody sees it. You didn't have to say it.
That's huge, though. That's huge for the org to really play along. That's support in the Fortnite scene. So I give a huge shout out to Dignitas overall for what they've been doing.
Well, if you believe in it long enough and you say it right, that's a life lesson. Things will happen. So hey, maybe you'll be on Dignitas soon enough. It's all unofficial. Don't take my word for that, please. Don't take anything I say to heart. Casker, Clarity, they are going to be rotating onto the outskirts. It looks like they have a little bit of ways till they get into zone, but they're going to be just fine. And I wonder if this is something that, obviously Clarity being down to 32 health. I don't know if this is something they wanted to do or if it's an audible that's been made. And I have to think it's an audible that's been made. They were forced out of the zone. They were forced out to the outskirts. And now they have to make their way in. But enough of that. We saw Clips a little bit earlier. He's making a push up. And Clips now has to stay alive. Sabotorian has now fallen. Clips down to a sliver of health. He's gone. And that's going to be Clips once again being finished off early to Bully, who, what I want to say, second place in the game one we saw earlier.
Yeah, honestly, for them, being able to kind of get these eliminations, mix it with the high placement games that they've seen in game number one. It's going to be the kind of the name of the game to kind of continue to inch themselves into that top 12. Because as it stands right now, they played about 3 games and they're 18th place. And I say about, use those points in the placement very, very loosely as this one continues to develop as the day does go on. So they realize with their backs up against the wall very, very early on here in heat number 2, they have to begin to get proactive, figure out the situation they're in and how they're going to get those points. Is it placement? Is it eliminations? The mix of both.
I think a mix of both is definitely the way to go. And speaking of which, we haven't spoke about finals, but finals, obviously that'll be broken down on Sunday, but just to give you guys a heads up, right, that's 5 points per elimination, so you're getting 2 more points. Right now it's 3 per elimination. You'll be getting 5 during finals. So those aggressive teams, or even going back a little bit earlier, Tripperin and his partner who had over 10 plus eliminations, right, that could be 50 points. That is nutty to say the least, Jacob.
Yeah, and that's really, I talked about it in this heat, and even that last one, 3 eliminations really going into game number 4, and you realize where you're at in the leaderboard, you can go ahead and make a comeback at a moment's notice if you start picking up those eliminations. I've seen it through past Elite Cups, a little bit of a different format, but kind of the same as well with that 4 points per elimination. This time it's being 5.
Oh, Trump American Dad really exposed. I see the little ant off in the distance. That's a player. Been marked. American Dad, does he want to fire? Does he not? If you can focus fire this well enough and hit your shots, this could be an elimination. That guy's gone, though. So now they have to just rotate in. But now they've given away their position, and there are some teams around them. So not the best spot to be in. Paper, Jamper, though, or Jamper, and Paper have done a wonderful job throughout the qualifying process. They were top 20 in heat number 1. They're now looking to obviously break into top 12 and qualify here. Bit of a slower game for them. Jamper the only one with an elim, but things are going to get heated up as we're now down to 40 players in the lobby.
Yeah, for them, I want to say I'm not too worried, but one heat went by and it kind of passed them. I do believe they were kind of in that top position, very close. They finished 15th in heat number 1. This time around, roughly about that 32nd place, so they still got some work to do. A lot of these big names thought they would kind of walk into DreamHack San Diego and kind of place and play the same that they do in a lot of these build modes, but it goes to show this is a wake-up call. This is another chance for anybody in Fortnite, realistically, to kind of make a new name for themselves with $250,000 up for grabs here in this first qualifier, $250,000 more through each and every single one, and then $2 million if you get that spot in Gamers 8 with Jamper and Paper going up against Edgy and Duke, but Jamper gets caught in no man's land. He's taken down. Paper realizes a lot of damage. One goes down, and there goes 2. Count them up. Knock them down. Paper saves the day.
He had to. Jamper made the push forward. You notice Paper and Jamper, we saw them for quite some time, Jacob. They were pushing up. They end up trying to push into Edgy and Co. They knew they were wanting that fight, but they knew that they had to take the fight once they saw the team on the hilltop and they were on top of that house. And that wasn't going to be the smartest fight. They already had the low ground. They had some distance to cover. So they said, let's choose at least one duo. Let's push into Edge & Co. They do so. They make it happen. but it didn't come without a cost, right? Jamper, he's gone. Paper, can he get the reboot? Is it even worth it to go for the reboot? Is he going to pull in, kind of what an Okus did in game number 1 and solo it out? This time it's a little bit different, though. Okus, right, whenever he was solo, there was only 9 players left in the lobby. This time around, there's 38. So for Paper, he's got some decisions to make.
He was trying to go back there to reboot. 2 people hiding in bushes, and those weren't even the 2 that he saw. He got saved. He doesn't realize how close he got saved just by spotting that additional team beginning to rotate in that direction. Made him second guess going for that reboot was worth or not. And oh my God, it had me at the edge of my seat realizing what is really going to happen, what's going to play out as Dubs and Accept. One of the things I'm excited to see for this season, which teams can consistently fight for those mythic pulse rifles at the top of the Rift Island. And honestly, for this game, for Accept and Dubs here in no builds, that's going to be a huge pack of punch to your arsenal.
Nebs and Cease had a great game a little bit earlier. Now once again on your screen, this time 3 eliminations, so pretty much par for the course. Nebs is going to join Cease, but one team, I believe they're going for the fight, and it looks like they might pincer in, 1 up top and 1 down low, which wouldn't be a bad kind of strat for them to fight it out. But then again, also, they're going to be on the edge of zone, so they've got to make a decision when to rotate, when is it going to be smart to do so. The shield bubbles are going to be one thing, but you got to travel some distance. I see some green arrows up ahead, right? That's going to be a team they're going to have to fight. Got some purple arrows, too. That's going to be a team they're going to have to fight. So this is going to be a tough position and a tough rotate for Cease and Nebs, but one they're going to have to make, and they're aware of it.
Yeah, and kind of add on to kind of what you were saying about the players in the distance. This is pulling towards the west side, which means that's going to be the congested side of zone. So I like what Nebs is thinking. Instead of fighting and wasting time over 3 points, which some would think is a lot depending on where you got the leaderboard, they're just going to say, hey, that's just 3 points. Let's throw that to the website. There's still a top 20 worth of points here left in the game, and when those eliminations naturally present itself when the zone begins to close, they want to be one of the first teams there after the edge of zone to try to gatekeep everyone else out.
I'm wondering if Thug and Sons are going to make this push. That car is pretty much done for, and there it goes. It's gone, and into the water we go. Kinetic Blade out. I don't know who they were shooting at, but they gotta hightail it out. Casker's been lost. Clarity now has to be the hero in the moment, and I believe he's going to... No, he's in a 1v2, so it's going to be tough. Shield Bubble's out, but this is only going to last so long. Does he dip? He does. Can he get away, though? Some of these players can absolutely beam, but Clarity gets away unscathed, and in fact, opens up an opportunity for a 1v1, and unfortunately, he falls. Casker, Clarity, they're going to have to ready up into the next lobby.
Those are those little moments. Those are those small moments where you wish you had some sort of twin mag SMG, maybe the exotic compact SMG, anything other than that red eye, because that first shot, let me tell you, that was a haymaker, but he just didn't have the damage, the DPS to follow it up, as Clay and Sonic get caught in no man's land. For some reason, Clay's just a little bit too far forward. Sonic's unable to be the hero, and look, it's a favorite. It's American Dad, it's out Trump, and a possible 3 points in their back pocket.
Yes, somebody in chat saying it's great to see them on land, and I think it is. Out-Trumped and American Dad, they've got land experience. This is pretty much familiar turf for them, so they're going to be pretty comfortable. And honestly, this is, even though they have 0 eliminations, this is probably the most life we've seen from them, and for sure the best placing, because, like I said, in Game 1 they had placed 46. Now they're top 16. So placement points, they add up, and they definitely matter. Do they know Sonic is where he's at, though? And for the way that Trump is looking, he has to know, and or he's looking at the loot. So I really can't tell. Maybe he doesn't even know. But let's go on board with Jaxie, see what he's up to. And it looks like he's on the run. Blizzy's been lost.
Yep, that was Oliver OG who was able to clean up that one and get 3 more points to their total. He's just trying to find anything. Somewhere to kind of hide, cement himself, cement his position, and really think in this situation as the zone begins to close, get smaller and smaller, everybody getting jam-packed closer together, is it worth going back for that reboot card, or is it much better for him to try to pick up as many placement points, find some eliminations as a solo, anything be better than trying to put yourself out in the dry? And these are those situations where you have to make that decision quick, because the longer you play in this game, if you don't pick up any points, it just hurts you in the end.
That's right. Jamper Paper, once again on your screen, and Jamper moving up. Bush Wookie it's going to be, so that's where they'll stop. I'm taking a look, trying to figure out where they are on the leaderboard so far, but they've been passed up a little bit. That's only because their game isn't finished just yet, so once those points add up, I'm curious where they're going to be, because they definitely seem like a favorite to qual. Accept and Dubs, though. Do we see a fight up close? We do, and Accept, he's going to go ahead and poke first. Sus is going to take quite a bit of damage, tries to get away with the kinetic blade, not going to be able to do so. Dubs down to just a sliver of health, but he's going to be just fine, and he stays alive. But where is the other? Suscript, he's locked. Where is the other? I think he's gone.
Yeah, Haji had no choice. He had to kind of get out, realize they just took too much damage too quickly. And that's accepting dubs. We saw them on that Rift Island moments ago trying to claim the pulse rifles and the mythic pulse rifles here in the season. No matter what mode you're playing in, it's just one of those that's just hard to fight against. It's one of those that it's just, if you don't land that perfect shot at the beginning of the fight, it's almost doomed right before it very starts. And he goes out, jumps American Dad, trying to play with the mythic Havocs. It's going to be a chance to kind of hit that 200 right out the gates. And there goes Oliver, OG, and Chronos getting sent back to the lobby. And American Dad and Trump, all the fans in the chat, got to be raving right now for those 2 eliminations.
It's bittersweet to me because I was just pumping up Bronos, been watching him since the very beginning, and then I see, you know, my 2 brothers in arms, American Dad out Trump, then fighting against Bronos and eliminating him. One had to go. There's going to be one standing on top of the hill once this is all done and over with, and if it's going to be American Dad out Trump, quite honestly, I'm not even going to be that upset. Good job from them, and I think that's their first eliminations of Heat number 2. So good on them. How far can they go? We're getting down to scraps. Only 8 teams remaining, and we might have one less as Cease can't get out of the way.
Yeah, it doesn't time that bubble rather perfectly. Trying to trade shots to the outside. He kind of dissipates at that worst possible moment. Takes a ton of damage. Luckily finds a big pop there towards the outside, but still trading shots with a player in the bush. That's not what you want to have happen, but Suns goes down, leaving Alex traveling all the way from OCE to try to claim a top spot in Gamers 8.
Nice shot.
Hopefully he can enjoy the sunshine right now because he's sent back to the lobby. Him and Suns run and at that top 8. The NPC gets hired again. 3v2.
Hey, look, and it's worth it, man. Why not? You know, if it's going to deviate some of the bullets, hey, dude, it's smart play. Smart play. Use whatever you can, and this is anything go. Right? This is anything go. Is there a person in the tree?
Yes, he's like a star at the top of the Christmas tree. I don't know. I didn't exactly see the name right there for that quick moment, but luckily for everybody else, he might have to rotate, or did he get himself a spot in his own? As BH Snipes, he had to rotate out, but he's trying to find himself another Christmas tree to be the star on top of.
Oh, he's trying hard too. He gets it. He's up the LB Snipes.
Please.
Is like,
he deserves
I'm talking 300 IQ, bro. If he can go any higher, he'd be higher. Like, that is smart. And do you know, because this you can't just shoot at a tree, bro. You're focused on the bushes. You're focused on the trucks. You're focused on the players up ahead. B Snipes, he's living rent-free.
Yep. Cease on the outside's going to be the focus right now in the lobby. Luckily for him, he's the one that has that additional player, so they could be shooting the NPC, thinking they're doing a ton of damage and wasting a lot of time trying to focus on Cease, who's trying to find that alternate route, a different pathway, but he gets met by Muzz and Bully yet again, who are trying to do exactly that, bully the lobby. Snipes goes down to Jamper in the feed. His tree hopping days are over.
I guess so. That's tough, but hey, smart. We saw you know, Mama Benji, right, hiding in the corner a little bit earlier. Now we see, of course, the star on the Christmas tree, as you like to call it. They're pulling out all the stops to try and get as many points as they possibly can. But now things start to get serious, right? No more Christmas trees, no more hiding in corners. It's all about gun skill. We are now out in the open. There's only 2 bits of high ground. You got the ravine in the middle. I don't know if that's the right word, but I pulled it out and I said it confidently. So now you get out Trump, American Dad. They're still in the trailer park hanging out. You got Renegade, who's in the bush just right there. That's going to be a 1v2. Do they make the push? Well, they don't know he's a 1v2, so you can't be too confident. You also got Bully, who got 2nd place in the last game they competed in. They're looking to replicate that. That would be huge for them.
I actually love, out of everyone's position, American Dad out trumps out of everybody else. Mythic pulse rifles doing so much damage, whether you spray or not. C's going to be the first one going down. Top 6 we go. Out Trump and American Dad on the outskirts. They know Nems is there on the other side, but everybody's really trying to find some sort of oasis where they can find safety. Down goes Out Trump, down goes American Dad, Muzz as well. Into the top 5 we go with Dubs and Accept looking like janitors are cleaning up the lobby.
It's going to come down to the wire. Dubs taking a bit of damage. He's forced to get away. Accept still hiding into the bush. Finds an opportunity on the Paper. Accept is going to drop. Paper picks him up. Now, we're down to the top 2 duos. Nabs fighting on, holding out, but can't do it much longer. And that's going to be Paper and Jamper taking game number 2. Well done from them. That is a big finish. We talked about them being 13th place, right? It takes 12 to qualify. That's all that's moving forward from each heat to go to finals. They were 13th. So the fact that Paper and Jamper not only have a great game 1, but a great finish in game 2, Jacob, puts them high up the leaderboard, you'd have to assume.
Yeah, honestly, you kind of add in the fact that they were one of the few teams that actually boot camped with each other, traveling to each other's houses for FNCS.
Oh, I
Even
didn't
though
know
they
that. That's
did
great.
go their separate ways, they
Yeah.
eventually went back home and thought, hey, we might perform better. That at least gave them some bit of practice in that in-person environment, even though they're only sitting right next to each other. So they can go ahead and really dig deep. You saw early on in the same game, Paper saving Jamper, bringing him back in, not only saving him, but getting the full-on reboot to get him back into the game and win it overall.
Yeah, great job from them. And a lot had to come together for them to take that victory, but they managed to do it. And it's been great to see the teams that lose a team member, like you said, right, and then get the reboot and still come out ahead. We have literally seen that theme in every single game that we've watched. There's never been a game so far, in Heat 2, mind you, that we've casted that, hasn't ended with at least one solo pulling out a heroic effort. Wonderful job. So that's what, now 1 hour down, 1 hour and some change. We've seen a total of 4 games, and it's been fun. It has. We still have at least 2 hours to go and more games to get through. So when it comes to DreamHack featuring Fortnite for San Diego, a lot more Fortnite to go. Don't go anywhere.
I know it can be hard to go through highs and lows. Hold on, you know you're just the thing I'm looking for. Hey, you, I'll be there waiting every night and day, night and day. I'll be there waiting every night and day, night and day.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
Welcome back, everybody, to DreamHack featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Jacob MVPR. We've got our first hour down. We're about to move into our second, and some change, mind you. That is a little bit different. Gamers 8, right? Gamers8.gg. Check them out. They've got a lot going on, a lot of tournaments, tons of money on the line. More importantly, here for Fortnite, since you're interested, $2 million up for grabs. That's what they are trying to qualify. There's going to be 3 total qualifiers here for the San Diego qualifier. The top 10 after Sunday will move forward to compete in the $2 million tournament. Big news for them. And you play for $2 million, you make at least a prize pool of $250,000. Jacob, they got a lot going for them.
They definitely do. And you got to think, first place, you're not only getting that spot to fight for $2 million, they get that large chunk, $45,000 to split between the two. Not a bad weekend in San Diego, I would say myself. Maybe you could hit the beach right afterwards to kind of celebrate. But we got the standings for you guys right here, right before our very eyes. These are moving standings. So even though you guys might be looking at the leaderboard and saying, hey, that's not exact, it's because we have 3 hours of gameplay. They're constantly going to be updating as players get eliminated out of lobbies or they get those victory royales overall. But what stands out to you most?
Well, Crackley, Oka is still holding on tight to the top 3 position. I think they were number 1 last time we looked at standings. Now they're going to be number 2, obviously subject to change. Pilkey Easiness do move up to 6. Tax and Moot in 7th. So we're seeing some heavy hitters, and Tripper in 2, right? That heroic effort from him, 1 HP in a dream. Unfortunately, we got jump scared. He ended up being eliminated, but the elims that they both had was enough to carry them forward. Casker Clarity had a strong finish in the last game. Paper Jamper in 13th, right? Rounding out, or at least being on that bubble. So they've got to clear the gap, but I mean, that gap is literally, what, 4 points from 13th to 9th place? It's a tight run, maybe even tighter than Heat 1.
Yeah, and you got to think this is 10 games that you do get to play. So even though you guys might have those pop-up performances, some of these teams are not going to be able to be consistent throughout them all. So they got to figure out some way to find said consistency, try to make it into that top 12, especially with our top 12 competitors who've already qualified, the likes of Queasy and Vino, Seti and Cammy, Mr. Savage and Acorn, a duo that I didn't expect. I'd love to see. I got to see them in Heat 1. They're already sitting pretty. They're either watching the competition, maybe playing in a cash cup there on the side, but what they're doing really is preparing for that $250,000 final on Sunday.
I think you have to take note of these events. Like, whether you competed together or not, you've got to put your best foot forward, play with the duo maybe you're not as comfortable with in regular build. Maybe it works for zero build. And I know that's something you've kind of been contemplating and talking through, even when we're off camera, right? Kind of like, man, I don't see these guys compete often. This is a surprise. But, hey, the proof's in the pudding. They're playing well as a duo. They're making it happen in zero build. There's a lot of money on the line. And prestige as well, right? Because there haven't been, a ton of huge zero build tournaments. And at least this is the first one for the season in general. So, like, this is a big deal and a big chance to prove you're on top. If you've already done it in true FNCS and build mode, why not come over, put your best foot forward for zero build, and see if you can end up on top? It's a big deal. Something I couldn't do, but these guys are clearly doing it themselves, and you can't hate on that. You gotta love it. So we're going into now our second hour of the event. We've got a total of 3 hours being played, Jacob. We've seen a lot of shakeups. We've seen a lot of close matches, and I'm ready for some more.
Yeah, honestly, if you kind of look at some of the players that qualified for Heat number 1, There was just one team that had under 40 eliminations throughout their time playing into those games. So it's very, very important for some of these teams, some of these players to start to realize where they're at in the leaderboard. You mentioned it's only 1 hour down. That's a third of the time already being spent. Now is the time to start to be proactive and really play into your situation.
All right, let's get into it. This is maybe game 3, game 4, but hour 2 is the big key takeaway. And I'm ready to get it going. I truly am. And I have no idea who we're going to get on board with first, but everybody that we've got on board with seems to make it to the very end. So shout out to the observers. They're catching that early storyline, and they're also giving us the opportunity to tell the in-game storyline when it comes to it. And looking at the map, well, actually, speaking of which, Epic Well, I want to talk about him, right? A talented player. He's been competing for some time. He's had tremendous success in FNCS pretty much since the very start. Can he do it in zero build? Well, he hasn't had the best performances yet, but blending Mega City, we've seen how contested that's been, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, for him, he won that builds version of Gamers 8 last year along with Malibuca. Malibuca already finding his spot into the finals, qualifying through heat number 1. Epic Well and Reap, man, I've seen some huge performances, but right now I expect just a little bit more. Didn't really expect them to kind of have to play into heat number 2, and honestly, depending on where they're currently at in leaderboard, because we didn't see them in the top 12 after that leaderboard change up for the first hour.
Yeah, we didn't. And speaking of which, you kind of. Yeah, I have to, because it's like
37th. Wow.
37th. But I mean, what are the points looking like? Because we saw 190 or so as top 12. So 171. So quite honestly, despite them being that far down, like they only have to clear 20 or so points, maybe a bit more, before they reach that top 12, top 13. So if you're an Epic Well fan like I am, I mean, there's always a potential, but they have to make it out of Mega City. And that has kind of been the playing ground for Vert and Quinn. They've been rocking this area so well that for Epic Well, really, they're obviously very aware of that, and they're looking to go for the challenge.
Talk about a challenge, man. The shots are being traded off and download up. Even though you can't really replace the builds for zero build, you're taking away options. Even see the egg launcher really making its appearance here. Epic Well gets dropped into the wrong hands. A lot of shield being drained off. He still has the shield keg though, so he can kind of take the time to try to build that bit of comfortability back up as Reed's going to drop down low. A lot of players being displaced here in this fight, but somehow it's Epic Well who gets the first knock, taking down Vert.
Well, it's not over just yet. One more remains, and these solos, they can put in work. Quinn, does he want to lay low? Does he want to push up? Well, I don't think he's pushing, but at least he's going to lay low. Epic Well, Reeling. Are they happy with that one elim, or do they want more? Well, they have no choice. Quinn, he's already made the decision. He wants to fight it out. Reeling, he's on the hunt, but it looks like, at least for the meantime, Quinn has dodged him. Epico spots him. Quinn in the corner. You hate to see it. He's gone, and well, that's just what ends up happening, unfortunately. But for good news for Epic Well and Reeling, they make it happen, right? They win Mega City, and this could be where they start to break into top 12.
Honestly, that's why I mentioned that practice from Paper and Jamper, playing on the setup that's just kind of unfamiliar to yourself. Anything could have realistically happened. He could have alt-tabbed out. His mouse could have died. Something that doesn't typically happen in your home setup where you're the most comfortable and you don't really have to worry about other things. Can kind of play out. And for Quinn, that might have been his demise here in that last game. But Juan and Zilix kind of in a good spot here when it comes to Breakwater Bay. Not too many teams being aggressive to try to finish that off, because even though I mentioned they're in a good spot, Juan only has 2 HP. They just need to look in his direction. He's going to go down.
Oh, and he does look into the direction that's WinMac, getting a couple of shots, but surprisingly stays alive against all odds. Surely there's no healing in his inventory. Shield bubble out. Sassy, does he want to make that push? Cupsy maybe too. He wouldn't be a bad push, but I mean, they are getting laser.
No.
I think that's Bofink, right? Yeah, and Bofink up ahead is laying down some fire, and that's a duo that has been playing exceedingly well. They placed 13th in Heat 1. That's a scary duo. Case in point, right? Bofink, he's incredible.
Yeah, honestly, they were just right outside the cusp. You were talking about in Heat number 1 for them. It was 3 points. It was 3 points was really the differential. They technically probably needed 4, because I do believe they would have lost the tiebreaker between Trashy and Pump because of Victor Royale's overall. But that just goes to show how close these heats actually end in a lot of these scenarios. And that's why I mentioned very, very early on, it's these little points throughout each and every one of the games that are going to stack up that really matter at the end of the day. So if you're a competitor, you don't qualify in Heat number 1, you don't qualify in Heat number 2, you need to rewatch every one of those games, and you can't boil it down to one moment.
Fox and Skips. I don't think we've seen too much of them, but we've definitely seen a lot of Oppose and JG9. And for this very reason, shots, they're accurate, they hit. They're not scared to get up close and personal, make the push. They are violent in the way that they finish these fights, and they do it so quickly. And that is really a great trait to have. If you can finish a fight quickly, that lessens your chances of getting third-partied and maybe losing your lives and being eliminated. Oppose, JG9, they waste no time, they push up, they pick up one. The other one, though, putting up a bit of a fight, right? More than I was giving him credit for. Skips now in a 1v1 against Oppose up ahead, and he's going to get the finish onto JG9. So, 1v1, who takes it?
Honestly, Skips has the best chance here, especially now that he got that first knock on the ones. He has that purple Havoc shotgun against Oppose, who honestly, well, it takes is one bad play here for Oppose. He has the Twin Mag SMG. I talked about the Havoc shotgun. He could really do almost 250 damage in a blink of an eye, and that's why you see Oppose really trying to play as careful as possible. You're in that top 23. You still got more than 30 points to go. In just placement alone, you can't let it go down that easy.
Oppose going for the reboot. Skips. He's going to see this. He might even hear it. Does he push hard?
Can't.
I think he's kind of known that I'm a little bit too late. But Oppose will get the reboot. So good on him. And you think he's going to go for JG9?
Yeah, he has to get him out of the sky. That's really the only option here. Oppose just trying to go ahead and peek on over just in case he does go for the shots. He's at least able to trade out for something. Skips doesn't find anything. And right here, this is where I wish for Skips was just going for the reboot. Trying to play it for himself, because now he's in a 1v2 situation. JG9 just needs a couple of seconds, any bit of time here to try to loot up, get anything to work with before they chase down this elimination.
Oppose going in. Sees the opportunity. He's got the tags needed. One shot, you're gone. And great play from Oppose to get his teammate back in and get the finish. And you got to question, Jacob, Skips, should he have been more assertive during that reboot? Should he have pushed up and challenged the 1v1 as opposed to putting himself in a 1v2?
And one side of me says yes, the other side says no. The lack of the kinetic
not an easy decision.
They kind of closed the. To me, it was just exactly that. It's not easy because the distance is there. More than likely, he's going to get the reboot off. But do you win the 1v1 because he didn't have a kinetic blade to close the distance? So it would have came down to timing of him even getting the 1v1. But JG9 would have been up to kind of have that second chance with maybe just the pistol, but at least it's something.
All right, Venji, Chicken. Haven't seen him too much. Get to see him at least in the meantime. It's a little bit quiet over here, but I'm sure it's going to wake up in just a little bit. And Venji, it's pretty decent inventory. I mean, pretty par for the course. The only difference is no AR, right? Twin Mag instead of the AR. So that's a bit of a different inventory than I'm used to seeing.
Kind of really in center zone. They're just trying to scrounge up a lot of this loot, bring it right back to them. It almost seems like their goal here is try to hide in one of these builds, just outlast everybody else. And then if they end up in a close range fight, they have the loadout for it.
They do.
Shield bubbles going down already. Got to imagine Chicken at least picked up one of the two. So they have, actually there's 4 more on the ground. They have more than enough inventory, resources, everything that they need here to try to outlast. They just need to have the patience to not get bored in a building like that.
Yeah, it's a good call out, right? No AR, you got Twin Mag, and of course then you also have the Maven Auto Shotgun. You're definitely looking to fight up close and personal. Now, whether that's a decision they made consciously or something they were forced into because the loot just didn't work out for them, well, you know, hey, they're going to rock with it, and I think they're going to be fine. It's an interesting strategy, and, you know, we've seen a lot of wild cards be thrown out there, and some of them have worked, some of them haven't. But for Lucky, DJ, no wild cards for them, right? They're pretty much straight to the point, simple play, but very intense play style, and they like to punish players, and they've already done that to 5, right? They've got 5 eliminations for them, so good on that. That's going to be 15 points already, and we are getting down to the top 20. We already are at the top 20. But how you liking the positioning from Lucky DJ? Do they wrap left, right? Where's their best position?
Honestly, they have very few choices. I think right would be the way to go if they can kind of back it up. And I like how he's kind of looking for resources before he inevitably popped that slurp juice. He's trying to save them for as long as possible. There's a lot of fruits, vegetables, and things you can kind of scavenge to try to get that HP up without wasting your important heals. The better heals is Chicken and Venji. They're just trying to chase somebody down. We talked about them already. Closing the distance going to be a key to victory for them. Because of Venji and his lack of long range. He has the Twin Mag,
right.
He has the Havoc, and Chicken and him are going to play a little bait and switch here as they look for that mass member.
Oh, Chicken wants it. But does Chicken get it? I don't think so. Did Venji pick him up? Maybe, but Semi truck up ahead. We're
He's in the
going
car.
forward. There's going to be 2 Vingies in there, actually. And Chicken is like, dude, hold up. Wait a second, brother. You're in the wrong vehicle, man. Yo, hey, back up.
He has to brake. He has to brake. He's not going to be able to shoot through the window like he wants to, which means they got to go ahead and at least explode it. There goes no damage coming out from the explosion.
Oh, no.
But because of the chase, they put themselves in such a bad spot. Chicken's shields are going to go down, drop down to 42 HP overall. Shield bubble just in the nick of time to keep himself alive. But him and Benji, their opponents, that's Degen and Sislucky, they know they're weak, and that's a green light for them to go.
Oh, yeah, they're going to push it too, right? They're aggressive as can be. So Chicken, he needs to be cognizant. This push, it's going to happen whether I like it or not. Degen says Lucky, they're going to play it appropriately. They're going to be on the outskirts, the outer edges. They're going to slowly pincer in Vinji and Chicken. After all, they're the ones who have to fight against the storm, right? Fight against the zone. Degen says Lucky, they know this. They'll continue to push up, but at a certain point, Vinji, Chicken, they've got to push up. They have no choice.
And we talked about the living leaderboard. It's going to constantly be moving as the day goes on to try to figure out who qualifies to heat number 2. And the only reason why I'm bringing that up is currently, as we stand, Sislucky and Degen sitting in 10th place. This fight means so much. Sislucky goes down. That's Thoric and Blur Antics, who in the blink of an eye end a top 10 run.
Yeah, we're talking about Chicken. We're talking about Vinci. We should have been talking about Thor as well as Blur Antics. They pick him up, and that is a huge duo to slay out and take out. Blur Antics, we talked about him earlier. Big fan of him. He's obviously been a competitor basically since the beginning of Fortnite, and he continues to show why he is in the upper echelon of competitive players. Now down to 33, 18 teams remaining. We look at Alex. Got at least Build-A-Bear just above him. Flaws as well. And he's going to stay put. So do you leave Flaws and Build-Bear here? Do you make the push? I don't think you can. You got to just concede the high ground. Maybe work your way up if you can. But in the moment, honestly, disengaging, getting away from here, it's going to be hard, but might be the better play. It's so hard to get on top of this building.
I almost feel like he doesn't even get to play anymore. There's so many teams around him. He's a solo. He's very, very weak. He pops out of that bush at a moment's notice. He's going to end up with that same demise that Boston just fell. He's going to get sent back to the lobby altogether. And this is where it's kind of hard in that situation to where you really have to have the patience. It's easy to get impatient in a lot of these situations. As Sniper and Mega, you see them hunting game after game after game, trying to find those eliminations. But honestly, I don't think that's necessarily working out for them too much. I don't see them in the top 10 as it stands right now.
I know a lot of people would like to see Mega in that top 10, like to see Mega qualify. We're back on top. We go back on board with Flaws and Build-Bear. Flaws on that high ground I mentioned a little bit earlier. The DNA boys also to the right. So we've got two different duos in this location, and Flaws and Build-Bear have such a good vantage point that you have to favor them depending on who pushes them. And for Arctic and Fernie, they're not really justified in doing so. So I think it's going to be the sit and wait game, maybe see where zone pulls, and, well, everybody's going to have to rotate eventually, and it might be best just to wait.
Oh,
no, they're going for it.
Oh, my. That old school strategy coming out yet again. Grenades being tossed 60 meters in the distance. That way they explode at the top of that building. And even though, you know, the floors didn't get broken down just yet, if we get them just enough, a couple of shots from a different direction, they're going to go down. Reet's going to get the first one on the Bowfink. Ludin's just trying to stay alive. That's epic. Well, Reet that kind of claimed the top of that Rift Island. Now they're going to get that Pulse rifle to kind of use for the rest of the lobby. They get the slurp juices. They kind of get everything that they need at the top of that island.
Stay in the car. That's my kind of strategy. Meanwhile, Build-Bear from one high ground on top of the roof to the top of the tree. We've seen that once already. We see it again. Build-Bear knows this is my chance to strike, and he will strike while the iron's hot. But did he bite off more than he can chew? Fernie up close, but Flaws will go for the bait and switch, and the bait and switch will pay off, and it's going to be Build-Bear picking up both. Good on them for doing so. That was a tense moment. They had at least two duos kind of surrounding them. One was below, one was in a bush just up ahead. They find a way to get on top of the tree from the top of the building. Then they find a way to successfully push in. The bait and switch pays off. And Jacob, they rack up a couple more elims to put them at 3, and they've cleared out the area. They have a free rotate.
Yeah, striking while the iron is hot. We're about halfway through our Heat number 2 qualifier to see which top 12 teams make it into our final on Sunday, and which teams will have to be forced to go again like a merry-go-round in Heats number 3 and Heats number 4 to kind of secure themselves a spot. Leaderboard kind of drops down low. We've seen Christmas ornaments on the day so far. He's not going to have that same positioning because he still has more to go. Flaws getting not only shot at in the distance, but taking some damage from the storm. Forced to use all of his heals and possibly his last shield bubble as well.
Mingo does fall, so that's good news for Flaws, actually, because even though they don't pick up that Elam, they still now have one less person that they have to deal with, and it looks like they're going to pump the brakes. Sods, though, is going to be an issue. Kinetic Blade, getting in these trees, now viable option, and Sods being where he's currently at, he can pull the trigger on Build Bear and Flaws and honestly do some damage, but with the Kinetic Blade on Flaws and Build Bear too, like, they rotate so fast, Sods doesn't have an opportunity. I think Sods is playing the long game, Jacob.
Yeah, we've already seen them get one victory royale here on the stream so far. So they already have that recipe. They already have the blueprint down. It's about following it, executing to their strategy. And Build Bear and Flaws from the top of the buildings to kind of hunting and kind of staying on the inside of another, trying to wait for somebody to kind of either scavenge around for loot or trying to find some sort of safe haven that they're going to try to take advantage of. And you kind of notice they're one of the few teams that are using that combat shotgun. I mean, I would too if I found a gold one laying around, but that's something you don't necessarily see every day. Oh my. Oh my.
No, dude, can he do it? Yes, he can for a little bit,
Wow.
though. Neji also fell, and look who it is, right? The deadly duo, Jamper, Paper, looking to duplicate success. The game is over, and Paper Jamper gets second, but a crowd favorite, Rotten Twinkies, lock in the game. We saw the finality of that one. We're now back on board with where we were before. We kind of got a little bit of a snippet on that end game, but Rotten Twinkies, that's my boy, taking that game, and who knows, maybe moving up a little bit more.
I, for some reason, didn't think we would see a slice and dice finish like that with the Kinetic Blade, but he figures out a way to still put on a show while competing simultaneously. Props to him to picking up that huge VR, trying to inch themselves closer to that top 12 as Chicken, Venji, we've already seen them multiple times so far, and honestly changed up the loadout. Going with the double Mythic and the Havoc. That's something that you've heard me talk about, the Havoc suppressed rifle. I don't necessarily suggest taking it, but at the same time, Mythic for Mythic, if you don't land that 200 with the Havoc shotgun, you could definitely kind of switch to the suppressed AR and use it similar to you'd use a Twin Mag SMG.
Larantics, Thor, took down Cease a little bit earlier. They did so in wonderful fashion. We're looking to do once again. Heavy snipe to just remove the cover. There's a truck up ahead, so there is a way for their opponents to disengage. They might wrap right to maybe catch their vantage point or catch their rotation off guard, which would be smart for them to do, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. So again, great positioning. That's what separates, some that move forward, the best of the best from, maybe your lower tier players who don't have as much success. Positioning matters. You expect everyone in this lobby, Jacob, to be able to shoot straight. That's just a given, right?
Yep.
But positioning and then also thinking through complex situation is what makes them good. And Blur Antics, Thorkin, they have it. So good on them. And even now, Build Bear Flaws, that's a duo that's been popping off, right? I'd be scared to push them, but for Blur Antics, Thor, they're not worried.
Yeah, and for them, even though they have 4 eliminations so far, this is almost a must-win scenario in this game. They have about 226 points, 20 points shy of trying to get into that top 12 bubble, so they need to start picking up the eliminations, match that with the placement points, just like you see Chicken and Venji trying to take advantage 2v1 situation, but he doesn't have any shields. Venji needs a little backup, he needs a little help, and I think that shield bubble is going to allow for Chicken and him to try to find some form of stability here in this game.
Yeah, but I think they're going to get pushed from the high ground if I'm not mistaken, so it's going to be a tough spot for them. But, I mean, look, these guys are resilient. They have lasted for some time, and there's JG9. We saw him fall a little bit earlier, but he was able to get picked back up from his teammate. They made a heroic push, made it happen, but I believe 2 AM boys are out for the meantime. Meanwhile, Venji down to literally 1 HP. Justice will fire the shot with the red eye. He'll be finished off in just a meantime. Now Justice, he can get to work on the second player. His teammate has already done so, but Oppose, he's out. He wants to get the distance. He does not want to mess around with Turtle and Justice any longer. He just wants to live.
Yep, especially now that he has that Mythic Havoc shotgun to kind of use and kind of bully the lobby with. We see Sods go down, so no victory royale for you, but at least he has one under his belt. Blur Antics going to take down Guden, and with those shots firing off, Turtle and Justice are just trying to close the distance. Information is going to be very, very important for a team like this. What?
I like it.
I do. I mean, I do too.
Hey,
that's going to be me if I was in a finals.
That's me too, brother. That's me too. His name's Chicken for a reason, but doesn't mean, hey, he's Chicken. All right, he's a bold player. He's proven himself. And Justice and Turtle, they don't know where he's at. Clearly, that's why they're shooting out the building. But then again, like Chicken, even though he's alive now, it doesn't mean he's in a great spot. Like, he still has to get up top. That's going to expose him to Turtle, and that's going to expose him to Justice. So they're sitting pretty. They're feeling confident. Either way you look at it.
It's just unfortunate because honestly, if he was on that flat terrain already, I can kind of see him sneaking his way in there. But I almost think he needs to use that kinetic blade in order to get to the next position in zone. He can't go towards the north, even though I would think that's where you kind of want to go. But without the kinetic blade, maybe that's going to be the only option as Gooden in a very, very similar position. But luckily for him, he's right close to zone, right below Chicken.
Oh, right on top of Chicken. Hold up. Up close.
Oh, my
Chicken
God.
wins it. Yo, look, I got to think twice about eating chicken moving forward, brother, because chickens fight back, and when they do, they're scary.
Yep, that extra spicy. That's a hot chicken wing right there. Let me
spicy,
tell you,
man.
he's ready to burn anybody who takes a bite. It's like no build of bear and flaws. Honestly, with no build of bear in the name, you gotta have high hopes. Gotta be able to live up to that. And was getting to our top 8. About 4 players right now. Reflections are running around as solos.
Chicken's taking a bit of damage.
He's one of them.
Kinetic blade to disengage. Turtle spots him. Luckily, though, a shield bubble to place. So, Chicken, for the meantime, still carrying the torch. Ooh, around the corner. Opposes it, ready for it. And Alex, he'll clear it and take him down. Talk about, man, a scary movie indeed. Justice still with Turtle. And they, in my opinion, are looking like the favorites to take this game.
Definitely. They have that high ground positioning. And for them, they can kind of survey the lobby. Even though they have to rotate in towards the next zone, they need to figure out where they can and cannot go. Because they know somebody else is out there. I think that was Alex in the distance that they did spot out. That's going to be one of the solos that I was talking about. Only 2 left with a couple of them already getting taken down. A team's going to be hiding down low in that kind of bunker they have down there. I believe that's Knifer and Mega. And honestly, Mega and Knife are one of our more aggressive teams in the lobby. They realize the position they're in. It's all about just waiting for the rest of the opportunities to present themselves. Blur Antics almost going down.
Look at their eliminations, too, sitting at 10, Jacob. So that's only been matched by Tripperin a little bit earlier. We could have a very high elimination game, at least from what we've seen on broadcast, right? We don't catch every single game, but we do our best. The red zone style Turtle. Couple of shots down low. They're going to have to rotate in. This is where Alex maybe stays alive, stays put. He's going to be down low. But I believe we're about to have a bit of a tussle between Blur Antics, Thor, and Turtle and Justice. But Alex has been spotted. He can't go anywhere. He is done for.
Yeah, but the bubble shield right now is preventing them from even going down low. But Tavern takes some fall damage, trying to finish off that Alex player. Again, they're just kind of tossing and turning and moving all around. Yeah, he's going to be able to get away for now. And for Tavern, you got to wonder, was that sacrifice worth it? They have no more meds, no shields, no HP to regain. In a situation like this, with Thork and Blur Antics having that high ground above everybody else, that might have just been enough to kind of did him in.
Positioning, right? Positioning separates, players who win, players who don't. And for Blur Antics, Thor, they absolutely have the best positioning, without question. Do they get focused on? I don't know. Do they have to give up high ground just a little bit? Oh, Mega, though. Mega's just below him, Jacob. Mega's below him, and Florantic's going to see this. Takes a lot of bit of damage, but he's going to be able to at least get a job. Mega is going to stay up and stay afloat. He can't get Knifer back into the fight. Thor is ready to pounce. He knows he's going to be flesh, but Thor decides to risk it all and go for the revive. Meanwhile, Tavern, he's going to push up with Justice. He's going to take down Knifer. He's going to take down Mega. Now Turtle looking to take down Thor. There's been a development. We talked about the commitment from Turtle and Justice. Was it worth it? Well, Jacob, it seems it was.
It definitely was worth it overall, but he has to be able to pop the med miss. Alex trying to go up and over. That was the original player that kind of confused him for a moment, and now we're into the top 3. Thork been tossed down to the low ground. Chicken scaving his way in. It went through everything to get to this point and find himself a top 3 finish. If somehow Chicken gets himself that top 12 qualified to the finals, you got to imagine his teammate got to be having a pat on the back as Turtle putting a good damage out. Chicken's going to go down. Thor going to 1v2 from the outside of zone. He goes down as well. Turtle and Justice take the game.
Well done from them. I kind of felt it a little bit early on, Jacob. Turtle, Justice, they were just hitting great shots. More importantly, their positioning was wonderful. They did get a bit dicey. You pointed it out, right? Was it worth the commitment? Dropping low, using your shield bubble, using your meds. Well, that was a risky play, but a risk they were willing to take that gave them the added edge to pop up on Mega, take them down, and ultimately get Blur Antics and co. and then win the game. And even though Chicken does fall early on, he doesn't get the, heroism of getting first place. He still gets top 4 by surviving. That is a heck of a job as far as I'm concerned. Now, from one game to yet another, let's take a look at Edgy and Duke, see what they're up to.
Oh, Panda's going to get kind of haymakered. A right hook. Shield's going to get dropped. Duke wants to finish that one off. Immediately lands shot after shot. even where the Common, the Havoc is just dealing so much damage, leaving Boston in a situation where I have to abandon. I have to let Panda go down and kind of see what I can make of a solo game.
Liking what I'm seeing from Duke, like you said, representing Dignitas. Well done from him. And honestly, been playing considerably well. So, very happy to see how they're doing. Edgy. Talked about him quite a bit. Jacob, if you could, I want to know where they're actually on the leaderboard, because I know they were making some pretty good headway when it came down to
keep that in mind. It's a living leaderboard. And I'm saying it's a living leaderboard, so this could change in each and every one of these moments.
So number
Pilkey
6,
going to be right below him. Yeah, Pilkey's in 7th, Dignitas, Duke, and Edgy are going to be in 6th place. Noah and Replays. Honestly, Noah's a 0 build grinder, so is Replays. They're sitting, I do believe, in 24th place as it stands. It's still anybody's to grab. You got to think 24th place, 224. 12th place as it stands, 257. One good game can kind of pop you off and get you inside of that bubble.
Right. 0 build GOAT picked up Mingo just a little earlier. Good on him. We kind of had a good bit of time on his screen in our previous game, and it was nice to watch him play. He's clearly got good movement. Does he break into top 12? Well, still yet to be seen. I think I got a glimpse of American Dad and Go being eliminated, if I'm not mistaken. Take a look at our leaderboard. Like I said, it's living, but Tax and Moo currently first place at 298 points, and Crackley Oak is still holding on tight to second. Jacob, they ended up winning game number 1. That was due to the heroics of Okus. Good on him. And we got Scram and Tripperin, right? Tripperin picking up that massive play in game number 3, or game number 2, I should say, and holding on tight. And of course, we'll go down the list. 5th being Duke and Edgy, as we just talked. So not even 6, right? They move up a little bit.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. This is that living leaderboard. It shows that throughout the next 3 hours, or say total of 3 hours, you got about an hour and 20 minutes left. You know, depending on where you're at, the games, the lobbies are constantly rolling, so you can't have any feeling of comfortability until the timer, until the lobby's closed and everybody's done with their games. That's when you can have that sigh of relief, figure out if you qualified or not, because even in first place, Tax and Moo, they can't even have that feeling of comfortability. A couple of bad games, they're going to move to the bottom of that leaderboard as Replays and Noah are trying to have the opposite effect. A couple of good games, boost themselves to the top. That way they don't have to play tomorrow. They qualify in heat number 2.
I did catch a glimpse of Mama Benji. We've been kind of following her throughout the qualifier for heat number 2. We've seen her, pull off some interesting plays.
Wow.
Noah gets a bit greedy, stays in the air a little bit too long, and he wanted to find somebody if he could. I don't even know if he was trying to disengage, but it is going to be found out by Oliver and Bronos. This is actually the area where they ended up falling a little bit earlier, and that was to American Dad & Co. So they come back, clearly keeping their playstyle consistent. Replays down as well. Tough break for Noah, and Replays were just pumping them up, but that's the way these lobbies go.
It's a battle of 2 different style of Titans. Reet and Epic, they see that they're healing from the splashes. That's a sign of weakness when it comes to them. Brono's trying to get out, but a huge tag as he tries to find the escape. Oliver OG now taking a lot of the focus. Somehow Brono's going to be able to escape. Epicwell gets into the car. Spot's about to tail end. Brono's just over peaking as he was almost safe. Epicwell was about to go chase Oliver. Now Reed's going to go ahead and finish that one off. Bronos and Oliver OG are now forced to enter another lobby.
These third parties, they're so brutal, but that's the way it is. Sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them, and in that case, Bronos, they'll lose it. Duke will pick up Boston. He's gone. Rotten Twinkies, though, still staying alive, taking down Assassin Degen. The teammate, obviously, we saw a little bit earlier, picking up yet another, so good on him for doing so. I mean, look, we are seeing the usual suspects truly be consistent. Consistency is key, and I want to point out, by the way, the earlier you qualify, the less games you have to play, which means, the less taxing it is when you move into grand finals come Sunday. Qualify as early as you can, but you still got plenty of opportunities. Cease, he's airborne.
Me and Cease probably both saw that chicken and thought it was like somebody who was about to land on. Realized it was a chicken. All right, never mind, Nev. Never mind. Keep it going. Rotten Twinkies, a lot of fans in the chat.
That's right.
Rooting for them. Now's your chance to really see what they're made of, or at least for a glimpse. You got Nebs and Cease, talked about them. They have that high ground. That's the position that it's going to be hard to kind of battle against. You're picking and choosing against a player on the high ground can be hard, even if you have that red eye.
Cease on the move. Cease on the move. And now he'll be airborne once again. Trying to spot anybody he can, and he's not going to be able to. Yeah, Rotten Twinkies, you're talking about him. A big college competitor. Back in the day, is kind of where he got his chops and cut his teeth, and then ultimately ended up moving forward to bigger and better things, it seems. Haji Susscript. We saw them earlier, and they've definitely made some good plays. I don't know how much of an impact they're having on the leaderboard so far, but they're taking this a little bit slower, and they can afford to do so. They've got a building. It's now on high ground. They've got a team that they're very aware of, which is going to be up ahead. This is a great spot for them to be, and now it's all about patience, not getting too antsy and making a push.
Wow, there goes some shots. Talk about getting antsy. Robob and Wax trying to close in on the distance. So sometimes those situations where you can't let the damage go to waste. Wax bobbing and weaving in and out of the shield bubble, almost to perfection. Barely a scratch on him as they're trying to chase down that next elimination. Robob's going to clean it up, get whatever loot that he wants, get whatever loot he can. You see Wax just trying to backtrack. You got to realize in a situation like this, they're already at the edge of zone. They got to stop here for a moment's notice. That's Nebs, I believe, and Cease trying to put shots on into the distance. Mezzo's right below, and that's an easy elimination if they just look down low and try to spot him out.
Could be, but can also be their undoing if they don't know Mezzo is there. Think back, right, where we saw Turtle and Justice coming from the low ground up top. They were able to take down Mega and then took down a team just after that. Mezzo being a solo, it's going to be a bit of a harder task to do, but he can still do it. And clearly Cease doesn't know he's there. They're so focused on the task up ahead, as they should be, right? This isn't a bad play from Cease and Nebs, but Mezzo, he can make a play, and it looks like he is starting the attack, but will it pay off?
Yeah, and every single shot that comes in from the third party make it almost impossible for them to reach back, but Mezzo is just at least trying to go for something. You got to imagine the time that's left on the reboot card. They know the shields are knocked. Nebs and Cease, experts in the game, realize this is 3 eliminations. The zone's barely doing any damage. This is a must clean up elimination, and they're going to do just that, adding 3 more points to their total.
Yeah, good job from them. Now down to 16 teams, 31 players remaining, and the zone obviously gets smaller, which means the intensity starts to pick up, and we're going to see the teams converge and fight a little bit more. Kickback, I believe, is by himself, if I'm not mistaken. We move over to Quanti and Threads, who sitting at 0 eliminations. It's been a bit quiet for them. They do have a do-off to their right, but for the meantime, I think they're more focused on positioning, and they're definitely at least hugging the outskirts, right, the edge of this zone. They clearly want to take maybe, who knows, the dead side of zone, or either way, maybe more coverage, or maybe high ground, right, where they're heading to. So they clearly have a good game plan.
Yeah, very, very interesting game plan as well when it comes to their loadout. I didn't see a single shotgun of any variation on Quanti. Instead, he has kind of the red eye and that heavy sniper rifle, trying to use in distance to be his game. See threats between the two. They have 8 different shield bubbles on top of that. For them, they're just trying to play placement, calm, cool, collected, to try to get as many points, because we talked about it as the heat started. 60 points for a victory royale in itself.
60 points, crazy to think of. Crazy, but definitely worthwhile. Definitely worthwhile if you can stay alive. 3 hours of gameplay, 10 games to be played. Reboot looks like it has now come through. Cease and Nebs see this, and they're going to be very aware. They're ready to pounce. We know how aggressive that they can be. But they're taking their sweet time. They are. They're not worried about Storm whatsoever. They've got the chug splashes, so they're comfortable there. And at least that's just Cease's inventory. Nebs most likely matching the same energy. Very convinced someone's in this location.
Yeah, they either think somebody's there, and they're just trying to wait. The zone isn't doing too much damage. They have plenty of heals on them. They're trying to use that as kind of a point to kind of anybody else here. They're either going to be low on health, and they're hoping they have no shield, so even if they do engage in a fight, it's going to be easy for Nebs and Cease to finish. But with no sign of at least even a single player, they're going to go ahead and try to rotate out plenty of the static launch pads, combine that with kinetic blade, so closing the distance is going to be an easy task for them.
Easy task indeed. Kickback, Assassin. I mentioned Kickback a little earlier. Was his teammate alive? Well, clearly he is, so good on them. And potential engagement. Maybe 2. Could get pincered. Definitely not a good feeling or a good position, but they're going to hold their ground and hold what they got. I think they're going to get into a fight relatively soon, though. And are they comfortable with what they have? I mean, let's face it, Kickback doesn't have the best of inventory, Jacob. So if he gets into a fight, he's going to be at least outnumbered when it comes to weapons. But, I mean, you got to work with what you got. Jack is Godly is up ahead, and Rotten Twinkies. So let's pay attention to them. And they're one of the trios. One of the duos, excuse me. I was talking about moving up to kind of pincer in.
Yeah, and one of the duos that the chat's just kind of looking for. They're spotting his eliminations in the feed, shouting them out. And honestly, I've actually played against Rotten Twinkies once or twice in a few Twitch Rivals Zero Builds events.
Did you play with them too?
Not with him. I think my boy Fluger actually played with him,
Fluger,
who's honestly one of the fan favorites as well here in this
That's
lobby.
right.
I like when people aren't afraid to show their fandom.
That's
As
right.
honestly, it looks like Quanti threats on the other side. They're one of the teams that talked about didn't have that variation of any shotgun on the loadout of Quanti. It's all kind of on the back of threats if they end up in any sort of CQC combat.
Rotten Twinkie staking out trees, and you know, any kind of coverage he can get rid of, funnel in the players, have an open space, open ground so he can get the shot. That's what he wants. One airborne, and they're going for it. I think they missed kickback. Yeah, they definitely missed kickback in a couple of tags. Still going to have some shield, though, for kickback. Assassin, he'll get away unscathed. Now, where do they go from here? Oh, snipe out. Assassin's going to be missed. Definitely got a haircut, but now it's time to rotate. Now it's time to move, and no shield bubbles for Rotten Twinkies. Hopefully Jack has one. If he doesn't, this rotate's going to be a bit tough for them.
Yeah, no shield bubbles, no kinetic blade, or at least on the inventory of Rotten Twinkies. You talked about being rough on a rotate kickback, probably in that same boat. Two different heavy snipers due to the lack of resources, or any weaponry, but at least that's going to allow him to kind of fire off 2 quick shots on a player. Ooh, but talk about firing off shots.
Oh my
He's on the receiving end. Rotten Twinkies just taking him down. And now I see why the chat likes him.
Yeah, brutal snipes. We saw him trying to hit a little bit earlier. He couldn't do it, but he did it the second time around. And now Assassin. You got to be really thinking hard here. What do I do? Where do I go? Well, you got to just go forward. You got a pistol. You've got a common auto shotgun or uncommon auto shotgun. Like, you are in trouble at this point, Jacob. And not only do you got Rotten Twinkies behind you and Jack, but you also got a team up ahead. Assassin, if he makes it out of here, brother, I want his autograph.
Nope, he's not going to make no autograph. No autograph for you, no autograph for me. Maybe in the next lobby.
I still want it. He's a great guy.
Cease and Nevs. Again, these guys are experts. They're not forcing any of the situations. They're only attacking when they have to. And you see they're immediately returning back towards that high ground after they get the weapon cache, of course. That's going to at least get them some legendary slurp juices, depending on what rarity the cache is. Might be able to upgrade their weapons as well.
Look at this, huh? Like this angle. Surely nobody goes up there, but could be fun at least to see if that does happen. Lane might move in on it, though.
I'm just interested right now.
I am too.
Huge amount of patience from Bend and Lavish. You can easily try to fire the shots, but neither team is actually in zone, so they have to wait until they can really 3-2-1 attack at the same time, try to get an early knock, and then try to finish off from there. But they saw that Lane was by himself. That's the thing. They know that at least one player's there and traveled there as a solo. Never mind. Now
There's Lame.
Okay,
they can take these shots if they want with the red eye, and they will do so. The bush is the only use of coverage. Now, even though Benz and Lavish are up top, right, they do have the high ground, they still expose themselves to a random heavy snipe. So that's one thing they got to keep in mind. Granted, should be easy to get a pickup, but always something you have to keep in the back of your head. And for Lame and Super, right, they're just going to kind of take their time. They really have no choice. Benz and Lavish, they've got to go to them.
Yeah, as I was saying, that's a decent spot. They're in the bush on the edge of zone. They can try to gatekeep. Now Lavish, 50 shield gone. You got to imagine the 50 over shield as well. So a good amount of damage being dished out. And that's forcing them to kind of stagger themselves back in the zone. Hopefully that team in front of them is going to forget about it. But again, I talked about that's going to be on the edge of zone. Chug cannon there from Lavish is going to allow them to kind of save as much of the heals as they can as that regenerates. Ooh, and there's pizza.
There you go. You have a little bit of everything on the rooftop, but you just don't have the positioning. And that storm is hitting hard, and the bullets are hitting even harder, and you gotta go. Heal up as much as you can, but Lame, Key, they're not moving. They're staying where they're at. They wanted those eliminations. If they can get it now, they might have inadvertently put themselves in a terrible spot, because Cease and Co is going to be right behind them. But there's going to be a knock. Lavish will fall, and I don't think you can stay put and pick them up. They're taking some damage. I take it back. Benz is staying. They're playing the long game.
Well, they have the splashes. There goes a lot of their heals. Maybe try to grab the last slice of pizza. So no, going to leave that one towards the back end. And they get themselves a spot into the zone. Shield bubble is going to be forced to be used. There's a team right behind them. Do they know they're there? That's going to hurt if they go ahead and strike. And there it goes. Down goes Ben. Worldka and Electrics is going to go ahead and get that first elimination. 3 more points to their total as well, as we're inching ourselves closer and closer to the end of this game.
Worldka, even though he gets a knock and he gets a full finish, he's also going to be at risk of being eliminated, as there was a team just off to his right. Lavish did get away, though, so the duo's still alive. They committed quite a bit, staying inside the storm, staying on that rooftop. Lavish stays alive, but let's face it, Lavish, at this point, right, 8 duos remaining, 14 players on the lobby. You're not getting a reboot. You're playing solo YOLO at this point. Key up top, we saw him a little bit earlier, kind of gatekeeping Lavish and Co. Sizlucky, Degen still sitting pretty. They're not overexposing themselves. They're just firing shots out. They're in a great spot to potentially take this game.
Yeah, but Lame and his teammate are there on the other side of that mountain, hiding in the bush. As soon as that shield bubble goes down, that could be on the receiving end with a lot of damage, but they're immediately trying to close the distance. That's Sizlucky and Degen on the other side. Slurp Juice forced out right now, but Sizlucky takes a lot of damage. His shield disappears in the blink of an eye. World Gun Electricity is trying to clean that one up from one fight to the next. The damage continues. Great shots by Degen to try to save the day. Electricity is trying to use the bush to try to save himself as much as possible, even go to the outskirts of the shield bubble to try to escape.
You can tell how Degen, he was really contemplating, do I want to make this push? He knows he had it down, but it's so scary to push that bush. Even though he knows the other player had, his enemy had a sliver of health, you push in that bush, you never know if that guy's going to be ready to go with the pump and you're down and you are out. Now, unfortunately, though, we have lost Sizlucky, so at this point, you pretty much solo YOLO again, right? But this is how it goes when we get down to the final couple of duos. And Wox and Rob, right? We talked about them earlier. Well, hey, they're here, and they're making a good attempt.
Yeah, Robob's showing what a true juggernaut he really is. Wox, though, having 7 eliminations, saying anything you can do, I can do better. Competition among friends. That's exactly what these guys are trying to do. As Edgy and Duke on the other side, the only other full duo left in the game. Threats is by himself. I do believe it might have been Muzz on the other side. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's by himself as well. So many teams really trying to inch themselves closer. You got Axe Force and Vortexers on the other side, forcing out a shield bubble from Edgy, trying to keep himself alive. Uh-oh.
Since they're going for the push, they got enough damage onto Edgy. They knew they could make it, but Duke holds the ground, and Duke makes the play, picking up the duo. But from one fight to another, a team is going to push straight into them. Duke has to try and survive if he can. Now, we got Robot. He's going to be pushing up alongside that of Woxen. Well, you got Duke up ahead, and he gets blocked, unfortunately. He tries to go for the kinetic blade push. He gets blocked by his teammate. That gives an opportunity for the Dig Boys to get out of the way.
And they need all the opportunity in the world that they can get because they're the only duo team left in the game. Wox and Robob. Degen trying to put some shots down, threats on the other side, but Degen gets eliminated altogether. Duke trying to go up and around, trying some form of rotation to figure out what's the best route to safety against these two juggernauts from the EU region, Robob and Wox. They're ready to close this one out.
They are. We go down to just, slim pickings at this point. Who wants the 60 points? It's already a great finish for every member who's still alive. But it's not enough. If you want to break into top 12, you got to get these added points for the victory royale. 60 points on the line, and only 3 duos who are up in contention to grab it. Will it be Wox and Robob? Well, maybe, but will it be our solos? Maybe too. Duke, he's going to take quite a bit of damage. Robot, he knows he can make this push. He's going into the zone. It's going to be worth it. He's going to get the victory, and that's going to be the first time on your screen. Wox, Robob taking a victory royale.
Yeah, FNCS invitational player in Robob. These guys have came for a fight, and they really just destroyed everybody else in the lobby. And they played it perfect because while those other teams were fighting, they knew their position in zone. Going down to the very last moment was better than everybody else's.
And I don't know their unofficial position. Obviously, we have a living scoreboard because there's a lot of games taking place, but it speaks volumes that we're now entering our final hour of the day, and Jacob, they get a victory for the first time on screen. But let's reminisce. We go back to this confident push from Oppose, who ended up getting that victory, and he had to stay alive in that moment. I strongly feel that he should have been pushed a little bit earlier, but hey, he did it, and he lives to fight another day. I love this bait and switch. Build Bear, he takes some damage, but no worries. He'll back away a little bit. His teammate will then take his spot. Flaws will get enough damage to allow Build Bear to get the finish. What did we see from Chicken and Co?
I mean, honestly, we've seen Chicken just kind of survive really to the tail end, sneak himself into the top 3. Justice and Tavern as well, taking advantage of opportunity after opportunity. There's when Chicken finally did go down, thanks to Tavern and Justice, who I do believe took the game overall after taking out Thoric here at the very end. And really everybody here in our second hour trying to cement themselves that top 12 position so that way they don't have to go another day tomorrow.
Faith, someone we didn't really see too much of, but at least got a glimpse of a great elimination. And this was the final moments, or at least close to the final moments, and really the start of Robab and Walks to really make some magic happen. I love this push. You go into the zone. That was really the only play from Duke, right? He had to go into Storm. He had to try and disengage and just trying to survive as well as he could. He knew he was a solo. He knew he was still going against a solid duo, but a great finish from him nonetheless. And they were number 2 last time we had a chance to look at our scoreboard, and with that finish, they could very well hold on to that number 2 position. But we have reached our final hour. One more hour to go. And, well, if your fan favorite team or player, right, still has a chance to make it in top 12, send them your energy because they need it. It's about to get real. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, DreamHack will continue. And welcome back, everybody, to DreamHack featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Jacob MVP. Our Heat 2, well, it's about to come to an end, but make no mistake, we still have some intense and great games to get through. And for those teams who are on the bubble, right, 13th place, I would even say top 20, maybe even 25. There's still a great chance they can break into top 12 and qualify. Only 12 move forward to grand finals, which can play on Sunday, Jacob.
Yep, as it stands right now, we always talk about that living leaderboard. About 296 points. About 296 points is going to be sitting in 12th place. But you can kind of see 8th place, Notch and Source, 308. First place, you kind of mentioned them early on, Crackley and Okus. What do you see in between?
Yeah, I mean, in between, we still get Bofink, who were in that 13th position, right? They were in 13th place, going from Heat 1 into Heat 2. Only top 12 move forward. Now they have a real chance, and this is the chance that they need to strike on. Duke and Edgy also in 5th place. Good on them. They've been playing incredibly well, and we pay attention to number 12, right? Because that's going to be the cutoff point. Degen says Lucky. They're holding on tight, but they're literally holding on by 1 point. But hey, 1 point for them, 2 points though for Knifer and Mega, and then even less for Casker, Clarity, and Paper and Jamper. The point is, if you want to break in from top 12, maybe even a little higher, or like I said, 24th and up, there's still a very real chance. Nothing is guaranteed. You can't become complacent.
Yeah, and mindset, and I like the way you said that, being complacent, his mindset is absolutely everything here in that last hour, because honestly, you could have the greatest start that you have in the day. You got yourself that top 12 spot. If you don't finish, if you don't hold on and actually perform to that same consistent standard that got you into the top 12 to begin with, that's really going to slip through your fingers. You're going to be upset that you didn't qualify and you have to go again until tomorrow. So I'm looking at some of those teams. We saw a few of them there in our top 12, even the some towards the outside. You mentioned 1 point really separating 12th and 13th place. Even though I look down, I think almost anybody in that top 30, maybe even top 40, still has a chance to qualify as long as they put out some pop-off games.
And now this is where the it kind of gets a little bit hard because do you change your play style? Do you not? And quite honestly, with the points being as close as they are, I'm going to go with the narrative that I don't normally go with. I don't think you change anything. Even if you are top 20, I think you continue to hammer home what you're doing. Maybe a micro adjustment, but you don't change your location where you're landing. Clearly, it's working for you. You don't change how aggressive you've been because clearly it's working for you. So honestly, normally an event, Jacob, and I know you can attest for this, like, we'll often say, like, oh, you got to change it up, be more aggressive, be this. No, I think everybody's playing incredibly well in the top 20. Continue to do what you're doing and hope somebody else makes a mistake.
Yeah, I got to go ahead and agree with that 100%. I think anybody outside of that top 35 maybe might have to switch things up because it's not going their way. But Sean, he takes a massive shot from the sky. He gets battled back as Moon tries to do what he can, taking down Source, but Notch from one to the next. That's going to be a double elimination for him and a game-saving play to keep him and Notch in the mix.
All right, so good on them. Already a strong start. Feels good to pick up the duo, right? Or at least the duo that you're facing off against and live a little bit. And that was a violent ending for sure. But Professor as well as Frosty staying alive. They pick up 4 elims, so they've already taken down 2 duos.
Professor Shake and Frosty claiming Slappy Shores to themselves. And more than enough loot. Don't have to worry about the metal that this has versus other POIs that don't. For them, it's just trying to scrounge together what could be a recipe for success as Dubs and Accept. Another wipe of a squadron going down. 6 more points to their total. And that just kind of goes to fall in line with what I was talking about. Those easy early game eliminations where you're separated from everybody else because the circle is so massive. Those are the ones you really got to take advantage of.
Smelly Nelly making an appearance once again. Huge fan of the name, can't lie, and maybe even a bigger fan of the gameplay if he can stay alive in this moment. An awkward fight, though, for Threats, right? I mean, down low, up top, where do you go? Kwanzi now in a really tough spot and nowhere you can go, and I said I might be a fan of Smelly Nelly for the gameplay, and I think I am, Jacob. What a play that was, and even better, right, from his teammate Dill, who was able to drop low. Smelly Nelly had up top on lockdown. Dill then found an opportunity to drop, go through the door, obviously. They pincered him in, and they took down a very solid duo.
Yeah, that's honestly a confidence boost. That's how you shift the momentum into this last hour, trying to pick up eliminations. And honestly, depending on where they're at in the leaderboard, that could be the start of something big for them. We've seen some kind of photo finishes in the history of Fortnite, and who knows, maybe DreamHack here in San Diego can kind of do the same. Muzz gets spotted out in the distance, and he gets taken down, kind of having tunnel vision there for a moment on a whole nother team, and that's why you see Bully in the distance. Is Bully giving up right now? Or is he just trying to be a statue, pretend like they don't see him there?
It works. Hey, look, that's why I love Fortnite. You can play it any way that you possibly want, and sometimes being a statue, well, it can work out. Remember when the cactuses first came out? That was really meta, right? Be a cactus, go T-pose out in the desert, and it sometimes worked. It didn't work for me. I don't know if I was smart enough or not. Probably that was the case. But it didn't work out for him anyways. Dubs accepts, right? These guys, really talented. 5 eliminations off the rip. And I think what I'm seeing the most as we do enter in our final hour, right? You know, I said don't change anything up, but we are seeing some very high numbers early on.
No, we definitely are. And honestly, these are those moments again. Ziz Lucky going up and over. A huge shot with the Maven, but it actually doesn't do that much damage. Him and Degen are so far separated. A down for a down. He's trying to cover that distance with the kinetic blade, going up over. High ground's going to be given up, but the health advantage goes over to Degen, who lands that final shot to save the day. And these are the moments I've been waiting for. Those game-saving plays to keep their players alive.
Daboog on the right, Bully on the left, Dubs and Accept in the middle, sandwiched in between what I believe is 2 solos. So it's going to be a bit weird for the solos. That player, unfortunately, just wasn't going to make it out. And on the outskirts of Mega City, Dubs holding on tight. Shield Bubble was thrown, and it needed to because Accept was taking a ton of damage. And there's going to be a couple of chug splashes they can use. Get Accept back up in. Shield Bubbles are going to be dispersed. And now they can deal with their enemy, which is going to be Source off in a distance. And mind you, Bully is still staying put and staying quiet.
Yep, they're contemplating right now on the other side for Dubs and Accept. You use the shield bubble to go for loot. What is worth what here in the situation? They're going to go ahead and expend that shield bubble for what they think is the greater good. All that loot, including the chug cannon, that you can kind of recycle and kind of save a lot of the heals. They're shooting that one duo team and end up firing some shots on another, slowly trying to rotate in. They see Dubs and Accept just trying to rotate on out. This is still very, very early on in the game, and there's still so much to play for.
Source trying to fire out as many shots as he can. Alongside that of Knock. Got the high ground. At this point, they're just being annoying, really. You just want to get rid of shields. Get rid of kills if you can of your opponents. And if you pick up an Elam and Knock, hey, all the better. But you can't really expect to be getting that too often because it's just such a far distance. Let's see where zone. Will it bless them? Most likely not, and it doesn't. So now all those people they were just shooting at being annoying, they have a chance for revenge, but everything's getting a bit quiet now. Togo is on the move, and Mama Benji taking the corner once again. They're sneaky, sneaky.
They're watching each other's back here. Teamwork, trying to make the teamwork. You hear the shots getting fired off in the distance. Honestly, that's bait. That's bait right now. Look at Wox. Robob is there somewhere nearby as well. They're firing the shots, trying to kind of make them think they're in another fight, so they try to third party. But Mama Benji Fish, she's wise beyond her years, seeing her son Benji Fish probably use this same kind of strategy before in the past. Patience is a virtue, and oh my god, is it paying off.
I want to see this work so badly.
Oh, wait, that's even better. The exotic breach heavy is just tearing down through these builds. They know they're there, and Wox is just hunting for them. Oh my god, what are we witnessing?
I would be terrified. I would be terrified if I'm Mama Benji.
The one shot to the face as well.
Dude, but you know what? All the better if it works out. Wox is, what is it? One more wall, maybe 2?
Like
one more wall, maybe 2,
right
and
now.
they're exposed, but Wox is shooting the wrong walls. He'll get there eventually, but it's just such a.
And look at Robob just sneaking around, crouching around, trying to see if he spots or hears any bit of audio. He has his volume maxed at 100. Plus any boost that he can get as Wox just continuously. When do they give up though? That's gonna be the question. Do they give up? I'm here for it. Let me tell you.
Yo, Walks is being a nuisance, bro. Oh, how many walls? Literally one more wall remaining. They haven't been spotted. Do you dip? Mama Benji, she's moving.
Oh, wow. That's a
Finds at least
sacrifice.
another wall that's still standing, believe it or not. Walks, like you said, was kind of creeping around.
There's no more
A lot of bullets have been used to destroy those walls, to be fair. And Mama Benji finds a way to get out. The master of disguise. But Walks, not going to let this go. Mama Benji, she's got to pull the guns out. She's got to get ready to fight.
I know it's zero build, and it's kind of hard to really protect yourself. I was about to say he doesn't really have any damage left, but they abandoned to go. They went after Mama Benji Fishy.
Good effort, though.
I was about to say Walks was left nothing. He has no shotgun ammo. He needs something right there. Robot probably hurt him, trying to feed the beast even more, and that's where to go. Robob's probably trying to return to that scene, figure out where that solo's left at.
Yeah, to go stayed alive, didn't he, right? Mama Benji was the only one that ran away. Kind of a sacrifice to go. You go on, carry the torch. Let's see what you could do. Cupsy. Haven't had a chance to watch Cupsy, actually. First time on screen. And over at the Citadel, we do have, I believe, one duo off onto the island just off to their right. Maybe a straggler in this distance. Cupsy will join the high ground with his teammate. Kind of stay put in the meantime. And Smelling Ellie making a return on screen, baby. Let's see what he can do this time.
I know he saw the chug splashes, but I was ready to make a joke that he smelt him in the distance.
All right.
His Dilo's there. This isn't necessarily the best position because you got to realize if you look at the minimap, if this continues to pull south, even east, they're really going to be stuck on that island in zero builds. If they don't have the kinetic blades, this is going to be one position. I'm interested to see if they even can get out of it. At least one shield bubble going down.
Shield bubble.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Premature.
Especially since they're not really trying to use it to escape. They're just using it as cover in a position that they're not trying to leave.
They already know where they're at. They've shot all the walls. There's only a couple walls to take down. Yeah, this is not a good play. But will it work out? Who knows? We'll see in the future. Walk still being a nuisance. Robob, where he's at the moment, but we got a little bit of a hunt going on. Walks joining Rob into the bush. Teammates are going to have to rotate into them. Shield bubble's going to be used, and this is where Walks might make a bit of an attempt forward. You know, I wouldn't put it past them with as aggressive as they've been, but they're in the middle of a couple of duos, Jacob. This would be a big game for them to drop early.
Yep. For Walks, though, and Robob, and that living leaderboard, honestly, Robob is going down. They've moved themselves into the top 3, but now Walk's going to have to do it by himself. Here's the kinetic blades closing in on the distance. He's trying to abandon that one. Slurp Juice still playing a role in here to try to bring his shields back up, trying to keep his HP into tip-top shape. Now he has some floppers, some shield fish, some slap barrels. Definitely more than enough HP to kind of regain here in this situation. It's about how long do you stay in the storm.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk that Walks clearly is willing to take. Only a couple seconds before the zone, I believe, starts sticking for 2. So this is going to be a bit of a huge risk as far as I'm concerned. And you're not really gaining a lot because you've got teams playing the gatekeeper role, Jacob, who's ready to take you down. Speaking of which, case in point, Frosty, Professor Shake. Got 2 players up in front. I was getting concerned for Frosty.
I honestly was too. We were on the same
I thought
beat
right yeah, I didn't know what was going on, but Ethan's, they're making the push. This should be an easy elim.
I'll be asking, Mom, where's the double A's? I don't even know if he's a controller player right now, but
Instead
Professor
of water boy,
Shake
double A boy, huh?
ready to give out a lesson to Loki and Ethan's. Honestly, I thought I saw the chat showing some love to Loki as well. Ethan pops up and over. Shield with Bubble going down, trying to protect himself, but they're separated. This is a moment for Professor and Frosty to try and strike, but they just take a little bit too long, and they look discombobulated long enough for both of these players to go up and over with the kinetic blade.
Yeah, the kinetic blades just allow you to disengage and really clear some ground very quickly, and Frosty and Professor Shake clearly weren't ready for that. You know, they absolutely thought it was going to be an easy elimination. I thought it was going to be an easy elim, and now they have to readjust and use valuable a med mist. That's all he's got with 30 ticks on it. So Professor Shake's about to be out. We do have some chug splashes over onto his teammates' part, but it's just not a good position, but maybe they can make it work. Now Mingo's down, and one more remains, and around the tree we go. Kinetic Blade's going to be out, and he will disengage, man. Hey, he gets away, but the hunt is on.
That was huge for him to take such minimal damage, but sooner or later, the run's going to kind of slow down here as he runs out of charges for that Kinetic Blade. They don't know exactly where he's at. He went in the tree for a short moment, and in comes Replays and Noah. They instantly go down, get a little bit too greedy, and guess who's going to survive? Dom Chavs at the top of the tree.
All right. Is he on top again? I'm telling you, that's the meta. Hey, corners, that needs to go. Mama Benji, we need to see you up top of a tree. Loki spots. Loki spots. No, the Christmas tree is going to come tumbling down. And where'd he go? Well, Kinetic Blade gets him away. Oh, Flesh, though. He's out of shield. He's dead. Wow. Good elimination, Ethan's. Good shots.
Yeah, he goes down. Honestly, I like the attempt. He was just hiding up there long enough for his charges to kind of reset on that Kinetic Blade. He instantly tries to get out, but the accuracy is just so pristine from some of the competitors here in that lobby that even though they're flying, whipping, and zipping through the sky, they still get tagged up. Just like that again. That split second from using their charges is just enough for some of these players to get taken down.
Quinn desperately trying to hit a shot onto Ethan's. Loki also up ahead. And now Quinn and Co. Do they want to rotate left? There's a couple of duos in this area, and this is where third parties come to become an issue, right? More so than a benefit in this case for Quinn and Vert. So I think rotating left is definitely the play to be made. And live to fight another day. Get yourself in zone, and then focus the players who are pushing out a storm. Play that gatekeeper role, which is going to be the best play. We go back on board Loki and Ethan's, who have continued to excel with 5 eliminations, and the duo's been spotted. This fight, this run, it's not over just yet.
Yeah, and I like the decision there from Loki to not actually fire the shots, not give up his position, because now they can kind of formulate some sort of sneak attack plan here. They kind of have their picking of the choosing where they want to go. They didn't cement themselves into any fight or any sort of rotation here as they continue to kind of move and inch themselves forward. Got Edgy and Duke there into the distance. Have a good tower in the sky, but just outside of the zone as well. Cupsy and AC outside of the zone with some elevation. They're trying to, what you said very, very early on, trying to drain the shields, drain the resource of a lot of our other competitors here in the lobby.
And it looks like a ton of open space for Cupsy, as they're going to be able to potentially rotate in for free, but they're going to take the long way around. So a lot of good positioning as far as I'm concerned. They're very cognizant about who is around them, and I believe they actually hired an NPC, if I'm not mistaken. So there will be another NPC tagging along with them. Jacob, I know you're kind of a big fan of that, except still inside of the storm, and Medmist is now gone. And he's taking his time. Dubs is back there. Wow.
Zero builds or squad zero builds. Let me tell you, I'm fighting 4v8s, me and Lash over there on the side, me SVG playing zero builds. Right now, these hired NPCs are not impressing me at all. Let me tell you, I feel like they need to see it a little bit more, especially the ones that heal or kind of do anything to kind of help you save any of those resources. Loki's taking some shots into the distance, but once again, just backing up just enough, saving the resources here for the end game because Ethan doesn't have any. He popped his last slurp juice. That's it for him.
To be fair, you are in a lobby full of champions, and an NPC, if an NPC was doing well, then I would kind of question the competitive integrity of what we had here, right, with the competition. But if anything, why not? Just hire him if you're right next to him. That push is taking a ton of damage, but it's standing. It's standing tall, and that's Edgy and Duke, who have been playing so incredibly well for the entirety of about 2.5 hours. We've been watching them compete. Now, Ethan's has to be very careful. He's pushing forward, but Airborne a little bit too long as far as I'm concerned. He's full drop, though. Wow. He's going for it. Shotgun out, shield bubble out, and Ethan's will drop. He got a little bit too greedy there, but no way. Loki survives against all odds, but only for a little bit. But the fact that Loki even picks up the 2 is spectacular.
Hold on one moment, because Robob was down. He was out. He was watching Walks trying to run outside of the zone. I don't know what happened. I don't know where it happened. But Robob is back into the mix. You got to give Walks a huge round of applause. EU is here to stay, as they even find so much loot there towards the ground. Extra slurp juices, an extra shield bubble, and they got a rotation, which they trying to go ahead and think it towards the slow side with the zone moving a little bit towards the north. They're going to have some congestion along the way.
Congestion for sure, and that congestion is only going to heat up as we're now down to just 14 players, 7 duos, and a lot of them are already inside of zone. This could be a bit of a benefit for Walks, and Robob is, obviously going to be late to the party, joining in. Ooh. Third party maybe Dubs, except who's going to be just up ahead. This could be great for Walks and Robob, despite them maybe not thinking they're in the best spot as of yet, but they only have one team to their right, Jacob. If they go left, though, they're going to learn, or they're going to at least run into a ton of focus fire. Right is going to be their best way to go. But then again, you go right, you're going into Edgy and Duke, who are, at least top 5 very consistently.
Looks like they're going to grab that golden egg, try to get some more rerolls in their back pocket. I do know at least Wox is saving some sort of augment for later on in the game. Could be, you know, pizza time, something that he can use, get some extra heals. As Duke and Engie just trying to backtrack, make sure nobody's on the outskirts. They spot him out in the open at that edge. Takes so much damage, forced to use the shield bubble and try to escape for now, but Wox and Robob are closing in on the distance. That's damage they don't want to let go to waste. From one shield bubble to the next, Wox is there, peeking, bobbing, weaving, in and out, but he goes out altogether. Duke with a huge shot to take him out. Engie on the other side. I do believe they each got one elimination each to continue their show here and trying to cement themselves into the top 12, because as it stands right now, it almost looks like they're just outside of it. Never mind, they're in 7th. They're in 7th. They're inside.
Yeah, they're inside, and I think they're only going to grow from at least grow their positioning from here, and now down to the top 10 in this lobby. And well, they've got this duo's number. They've already dropped one. I believe there's a solo who's going to be pressuring from behind. His shield bubble's going to be pushed. DJ and Sis Lucky doing their best to try and stay alive. Now Cupsy wants to get into the mix alongside his partner, and Duke and Edgy. They don't want to stay put. In fact, Edgy's already moved up. Duke is going to join into the mix. Kinetic Blade's going to be out. This. Things are about to get very spicy. We're now top 8. And do they even know Cupsy's there? Now they do, but shooting the tree, I mean, it definitely raised some question marks, but hey, they're okay.
Something you haven't really seen used for a couple of seasons now is those trees that do break. You can kind of use them to kind of cause some displacement in your opponents. Ace and Cupsy going up and over, trying to continue their run in the shield bubbles. Dejan and Sis Lucky, they're just watching this from the distance, but they're still a final team that we haven't seen so far really present themselves. But Edgy goes in, a huge shot's gonna be fired thanks to the Mythic Havoc. Back to back, Cupsy now feeling a little bit of that hurt, but down goes Edgy. Duke's here as a solo. Dejan trying to enter the fray, but he gets taken out as well. It could be a 1v2 situation for Duke as he tries to get the revive onto Edgy.
Oh, he's gonna get it too. It's gonna be a 2v2. Oh, will it though? That's a lot of ticks. That's a lot of damage you're taking. Dubs and Accepts are going to be moving in, but the shield bubble's going to be placed. Duke and Edgy have been absolutely phenomenal in the shield fight. Dubs, though, he's going to manage to get a drop, and the second one will fall. Accept will pick up Duke, and there it is. Dubs will take game number whatever it is for them, but either way, they get the victory, they get a ton of eliminations, and they put themselves in a beautiful position to break in or stay in top 12.
Did you see what I saw? I know I don't have my glasses on nor my contacts, but did you see what I saw to end that? I'm not even impressed about the VR. I'm not even impressed about how they played it, waiting to the end to really clean up the eliminations. I'm impressed by the 18 eliminations that they just dropped in that last game. If they don't qualify here off of that alone, I'm going to be shocked.
Yeah, that's actually nutty to think of. 18 eliminations, and also the victory, 60 points, going for the victory route. Good point, and a good spot, Jacob, because that puts them very much in a comfortable spot. And I think a lot of fans out there want to see Dubs Accept, obviously make it into championship finals. And who knows, make it top 10 to play at Gamers 8 for the $2 million prize pool. That would be something else.
Yep. Right now, I'm just looking at the living leaderboard that we're talking about. And honestly, before this last hour, it was close. It was anybody's game, but those top competitors, Quacky, Okus, Duke, Edgy, even Pilkey and Easiness, really trying to cement themselves 10 toes down. They don't have to change up their game, kind of tracking us back to the start of the hour. You're talking about what do these competitors need to do, but some of these other ones, maybe in Vortex or Axe Forces, they need to start finding some eliminations. Otherwise, they're in danger of going again into Heat 3 on the day tomorrow.
Deep into this lobby, we join another one. More with Axe Force Vortexers, who we have seen glimpses of in our previous games, and I respect the aggression from Axe Force, but Mega is also going to match that aggression, pushing up with Knifer. Knifer, though, does drop. This puts pressure onto Mega, who now has to solo it against, who knows, maybe a duo, for sure a duo in this moment. Shield bubble fight going down. That's going to be one drop at least, but 76 health, can't feel too healthy, and he will fall. And Axe Force, the aggression, I said I respected it before he pushed up Jacob, and well, I respect it even more. That was not an easy fight, but he gets the job done, gets his teammate back into play, and that puts him at 6 elims.
Yeah, that was near perfect, though, for Mega. Using not one, but both of those shield bubbles to perfection. Try to minimize the amount of damage he is taking while maximizing the amount of damage he was outputting. But in 2v1 in 0 builds is probably one of the more harder things you're going to do. And Jax and Blizzy got themselves a nice exotic, actually a nice loadout overall, including the pizza if they want to stagger themselves out of zone. And they're right there on the edge. Honestly, Don't recall who that was at the edge kind of going against him. That's Vortexers actually, and Axe Force. From one fight to the next, they could be in danger here of a sneak attack.
They could be, but Blizzy rotating out for whatever reason that is probably going to be spotted, and, well, it doesn't even matter now. They're airborne. Oh, no, straight into Bins, though. Straight into Binge, and I believe Lavish Lily in the bush. Blizzy somehow spots it, sees it out, and gets a ton of tags onto Lavish Lily, which you would think Blizzy being at the health and shield that he was at, maybe I make that push, but he doesn't. He takes his time and, in fact, throws his own shield bubble in return. I think it would have been justified to push forward. He doesn't, but let's see if the passiveness pays off.
Hopefully Lily kind of called that one out. That's Epicwell and Reek kind of hiding, putting the damage on, dropping the shields, which she has no more of. Ben's on the other side. They're trying to take the front side and the back side of the zone. Huge shot being fired off by Epicwell. Back to back at that with a pulse rifle, making it look absolutely easy here. He's one of our Gamers 8 champions through last year. He's trying to have some sort of repeat performances with the Kinetic Blade and another shield bubble in his arsenal. They definitely have a recipe for success brewing up.
And this needs to be success. The reason why they are number 20 on the leaderboard currently, right? So this game, once it finishes, is who knows where it puts them. Epicwell, Reetling, they need this victory. And, man, this could be one heck of a game. Sitting in 8 eliminations, Jacob, this could very well put them in that top 12. We talked about it, the contention from maybe, number 25 to number 1. The gap wasn't that big. Breaking into top 12 is really all that matters. New team on the board, though. We haven't seen Ben Pen yet, and this could very well be the highest placing game they've had, and a good time to do it being our final hour.
Yep, Ben Pen always hosting those zone wars, trying to have some sort of practice that he used come to fruition. Epicwell went down moments ago. Nobody really threatening this one, so this could be a nice res to keep them both in the game. You see the resources being dished around between the two. Epicwell is going to have to pop one of those slurp juices as soon as he gets back on up, saving the splashes for later on in the game. They have the shield bubble. One of the top teams left in the game overall. There's only a few solos, 2 to be exact, left in this one. So for them, they're just trying to get themselves the best position that they can. Or loot, too. Both is good.
Both is good. Shield bubbles for sure, right? At least top that off. Because pretty soon the final fight's going to be underway, Jacob. They know that. And this is an interesting end zone, given the big word coming, topography. All right, so there's a lot of elevation.
Wow.
Hey, look, sometimes I surprise myself. Okay.
Stealing that one.
Nebs and Cease, 10 eliminations too. So they're matching the energy of what we were seeing from Epicwell and Co. Just a little bit earlier on your screen. So another big game for Nebs and Cease, who have been playing phenomenally well throughout all of qualifying too. Now it's time to get to work. Reetling pops inside of the shield bubble. Epicwell to the left, and I believe the solo is going to be off to their left. So they have to be careful. They don't know that. They're going to be beamed, and Reetling's going to drop. Epicwell forced to try and go for the res. The shield bubble works, but he's getting pushed. He's got to dip.
Yeah, that's Nebs. That's C's closing on the distance. As it currently stands, they are outside of that top 12 bubble, even with these 11 eliminations so far. So it's almost a must-win scenario if they want to qualify. We saw Reek go down. Epicwell biding his time, but he gets spotted out. Last of his shield bubble is going to be used. He goes down, back into the storm, just trying to create some sort of confusion on Deceased and Nebs, who's just hunting him down. All these eliminations, this is how you play their situation to perfection.
Cease Nebs. Sees one airborne. Epicwell saw him on my screen too. He's going to be off to the left. Nebs, if he drops down, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. There's going to be a duo off to his right. He doesn't know it. He's going to take quite a bit of damage. Forced to use the shield bubble. Disengage. Kinetic Blade to take over the high ground once again. But this ground is unknown. But I guess not. Cease picks up Epicwell. That was such a deadly situation for Nebs to be in, and he survives. But look who's hiding in the trash can. Blizzy is doing everything he can, Jacob, to stay alive.
Honestly, I want to see this one's going to pay off. There's so much commotion going around. I don't know if they're going to hear the audio, see the trash can shaking at all. Cease and Nebs, they're one of the other teams that can kind of spot that one out. There's only one solo left in the game. Another one still has some distance to cover before they get themselves in the zone themselves. That's Ben Pen and Saucy, who got themselves on the edge, looking at the tree. I wonder if Cease and Nebs spotted him out. They might have, and yes, they have, forcing out that next shield bubble.
And maybe they heard the audio too, but they understand, like, priority, target selection. Blizzy isn't a priority at this point. In fact, shooting him at the moment would expose themselves to potential damage, so they'll leave him where he's currently at. They'll focus on the others that potentially are going to be shooting back. Now, this is a bold move to hop into 2 trucks, drive forward, and stay alive. Jacob, it's a massacre.
Bro, I haven't seen this since solos in quite a long time. And one of these 2 teams, the inevitable is going to happen. They're going to have to kind of engage. You got Sods and Yeez on the other side. Down goes Saucy. Ben Penn's left by himself. He makes a heroic play, but he goes down altogether. 2v1 situation. Cease and Nevs versus who? The man hiding in the trash can, outlasting so many teams. Those are bonus points Blizzy was gathering.
Blizzy in Paris, Blizzy in the dumpster, but this is a good play.
God.
Cease has no idea. Imagine if Blizzy hops out and makes the 1v2. The cat's out of the background of the dumpster, and it doesn't go very far. But I respect it because Blizzy, he secures a 2nd place finish by hiding in the dumpster. Can you blame the man?
Nope.
There was a lot of action outside the dumpster. You had a semi-truck. You had a truck trying to run everybody over. I would have been doing the same thing. But the important thing is 2nd place finish. Not bad. He survives. He gets the placement points. And Cease and Co., well, they get a solid placing. Not only 1st place, but the eliminations. I didn't catch the final number, Jacob, but I know it was high.
I keep thinking it's like for $250,000 and a shot at $2 million, I'd probably hide in the trash can as well.
I'm saying.
Looking through some of the replays, Nebs and Cease. They went through some scary portions as well. One of them going down. Cease forced to really be the hero. Jaxie and Blizzy there as well. Kind of how their early game started. Claiming Frenzy Field. And you can see in the mini-map here, another team closing the distance. That's Brono and Oliver OG, who got did up like a sit-up right before our very eyes.
I've never heard you say that. I'm actually a huge fan of that, Jacob. That was good. Sit up like a sit-up, huh? I'm gonna have to take that. I apologize in advance. Duke and Edgy, though, they had a great game, and we talked about their placing. They finished what I think right there. They're finished off, so at least top 3, if not top 4. And this was an exciting ending, and I catch it. 18 eliminations, Jacob, for Dubs as well as Nebs, right? Or Cease, Cease and Nebs. They pick up 18 eliminations plus the victory. You want to talk about a standout game? That's it.
Yep, kind of bursting themselves into the top of our leaderboards, or at least a portion of it as well as we get into our last couple games. 20 minutes left before the lobbies even close, and we get into our final games, the last chances for a lot of these players to pick up those points. And honestly, with that victory, I do believe that pushed Cease and Nevs into the top 12. So they're inside of the bubble, but with the few games that I'm saying that we have left, can they hold on to it?
Yeah, I think we have at least 2 more solid games to go, right? I mean, we are in at least nearing the end, and with the numbers that are being put up, not even from the teams getting the victory royales, but the teams elims alone, plus maybe a top 5 finish, I'd be scared if I was on that bubble on the top 12. That's the way it goes. Composure, though, makes great competitors. We'll see who's going to have that composure. We're going to take one final break. When we come back, though, the ending to day number 1, at least qualifier number 2 for DreamHack featuring Fortnite San Diego, will be underway.
in the heart of an ancient desert. The land of heroes awaits. Prepare yourself. To witness feats you never thought possible. Records will be broken. Legends will be born. And fortunes will be made. The stage is set. The largest esports and gaming festival the world has ever known. Ready or not, here it comes. Gamers 8, the land of heroes.
And welcome back, everybody, to DreamHack featuring Fortnite. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Jacob MVPR in Heat number 2. Well, it's about to come to an end. Only a couple more games to go, and at this point, things are definitely shaking up. We definitely, though, have at least one outlier up in the number 1 spot when we show our standings. And Jacob, this duo, they're leading by quite a few points, at least 90, I think, from 1st to 12th.
Yeah, he's over here just posting on social media saying, I did that on purpose in Heat 1 just so I could stay heated up and stay warm. I don't know if it was true or not, but let me tell you, these guys are on absolute fire. You see their 2 victory royales throughout the course of their games, 49 eliminations, only 1 team beating them with a few teams tying them. So honestly, they really set the tone of the pace here in Heat number 2.
Duke and Edgy been playing so incredibly well. They're holding on tight. They've pretty much been first or second place the entirety of this Heat number 2. And Paper Jamper, they go up to 12th place. They stay where they are at. Now, again, to go back in the past, I think they were like top 15, top 20 from Heat number 1. So now they're starting to sweat bullets. I'm starting to sweat for them because Source, Knock, they're on their heels. 314 points. And mind you, you can count in 14th through 16th. Epic While Reetling, Right Nipper, Mega, as well as Casker Clarity. They're all within 3 points of each other. And then it is even closer, right, going from 12th to maybe 10th place. So things are really tense, especially getting towards the tail end. And I mean, look at even 24th, Jacob. I mean, it's so close. It's on a knife's edge.
It's definitely dangerous. Anybody that I think may be from like 8th position and lower, and that's kind of being very generous for the person that might be in 8th place, but 8th position and lower is still up for grabs. That's 5 total placings that these players can still kind of steal away with a big game. You go down early, you don't get as many points, you lose your teammate, you're forced to play it as a solo. It's very, very telling of what's going to happen. And look at these juggernaut of names that we saw. Jaith and Yamzo, one of the biggest names in Zero Build's Jaith, is once again in failure, or danger, I should say, of not qualifying.
Dom Chubbs trying to stay alive as Mingo was dropped just a little bit earlier. And he's going to get tagged in the back. Kinetic Blade desperately trying to get away. I think there was a flopper just off to his right, but no time. He's just got to try and continue to dip if he can, and I think he successfully got away. But just to comment on your point, Jacob, yeah, I mean, this is where, in my opinion, competitors really showcase what they're about, right? Whenever you are, your back is against the wall, you're on the cusp of qualifying, and, sweaty hands, right? They start to come into play. But can you combat that? Can you truly get over that hump and get over the edge? Well, we'll find out from those who are on the edge. And speaking on the edge, Blake, Bizzle, they're looking to make a move, and make a move they will. Will they drop down one? They will, and there's going to be one just off to the left, and that's going to be Volumes who's got it. Bizzle, being a smart player as he is, hides in the corner and makes a play. Well done.
That's one thing that even I know in Zero Builds, you got to watch out for people camping on those vaults. Even Lash knows it. We're going to be able to see Lash tomorrow, kind of talk about it. Lash is also one of those people, not to bring up Lash too much, even though he's not casting here just yet. He knows absolutely everything. Even I'm sitting here checking my information. Lash, does this look good? How does this sound? Trying to figure out those vaults. And he's the one, when we're playing Zero Builds, telling me to watch out. Somebody might be hiding around the corner.
Script gets a player one shot. That's going to be No Build Bear. Now, did he go up the stairs? Did he go to the left? Well, Suscript has to try and figure that out. The doorway is going to be clearing and covering, so he'll take over the high ground. And I'm very surprised. You know, sometimes moving the least amount of distance is the play to make, but you're still down to a sliver of health and you're going to be spotted. But surprisingly, No Build Bear manages to get away, and Kinetic Blade is out. Suscript, he's on the hunt, and Flaws is also there too. Can No Build Bear get away? Honestly, at this point, it's doubtful, and well, there's going to be my answer. He drops. Good attack and good aggression from Suscript to be able to get that kill.
I said I felt bad because it wasn't even that he was going to go down, because I feel like he was going to go down nonetheless. But man, in the feed, Leo takes down both Agers and Kanata. Another superstar team gone. But what I was going to say is Flaws, he was basically out. No one knew exactly where he was, but because No Build Bear Kinetic Blade in his direction, that allowed Haji and Substrip to get some height and get the information of exactly where he's going to go through.
A shot from Haji. One player trying to disengage. Oh, nice shots. Wonderful. He sees the glint, though, of the scope. Heavy snipe. Aiming in. Haji, he'll dodge that. Make another attempt to go for a rechow, which that's going to be Flaws, No Build Bear teammate, who ended up being eliminated just a little bit earlier. Bizzle was actually down there, too. So from the corner onto the lake, he's making moves and making a good attempt. And, you know, surprisingly, Bizzle being the competitor that he is, this is the first time we are seeing him for Heat 2.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw him was in the elimination feed going down. I'm just as surprised as well. You talk about Bizzle, Blake just getting picked up by PSG, TNA. Probably playing like he has something to prove here in this situation, and luckily for him that there's more than 2 heats to kind of play in. He's going to have 2 more tomorrow to kind of pick up the pace, with 24 of the best teams already qualified to the finals, with 26 spots up for grabs, and Bizzle gets caught out in the distance. Haji and Suscript, with Flaw going down, they knew at least somebody was on this side of the map, and now it's going to hurt just a little bit with Bizzle and Blake there. Look at Real Godzilla on the outside as well.
Real Godzilla is going to be the thorn in the side of a couple, and believe it or not, Suscript will fall. Bizzle picks him up. Haji also helping out, taking down Bizzle, but regardless, though, now you got Godzilla coming out from the mix. This has got even more interesting. Blake is going to fall. That was Godzilla who took him down. The solo, and, well, the champion is Godzilla, despite him being a solo and hanging out. Sometimes patience is a virtue, and he takes down 2 absolutely stacked duos.
Stacked as in superstars, or stacked as in Blake and Bizzle just delivered vault loot to the side of the island, straight to Godzilla's hands. That's honestly, that's going to be a huge turnaround for Godzilla. Depending on where he's at in the leaderboard, even if he doesn't qualify into the top 12, that's a huge confidence boost to end the day. So you don't kind of end it with your head down, so kind of thinking about all the negatives. You can kind of hold your head high on at least one positive.
I can't believe that happened, man. Your face during that whole moment.
Bro,
I got
I was
him up
shocked.
in Discord. I could see him. He was shook. He was shook. I was, dude. I think you all were as well. Ridiculous moment, but that's just, you know, 0 build, and that's just how the competition goes sometimes when we get down to the point where there's only mere points separating the winner from the loser. Well, Ben Pin once again on your screen. Saw also joining into the mix. Mega City has seen quite a bit of action, and I think this is the first time I've seen Ben Pin be in this area, but it's not the first time I've seen Epicwell and Reetling be here. This is the area they've been maining since the very start, and it is working, make no mistake about it, but they need a good game here if they want to lock in top 12.
Yeah, honestly, for them, it's kind of like that superstar effect. I think, you know, they go Mega City, they intimidate everybody else that's around them, but this is 0 builds. They don't have that same respect on their name as they would in builds, but you can see with such few teams there, not many teams really wanted to take that challenge, at least very, very early on in the life cycle of Mega City. But as time goes on, the vault begins to play a role. Teams begin to kind of close in on that distance, and that's why you see Alex and DNA kind of in the distance trying to spot out anybody on the top of the buildings for Mega City.
And notice the zone is still quite large, Jacob, but we're down to just 18 players, and that's pretty common, right? Whenever you reach the tail end of a time trial or a heat, right? There's 3 hours to play, and those who may not be playing as well, maybe had a less than, you know, what they wanted performance, they get a little bit more aggressive, and they really risk it all for the biscuit, which, hey, honestly, I'm all for that. Sometimes you just got to try and make a play, especially if you're down to maybe 30th place or, you know, maybe 25. But for Reetling and Epic, well, that's less eliminations they're going to be able to pick up, so it is going to make things interesting onto the timeline, onto the leaderboard, and well, we're going for a drive.
I thought getting on the motorcycle was interesting, but as soon as that car was found, trying to get the safety of a metal vehicle, as Hayes in the distance, trying to spot somebody. Alex and DNA, this heavy sniper, just trying to deal as much damage. Only 68 left on the card. They're going to have to abandon that one. Luckily for them, it doesn't explode, doesn't take any shield, their HP down. Epic Will actually goes down to the feed altogether. Reet is able to clutch up and at least keep himself alive as a solo in our top 9.
Here in Heat 1, we saw a lot of the floating island, a lot of contention there, but this Heat, not so much, right? It's kind of been on the outskirts, everybody playing the gatekeeper role, and that's made things quite interesting. Heat 1 and Heat 2, kind of unique in the way that the fights were taken. But in the meantime, we see Alex will go ahead and start backing away alongside that of DNA, or excuse me, DNA. And I am seeing some familiar faces in the elimination feed. Benz is going to be one of them, so good on him to wake up this early. And I haven't seen too many heavy hitters drop out just yet. Cease, Nev's picking up one. But there it is. You know, speaking of the cast of curse, Paper does drop, right? So, and Jamper too! Talk about a big elim. That duo, when they started this in that living scoreboard, Jacob, they were number 12, and now they're gone.
And I'll take it as a job here, be a bearer of bad news. And they're outside of the bubble already. So Paper and Jamper, the struggles from Heat 1 and Heat 2 continue. When we talk about opportunities, they have 2 more opportunities on the day tomorrow, trying to follow this one closely. Who's going to earn their spot to that finals here in Heat 2. There's 12 positions up for grabs between 12 teams qualifying Heat 1, 12 through Heat 2 and 3. And then our last 14 spots will go on our final Heat of the day in Heat number 4 tomorrow.
Epic Well Reetling playing so incredibly well throughout Heat 2. Looking to capture the point, get that added loot if they can, and pretty much uncontested for the time being. They're keeping that duo who's just down below on that elevation at bay. And they're just going to kind of chill out. 5 eliminations, not bad, at least for the time being. They could very well finish across 10, and they have, you know, some of our highest scoring games that we've seen so far. I do think the highest, though, was Dubs, except just a little bit earlier, who had a total of 18. Really good performance. But on board with Alex, what is he up to?
Nothing. Nothing. He's not up to anything. In fact, he tried to get up to something, got shut right back down. Let me tell you, and to kind of add on to the point about Epic Well and Reet, they're one of the few teams I feel like in a consistent basis that from one tournament to the next, depending on where they're at in the leaderboard in those last and final moments, they know how to play into that situation. If they're down elims and they realize we can't win without these eliminations, they start to get proactive and pick up elim after elim in every situation.
I believe that's going to be the drop of our final lobby, if I'm not mistaken. So that should be it for Heat number 2, aside from the games that are already taking place. And this is going to be an absolutely full lobby. And speaking of starting off hot and heavy, we're going to be starting off with Mega, who is already hunting down zero build goats. And, well, is he going to be successful? You would have to think so. The hunt is real, and the hunt pays off. Good job and a good start, as we are going to see Mega trying to hold on to what they got. Jacob, they are in contention, right, for qualifying for tomorrow as well, so they need a big game here.
Yep. However, a lot of these players here need some big performances here. And I'm trying to look at where Mega and Knife are actually positioned at. I do believe in the living leaderboard, obviously things could always change up, down, left, right, and center, but sitting almost in that top 20 mark, 20th place to be exact at this point in time, just trying to use every bit of their arsenal here, but Knife running out of his small ammunition, so that tactical pistol is only going to do so much, going to be left up to what frag grenades he has, or even that Maven that has 8 shots.
Anybody can do it, could be him. I saw Moo drop off a little bit earlier, and I do believe Moo and Tax have kind of really slowed down since the early goings, right? The first couple of hours. I haven't seen too much of them, but we'll see what the final scoreboard ends up looking like. We have seen some very talented duos, and duos that were very much so in the top 12 contention drop off early on. But we also see some talented duos still remaining in the meantime. And Mega's job is not done, right? I mean, there are still, I think, 3 duos that are remaining in this area. The Citadel seeing a ton of action.
Oh, Mizo's on the high end. Nice first shot. Back to back. Mega's going to get dropped first. This is a position, if you're Knifer, you don't really want to be in. Back up against the wall. And for them, this could be the final game. It actually is going to be the final game for them. And honestly, you really need to be able to dig deep. Fusion and Leo might be saving the day because that was Mizo who's one packing the punch, getting that first knock onto Mega. So Knifer's just kind of flirting around, but he ends up in the wrong path yet again in front of Leo and Fusion. And they're hot on his heels.
And I hate to say it on the living scoreboard, they're number 20, Knifer and Mega, right? So if Knifer doesn't stay alive in this moment, if he doesn't get Mega back in, and this could be it. They might have to play in Heat 3 starting tomorrow. So this is a big moment for him to step up and show out. But the competition, it's fierce, it's heating up, and Fusion is on your screen. He's landing shot after shot after shot. Takes some shots himself, 6 health, Jacob, but stays alive. Good on him.
Yeah, depending on where that leaderboard, last game, last chance, they already got 3 right out of the gates. That's 9 points before placement even begins to kind of really tick in. I know it kind of starts right as the game does begin, but top 25, that's where you want to be. And those points begin to kind of ramp up. Fatch on the other side, going against Blake and Bizzle. We see this season after season in FNCS. Should be no different here in DreamHack as Blake and Bizzle are trying to keep things rolling for themselves. You saw them very, very early on in a couple of these games trying to put themselves in a much higher position than they were in the last.
Blake Bizzle taken down by Godzilla a little bit earlier. Heartbreaking to see, but it did happen.
Tragic.
It was, but it also allowed for a great moment, a great screenshot from you as far as I'm concerned. That's going to be my new screensaver.
Better not have screenshotted that. Better put that back. Better put that in the recycle bin right away.
It's out there in the universe, and it's staying. High Sky. First time seeing High Sky, right? I mean, he's been a competitor for quite some time, and at one point was one of the youngest pros to play. So nice to see High Sky still in the business, doing great things, and potentially making some waves in the final game.
And that could be confused with the other High Sky that's probably putting in some work on the show somewhere in the back end. And honestly, from one High Sky to another, I think if you name yourself High Sky, you're bound to be a professional.
Well, given the fact that, Fortnite is all about high ground, name yourself High Sky, you got some big expectations.
Oh, man, he's quite a sight to see. Not the FaZe High Sky, the other High Sky when he's playing Fortnite. Definitely makes it entertaining here, just like Cease and Nebs are trying to do. An entertaining photo finish. Currently sitting inside of the top 10, but still have that danger of a bad placement here, and they fall outside of the bubble. As Crackly, they've already cemented themselves a high position and almost a qualification spot guaranteed, but they're not done just yet. They want to terrorize everybody in the lobby.
Yeah, they're feeling themselves. Love what he said. He said he didn't qualify in Heat 1 because he wanted to stay heated up. But, hey, really appreciate that energy. I like that shot coming out from Kunlu. But, hey, he's got to be careful. He's taking a little bit more damage, and Blake and Bizzle are going to be on the hunt. And Blake, he's pushing up, but is this aggression going to pay off? Well, he's going to fall. Nano's been dropped. Bizzle has to carry the torch, and carry the torch he will. That's going to be a 4-elimination game so far.
Uh-oh. Okay, first of all, that's my last name in the feed, RCSD. That's my last name, so I might be playing on a second monitor. Second of all, Cease and Nebs just went down. I talked about them being in the top 10, but on the bubble. They got to be hoping for the downfall. So many top-level teams, including Quancy and Threads, Jathan Yamzo, Bofreak and Gooden, who almost qualified, getting 13th place in Heat 1. They need to be crossing their fingers, legs, their eyes, their tongue. Anything that can be crossed right now, they're crossing it.
And then Mega was also taken down a second time. But I do see Knifer, though. Knifer's still alive, right? So Knifer's still holding on tight, doing his best. Okus will pick up an elimination, and Tripperin 2 will pick up Jace. Tripperin, a man that played incredibly well in game number 2. We watched him, pull off some heroics. That was one of our highest elimination games at the time, sitting at about 10. And Tripperin is looking to finish strong, and nice job coming out from Scram, pushing up onto Anon, who is a very talented player in his own right. So Tripper and Scram looking to finish strong.
Oh, there we go. Top 12. Shout out Connor. I think he's doing all the work producing this fine event. I know you guys in the Fortnite community already know him, but if you don't, make sure you get familiar. We've seen our 12th bubble and kind of moving our way in. Gooden and Bofink have finally inched themselves into the top 10. Cease and Nebs, who went down on 341 points. They got to be gripping onto that leaderboard for dear life.
That's right. They definitely do. I think, honestly, everyone who's, maybe 12th through 6th need to be holding on for dear life. And look at this play. I really do like it. We've seen some sneaky beavers pushing up for sure. And I was just highlighting and, kind of saying how good Tripper and Scram have been playing. But then you get these guys who crouch up to you. You don't know they're there. You don't clear the corner. Kind of what we saw, Bizzle and Blake doing a little bit earlier. And then your run is done with. Tripper and Scram have to keep the head on a swivel, baby. They got to be ready for this.
Oh, but they immediately use the kinetic blades. Go on the other direction as well. escaped what could be a terrorizing scene in the Fortnite horror movie. And they even got themselves that high ground. So now it's up to Jivy to kind of see if they're going to go ahead and get that loot. I do believe they kind of got just enough, him and Kika. The scraps that is in there, and I do believe there's at least 3 Mythic Havocs to kind of go around as Jivy gets spotted out. They know he didn't escape as Tramp is Skripperin. I said their name backwards there for a moment, but the result is still the same. They find that elimination onto Jivy, and now they're trying to hunt down that lone player, Kika.
It's a duo name, Skripperin, right? Go ahead and coin it now. I like it. Skripperin,
Tram.
the duo, making it happen, and they really are doing it. Oh, no, Build Bear falls. We saw him playing so incredibly well a little bit earlier, and his ability to stay alive was, you know, kind of unmatched as far as I'm concerned. But the 2 a.m. boys stay alive as long as they possibly can.
Oh, never mind. I thought he was trying to use the porta potty. Excuse me there. I thought Kika was thinking outside of the box and inside of the porta potty, trying to get out. Tripper was going to try to cut him off. What are we doing here? We trying to hide in the house? Okay, I like it. I like it, I think.
So
I don't know.
Kika is a guy that I ran into a random lobby actually years ago, and I told him, I said, dude, you're really good. You need to play competitively. And he actually took my advice. He took my word, and he started playing competitively, and now he's representing 2 a.m. playing here at DreamHack featuring Fortnite in San Diego. So I'm really happy to see him flourish and do as well as he has. Still relatively young, I think 20 years old, so he's got a long career ahead of him, and I'm sure he's going to be putting in some great work. And even though now he's kind of staying in the corner, you know, playing passive, he's doing his job. He's staying alive.
Yep. Right now, Graham and Tripper have all the time in the world as iSky and Cam go down. That's the Bizzle Blake show, keeping it on the road. That's 2 more eliminations for them. 6 overall. That's their, I believe, 28 points on straight eliminations. They, too, they got to realize where you're at on the leaderboard in this final game. And just go for the fences. Go for Elim after Elim. What's the worst that could happen? You don't qualify either way, and you have to go to Heat 3 either way?
Yeah. Heat 3, Heat 4, right? I mean, you still have 2 options. I think at this point you can afford to take risk. If you're on the bubble, you can afford to take risk if you need to. Again, I still stand by it. Don't change anything because it's already been working. The points have been incredibly close in Heat 2. But if you want to risk it and you want to try something else, go for it. Now, against the, you know, the going across the ice, Cupsy beaming you down, maybe you got to make a bit of an adjustment. But luckily, Cupsy is going to back away. Now, this is where things get serious. Oak is Crackly. These guys pretty much already secured first place, if not first, for sure top 12. And they continue to go. These could very well be the duo, or at least your favorite, to maybe win this whole thing. Who knows, qualify for Gamers 8.
Yeah, they gotta be one of the favorites to get first place here in this Heat. And with how they've been playing here, take it over the Heat overall, like you're saying. I wouldn't be putting it against anybody to kind of take it overall, as they're still hot on the heels. Cupsy barely getting out, half HP gone, 16 more with the twin mag. Brackley's putting out in the distance. He gets chopped down to size, sent back to the lobby, forced to go to the next couple heats yet again. They get tagged up just enough in the distance. I do believe that's Blake and Bizzle who are going to pounce on it. They've been fighting every single one of these fights to the very end. Oh, that's a big
going
shot.
In deep, going in hard. Like you said, big shot. That's going to be the drop on the Oak. Is Crackly now the final boss, if you will, to take down, and he's going to disengage. And sometimes, like I've said before, the best fight to take is not taking the fight at all. If that makes sense, I'm sticking by it. But Bizzle, hot on the heels of Crackly, and Crackly's probably going to get away here. I don't think Bizzle's going to be able to catch him. No, he will. Kinetic Blade. That'll help.
No. Blake and Bizzle are going to chase him down until somebody's going to get elimed in this situation. Unless you just get lost altogether. Bizzle, one of the OGs. Awareness on 9,000. Still spotting him out in the distance. Still getting tagged up as well. For Blake and Bizzle, they got to time their shots very, very perfectly. And they're going to chase. Like I said, when it comes to Blake and Bizzle, it's their show at this point in time. They have 8 elims. They realize the only way they're going to qualify is elim after elim.
They were in 25th place coming into this game, and who knows after this game where it's going to lead them, especially if they get the 60 points. That would be a massive surprise if they're able to make it. Not because, you know, I doubt their caliber of play style or their ability to play the game, but just the fact that we haven't really seen them all this much in Heat 2, and then for them to break into top 12 because of a phenomenal final game. It would be great to see, and the reason why is because Bizzle, being the caliber of player as he is, and honestly making history in multiple points in time, especially you go back to the World Cup qualifiers, right? The way that he was able to qualify and play, it'd be pretty incredible.
Yeah. Vortex and Volks. Volks coming, one of our superstars from OCE overall. And I've seen somebody in the chat saying, I love the shield bubbles mixed with a lot of these vehicles. I've seen Seti and Cammy kind of use the boat and do that same thing at the FNCS Invitational. So it's not necessarily something new, but it's definitely something people don't really utilize in the build mode versus the zero builds where those shield bubbles kind of play such a huge role. And honestly, the aggression from Blake and Biz will continue. They're going to find their 9th elimination overall, realizing I think they need a 100-point game in order to get themselves a top 12 finish, and that's a maybe.
Blake and Bizzle?
Yeah.
That's a big game. That's a massive game. But is it possible? Maybe, right? There's still hope left. We're looking at a total of 17 eliminations that Bizzle and Blake could get if they play absolutely perfectly and pick everybody up. And, well, for Bizzle, he's going airborne, and replays, and Noah's going to be just below him. Does he want to take the island? Blake is already up there. Do they want to keep the high ground, or do they want to continue to push for eliminations? I think they're going to slow down just a little bit. Noah's been spotted, and Bizzle almost looked like he wanted to make that push, but he's going to pump the brakes.
Yeah, they realize you're not going to be able to make that a play like that without getting some damage first. And Noah, he wasn't necessarily trying to be the aggressor here in this situation. I say that just yet. You see the preemptive slurp juices being fought. This one is going to be inevitable to go down, but they want to get that high ground, use the riv, try to take the building at the top. Blake and Bizzle are there waiting. Shots going to get fired off. Replays lands a huge amount of damage onto Blake, and even gets that first knock. The slurp juice needs time to tick in, and Bizzle gives them absolutely no chance at making the comeback. And now they're up to 11 eliminations with at least another player flirting at the bottom of that Rift Island.
So you said a 100-point game is what they need.
I think.
They're flirting.
Don't
they're
quote
flirting
me, please, because they might do it.
No, I know. Math is hard, but like I'm saying, like at this point, they're looking with the Victory Royale, like potentially a 90-point game, for sure a 100-point game if they go the distance. This is getting doable. I cannot believe how well Bizzle and Blake have stepped it up and how well they are continuing to play. Now, Mega, Knifer, they're still alive. Right, Mega's dropped twice this game. Knifer's been forced to stay alive, and that's why they don't have that many elims. But will this be the end? Will this be where they both fall? Mega's down once again. Knifer once again has to disengage, get away, try and stay alive. But how many times can he continue to do this?
They're really fighting for survival here. Almost everybody left in the lobby are some of our heavy hitters with at least a chance, with at least some sort of inkling of hope to try to get into that top 12 so they don't have to face yet another grueling heat number 3 and possibly heat number 4 if things don't continue to go their way. And Knifer realized this is still one of the earlier zones. Not a lot of damage is taking away. I can go back. I can stagger myself, try to get any bit of resources before I'm forced to kind of continue forward in this game.
There it is. Rotten Twinkie staying alive. Chat's been kind of talking about him. Where is he at? What's going on with them? How far have they made it? Well, now you see it. Top 10, at least in the final game. Only 18 players remaining. Rotten Twinkies putting up a wonderful fight. Let's see how far they can continue to go. Now, for Tripperin, though, Scram, they have had a decent game. 4 eliminations, but more importantly, they've been put in tough spots, and they've managed to get out of those spots. But this could be an awkward situation. Oh, he spots the heads. He spots the head shake, and he's going to be able to get a couple of headshots. This could be putting these two players into the blender. One's already been finished off. Trippering goes to close the gap, and that's a finish. Rack up 2 more elims for them.
Yeah, the target selection for them is huge. And I'm probably wondering, why are so many teams getting proactive? Blake Bizzle outside of the top 12. Tripper and Scram outside of the top 12. Everybody left in this lobby is trying to take matters into their own hands and control as much of their destiny as possible. As Kika back from the grave, he got rebooted from GV back into the mix and trying to have that second chance at life. Opportunities don't come around very often, and they've been given yet another one.
Bit of a soft game from Clips and Subortion. They are still alive clearly, but are they going to have a big enough game to be able to apex into the top 12? Maybe not. It's going to be close. I mean, they're in 61th place at this point, Jacob, and they only have 1 elimination, but a victory round wouldn't hurt, but a lot of ground to cover. They're going to go ahead and play the Bush game. And Mama Benji still alive. Hey. Good on her. Let's see how far she can go.
Let's see where's Mama Benji Fishy currently at on the leaderboard. Mama Benji Fishy has to be an inspiration to everybody out there, especially for people that might be thinking they can't hang with the young kids, the young kiddos out there. And I think Mama Benji Fishy is slowly but surely proving everyone wrong and realizing, hey, dreams do come true as long as you work towards them. Clips is trying to go for a sneaky play, but they actually get aggressed on from another direction as well. Third party's really playing a role from everybody involved, and wow, what a huge find right there. Just the nick of time. The augment to give himself a chug gun. Wow, what a saving grace.
Huge for them indeed, right? I talked about it. 65th place, though, Jacob. So a lot of work needing to be done. Jax, Rotten, they're getting pressed upon. Vortex, Volks, they're going to push up. Vortex, he's going to manage to take down Jack is Godly. That means Rotten Twinkies is going to be solo YOLO, forced to try and make some big plays, stay alive. A good finish here could very well put them in a good contention for qualifying in Heat 2. But a lot of work still needs to be done. And Vortex and Volks, they know we've already taken down one. Where's Rotten? Let's push him. And mind you, in the elimination feed, Blake will take down Clips.
Yeah, and Rotten Twinkie needs your support. You can see he got himself into the top 7. The more support he gets in chat right now, the better placement he might get. But let me not get too ahead of myself, because I'm just trying to hype it up. He's making a run for the ages. So they can make it a show, hey, you might be a content creator. You might be somebody who streams, but you can still make kind of a chance at becoming professional here, especially with DreamHack, Fortnite, Zero Build. Leading up into our Gamers 8 $2 million tournament at the end. 12 eliminations so far for Blake and Bizzle. I'm not saying it's cemented in stone, but they need over 100 points in this game in order to come out on top. And they're on right now track to at least get 96 if they get the Victory Royale with this amount of eliminations. So that needs maybe 3-4 more elims with the Victory Royale.
It's possible. I mean, that's the big thing. And Lash is in chat saying, the veteran duo, they're showing up when it matters most. 100%. He's right on point with it. And I didn't get a chance to comment, by the way. Lash, he's absolutely incredible. And the amount of research and work that he puts in is just great. And I wanted to make a comment on that publicly for sure. Volks doing a wonderful job. Nate knocking down one, going for the second shield bubble out. And I believe Mama Benji, this might be the end for her, unfortunately. I don't think she's going to be able to get picked up. But we focus our attention to Mega and Knifer, who are still alive against all odds.
Yeah, it's a lot of these players you've seen went down very, very early on in the game, but getting that second chance thanks to a reboot and a brave effort from their teammates. And even in the distance, Volk on the receiving end of some shots. So even if he didn't necessarily spot them out, he knows at least the direction in which they're at. And luckily for him, not too much distance to cover before they're actually in zone. As Sabotorian's going to have to move out of that bush. He has some distance to cover for himself. And I like right now, he could have easily kinetic blade to a better spot, but he's trying to minimize the amount of audio he's giving out to his opponents.
Yeah, sure, right. That audio is a key factor. Don't want to give that away, especially whenever you're traversing through the low ground. Someone up top hears you, they gun you down. That's a GG, that's a wrap. But he'll stay alive as long as he can. At this point, I think he's just going for placement points. They were in 65th place coming into this final game. Can they go a little bit further? That's the question. Well, things get a little bit tricky. 31 health and gone. And I have no idea who was able to hit those wonderful shots. Maybe Tripper and maybe Scram. Could even be Blake and Bizzle. But one thing is for certain. We're now down to our top 10 players. 6 teams remaining. And again, the story goes right back to Blake and Bizzle. Can they make this work?
They need about, I do believe, a 70-ish point game, and so they're on track right now to possibly qualify off of this one if they can kind of close it out, get a couple more elims to kind of seal the deal, make it official. It's unofficial leaderboard. It's living as time goes on, making so much more importance here in this final game between Bizzle, Blake, Scram, Tripper, and everybody trying to claw their way into that top 12 as we're on our final 6 teams, except just wasting no time trying to reposition. He doesn't want to get caught in this chaos, and he makes himself a tree ornament outside of the zone, though.
Scram, bubble shield to help at least for the time being. Knifer and Mega are going to be just up ahead. That's going to be another one used. They still have a couple, and Mega knows, like, we can't comfortably put this. I like that Scram is getting these tags, though, breaking down that overshield, and who knows, maybe making the push a little bit later on. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, you see the bullets flying. There's actually another fight taking place, but this is a big story because you have 2 duos who have done such amazing work. Mega and Knifer have done such a good job staying alive. More so Knifer, because Mega's dropped quite a few times. And this is a team trying to qualify. In the meantime, they're going to go for Bizzle, and Blake, things are going to get spicy, Jacob.
This is huge. This is Blake and Bizzle's chance to qualify. It comes down to a fight like this. They get flanked up, 1v1, and Blake makes the play! Blake makes the play to keep him and Bizzle alive, but in the distance, another team that needs to qualify, Tripper and Scram, they hear the noise going down, but they're slowing things down themselves, being patient. They're just going to get that first elimination onto Bizzle, trying to inch themselves closer to their own qualification spot.
All right, Tripper and Scram, they're going for it. Blake, though, was the hero just a little bit before. Can he do a little bit more on that low ground? It's going to be hard, but Kinetic Blade to reposition. He manages to get away for the time being, but he's down to a sliver of health. He's now out of healings completely, and he will drop. But what a heroic effort that was. Will it be enough? Well, we'll find out when we see the scoreboard. Tugo is still alive, mind you, on the bottom of the tree. Accept is on top, but Tugo is Mama Benji Fish's teammate, so this is big for them. One elimination, not bad. This could be very well the best game, but I believe Exceed has been found up top, and Scram and Tripper, they are hungry to get the finish.
They weren't even aiming at him at first, and he's going to be the first one to go down. That's going to be the bait, as Accept just kinetic blading around, and those are great shots that he's actually landing on the Scram, and luckily for him, though, Slurp Juice is going to be popped, wasting no time, trying to get as much of the shield back and putting the beam onto Accept to win our final game of the day. 12 eliminations with that one, but Reflections, was it enough? Did they qualify off of that game?
They might. 12 eliminations is phenomenal. We have one more final lobby, and we got Fluger, a guy that I'm a huge fan of, and man, such a great player. Will it be enough, right, in this final game? His teammate Opt has got 5 elims. He's got 1, so that's going to be a total of 6. And Kawanti is taking quite a bit of damage. We're now down to the final pickings, and looks like they're going to take the high ground. Fluger, though, is not going to be shy about getting into the mix. I've seen him be incredibly aggressive, and he's looking to do the same here. Lavish Lily, though, still alive, too.
Depending on Quanti and Threads, they actually need a victory royale if they have any shot at this one. Only 4 eliminations so far. Shield bubble going down. They too are outside of that bubble, trying to earn themselves a spot and really bypass having to go through heat 3 and 4 and immediately trying to take the high ground. They have that chug cannon, try to regain any lost HP. Shield bubble going down for Fluger and OPT on the other end. It's going to come down to basically a 2v2, and kind of everybody's really staring at each other, but there's another team in the distance somewhere letting these two teams go at it so they can clean it up.
How much damage can you take, though? Answer probably is not a lot.
Oh,
not a lot.
Pizza time?
You can't pizza time, but I mean, eventually you got to push in. And Quanti, by the time he makes a decision to push in, he's taken a lot of damage, but he's got an open field to shoot. Unfortunately, I think he misses quite a bit of shots. But hey, the good news is, though, they reposition. They do have that literally minuscule high ground that's currently here. And for Fluger and co, this is not going to be an easy push.
No, it's not going to be easy at all. Especially when that last shield bubble kind of drains and goes out. They're just trying to go ahead and move just a little bit quicker. Try to take a little bit of that front side of zone. Threats and Quanti, even though they do have the high ground, they don't have the position inside of the zone, and they're trying to rotate on around. And there's just a team somewhere in this lobby, Reflection, just probably watching this all play out in the distance, just crackling and smiling and just having the time of their lives.
There they are.
Just waiting, and they got spotted out, just like you said. Your eyes are definitely better than mine, let me tell you.
Hey, no, they're not, brother. I'm telling you, man. I'm blind as a bat. But hey, we got Kawanti down low along with that, alongside that of Threats, and man, you want to talk about some much-needed healing this late in the game. That is wonderful, and they're going to go ahead and reposition. Opt and Fluger have finally made their attempt up ahead. Lavish Lily Bins, they're going to be on the hunt, and well, once that rock is gone, where else are you going to go? I guess they're going to disengage with the kinetic blade, get behind the shield bubble, and Fluger and Opt are in no better position than they were at the start, but at least they're making some progress forward.
This is one of those situations. Look how far towards the eastern side of the zone they're actually going. Meanwhile, Fluger and OPT are just the kings of the mountain for now. Center zone, just waiting for Threats and Quanti to try to close in on the distance. Benz and Lavish Lily is going to be one of that other team. This is one of the slower games that we are playing out, but it just goes to show how much really is at stake for some of these teams, trying not to have to play a whole nother day tomorrow.
Whole other day tomorrow. Sounds daunting, but also sounds fun in a way. You know, just continuing to compete. Lavish Lily Benz have done such a decent job backing away. Fluger and Go have really been on the hunt, though. Lavish Lily will take the dead end of the map. Only one team is going to be into the center zone. And that's going to be Fluger and Opt, I do believe, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yep. So they've got 2 teams that could very well focus fire them. So Fluger and Opt have to be very careful in this moment. Benz is not being shy about repositioning with Lavish Lily.
Yeah, they're trying to use as much of that natural cover as possible, kind of block the line of sight. And for Lavish Lily, honestly, I would walk around with my shield bubble out, just ready to use it at a moment's notice, because you're going to need it in order to get into zone, especially with Fluger and OPT just kind of waiting in the distance at the top of the hill. Quanti and Threats just trying to minimize their movements as well, but they got some distance to cover. A lot of natural terrain to kind of overcome in terms of elevation as their opponents get spotted out in the distance. That's Benz and Lavish Lily. The same two teams, honestly, reflections that were fighting moments ago as well.
Getting word that if Fluger or Threats win, they most likely qualify. So you got Threats on one end, Fluger on the other. This is a big moment. And really in the middle to kind of be the gatekeeper of qualifying is Lavish Lily and Benz. And, well, Lavish Lily is going to be lit up. Fluger doesn't make the push just yet. But are they aware of the team behind them, which is Threats? I don't know if they are, but they are pushing backwards, and eventually that fight is going to break down. Lavish Lily and Benz have done absolutely everything they could to push Opt and Fluger to the brink. This is such a big moment.
Yep, now Quanti and Threats on the other side are going to have to move. Zones is going to push them in. High ground over to Lavish Lily and Benz, but they don't have the heals. They don't have the HP to really take advantage. That's why you see him scrounging around for any of the forageables that he can kind of eat as Lavish gets stuck by herself. 1v2 situation. She goes down in the blink of an eye. Now Benz is trying to think about anything here. Some sort of strategy up his sleeve. He goes all the way over, kind of changing positions with both Quanti and Threats, who spot him out on the tail end. Talking about a must-win scenario. A huge shot going to be fired off by Quanti. Back-to-back at that, but it gets stolen away by Fluger.
Yeah, that's huge. Fluger, again, winning this could potentially mean that they get into that top 12 position. So Fluger getting that elim is massive. Now Quanti, what can Quanti do? That high ground is daunting without question. And he's going to have to move forward. Fluger spots it Opt as well, but he manages to make a headway. And Fluger and Opt, they're not going to move. They're going to stay where they're currently at. They've got Threats and Quanti pretty much right where they want them, and these two duos are the ones trying to qualify. Whoever wins very well qualifies.
I thought it was a game of patience, but OP don't want to be patient at all. They go ahead and bait and switch. High ground gets switched on over. Threats and Quanti find a way to kind of steal it away with big brain play. Fluger's just trying to disengage and get out alive, but OP goes right in. Quanti takes a huge amount of damage. Down goes Threats. Down goes Quanti. Fluger and OP take the game.
That's huge. Fluger takes the game over Threats. Threats was trying to qualify just as much as Fluger, and I think they did it. I don't know. Unofficially, they think they might have qualified by taking that win, and what a win that would be. Fluger is such a talented player and a great human being. If he qualifies here, that would be massive, but hey, someone out there says Threats deserved it even more so. But who's it going to be? Well, I don't know, but the real story, right, one of the biggest stories we had was Blake and Bizzle. Starting in 25th place, Jacob, and then working their way through, finishing with a high elimination game, a decent placing. You called it they needed close to 100 points or something like that, which I think that's fair. Were they able to get it, or are they at least just on the edge? I don't know. Too close to call.
Yeah, it's definitely close. So we know players like maybe Crackley and Okus, they got themselves a spot. You see them kind of shouting it out on social media already, but Threats and Quanti, Fluger and Opie, these guys really fought tooth and nail. Blake and Bizzle as well, Tripper and Scram. There were so many teams left in these last couple of lobbies fighting for every single moment, and that's why I always try to tell people it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And maybe a finish like this from Tripper and Scram was enough. 12
and I want to give a
evens.
shout out to Knifer too, Jacob. Staying alive as long as he did, because remember Mega dropped at least 3 or 4 times. Knifer stayed alive and allowed Mega to get back into the fight. So good on him for doing so. That showed great composure and great resiliency. So man, just wonderful job coming out from I think so many teams. This 3-hour time block for Heat 2 was just incredible to say the least. And our leaderboard, I have no idea who it's going to be, but man, I'm so ready to find out.
Yeah, I definitely am, because we had some photo finishes. We know a couple of the teams that have qualified into our finals, 24 overall through Heats 1 and Heat number 2. But let's get a list of those names here for Heat 2 who have booked their ticket for a chance at $250,000 on Sunday for our finals. And the top 10 also get their spot into Gamers 8 for a $2 million prize pool later this year.
And life-changing, literally life-changing. Money, you can do anything that you want at that point. But I mean, you know, also to money aside, to call yourself a champion, right, in the special format, in the special game mode, which is Zero Build, which is absolutely incredible. But I'm going to kill the suspense. Let's get it going. Let's take a look at our leaderboards and see who ended up qualifying for finals.
Oh, we got our top 8. It's actually Duke and Edgy who steal away that first place spot by 13 points over Crackley and Okus. We got to give it to EU, Robob, Kebab, and Wox getting in on 3rd place. And one more to kind of round out our top 4. Pilkey, my Zero Build favorite player to kind of watch, him and Easiness getting themselves a spot as well.
Well, Jacob, let's take a look at the bubble. Let's take a look who made it into 12th place. And I know their hearts are going to be pounding. And Alex and Sons, they make it into 12th. And Kawanti, Threats, who we thought was trying to qualify in that moment, just a hair away, 10 points away from breaking into top 12 and qualifying. And good job from Bofink and Co. for placing 11th. They were on the brink of qualifying in Heat 1. They managed to do it in Heat 2. But Fluger, with that win, we called it, right? They were going against Threats. If they get the victory, do they qualify? Yes, they do. And then there's Scram and Tripperin. But what a performance. And also not to mention Epic Well, too. They're in 14th place. And we asked, will Bizzle and Blake be able to break into top 12? So close. They go from 25th place to 17th based off that last game alone.
That last game was actually a lot, because I'm looking at the leaderboards right now over on the different side of things. That Fluger, OPT, Quanti versus Threads finish literally went on to qualify the team who won the game and got those elims. Fluger denying that elimination at the end. I do believe it was on the Benz. That was 3 more points that went over to Fluger. If Quanti and Threads were able to not only get that elimination, but seal the deal, get those last 2, that's 9 points plus 7 from placement, they would have qualified. So that goes to show how much of a photo finish that was, because even Tripper and Scram was able to qualify thanks to that last game.
They were able to qualify. That last game was intense. And like I said, even though Bizzle, Blake, they don't make it, that last game was heroic. And that shows that they're a real threat, Jacob, moving into Heat 3 and Heat 4, which will be taking place tomorrow starting at 3 PST. But what a day it was. I mean, action through and through. Zero Build's incredible. It really is. And I think because it forces the players, you can't build, obviously. So if you're in the open and you're forced to fight, like, you got it. It's do or die. You know, throw out a shield bubble. Do your best, but at the end of the day, you just don't have a lot of options. Jacob, today was wonderful. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Hey, I'm just not only excited to cast my first DreamHack, but be able to kind of be a part of this international competition. Because even though it is DreamHack San Diego, people need to realize players from all over the globe travel to try to earn themselves a piece of that $250,000 and a shot at the $2 million prize pool that Gamers 8 has to offer later this year. This is a global competition for Zero Builds, and man, am I excited to see what's to come.
I am as well. Finals, they're going to be intense. But like I said, before we get to that point, we have Heat 3 and Heat 4 taking place. Heat 3, 12 players will qualify. Heat 4 will have 14 qualifying for the finals taking place on Sunday. Tomorrow, the Heats will start once again at 3 Pacific Standard Time. We would love to have you. But hey, for myself, Taylor Reflections Noble, Jacob MVPR, Life with Panda, as well as SBG, our production team, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Be back tomorrow, 3 PST, the Heats. They'll begin again.